dream just to be where you are, in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me, where you dream just to be where you are, in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me, where you are.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Campus Carball. I am joined here once again with Sean as we get started with our day 2 stream. We've had we had 4 matches go on that before this stream began. The upper bracket round 1, where we saw Carleton get a forfeit win over St. Clair, who unfortunately couldn't be here. We saw Fanshawe 3-0 sweep over Sheridan. We had York win in Game 5 over Durham, and we saw Brock reverse sweep Waterloo. A crazy first set of games, but here we go with our first game of the night, the lower bracket match between Sheridan and Durham. Are you ready, Sean?
Oh, of course I'm ready. I feel like both these teams, obviously qualifying from day one, they were here yesterday. Both, I feel like both Sheridan and Durham put up a really good fight, especially Durham. Watching them against York, they put up a really good fight. They were up 2-1 on York, and then York obviously won the last 2 games to come back. So I feel like for me, Durham I think is more favored than Sheridan, but Sheridan will obviously put up a fight.
Yeah, Sheridan put up a good fight. Like it was a 3-0 for Fanshawe, but 2 of the games went to overtime. Fanshawe is arguably the favorite of this entire tournament. So it was really great to see Sheridan put up a good fight, even if the scoreline still showed a 3-0 sweep. And you're absolutely right for Durham. They almost took out York, which they're also favorited with Bosco. And so both of these teams can put up fights against the top dogs. They know each other, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I'm honestly ready for both these teams, to be honest with you. Sheridan and Durham both I think are an even matchup, so I'm expecting a game 5 from these teams, and honestly, it could go either way.
Yeah, it really could go either way. It'll be really exciting to see which team is the one to be the difference maker here. Um, let's go on to a little bit of predictions here, Sean. Who do you think takes this one?
Ooh, I'm gonna be honest. I said just now it could go either way, but I'm gonna go on the side of Durham 3-2.
I have to agree, but I'm going to switch up and say Durham takes this one 3-1. They're a bit more of the proven team, and they won a bit more comfortably yesterday, so I think they can absolutely take this. We also had the Durham guys on the desk yesterday doing a bunch of casting. I would love to see them win and not be immediately eliminated here on day 2. So we will see what will happen.
Yeah, I think I think it'd be a lot better if they're probably still playing in this tournament. Obviously, these are the qualifying for the semifinal matches before we have our ultimate final later today.
Yeah, so yeah, just speaking a little bit about the format here. So this is lowers round 1, so the teams that lost in the uppers round 1. And the winner of this match will go on to play I forget which team it was that lost and gets the bypass St. Clair.
I think it is
Waterloo gets a bypass St. Clair because they're the highest seed team to drop. And then they'll play the winner of this game. So they'll play either Durham or Sheridan. And that'll be a pretty good game.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, if you're Sheridan or Durham, you really want to qualify for these semifinal matches to show that what you've got. Both of these teams obviously playing from day one, so they have that experience coming into today. Obviously, we have York, St. Clair.
St. Clair isn't
well,
here.
St. Clair isn't here, but obviously the top 4 teams from Premier. But as we get underway, we're already starting straight into it. Rocket already starting off with a save on the line. Cressy getting a demo. As Sheridan already want to start the pressure hot. Cressy looking for some backward defense. Drop down from Rocket to Radmoves. Doesn't get it. Radmoves will choose to take it back. Does get the full boost to spawn on him. And it seems like Sheridan have all the boost they have right now.
Yeah, nice pass from Sustain up to Radmoves, but he can't quite get it on target here. Ball kind of floating up in the Durham half. Hard off backball, but a great clear there by Mixley. Out, though, comes Jay. Jay to Mixley. Mixley to net. And the lead early here for Durham.
Yeah, great play from Jay, though, getting it over Radmoves, and Sustain kind of just caught a little bit overextended there on the goal line. And Mixley there to punish.
Yeah, good play there from Mixley, as an early lead is what you want to see if you're Durham. And despite a decent bit of pressure there from Sheridan, they have not been able to punish. And now back the other way comes Jay. Jay to the backboard, but a nice touch there from Rocket. Rocket staying on the ball, tries to get a tap out mid, but it ends up going right into Radmoves. Radmoves off the sidewall. Again, cut off by Cressy. The Sheridan's getting a little trapped here. Their clears are going nowhere. Off the backboard, looking for a shot is Mixley, but he can't get it through. Contest up in the midfield. Ball does make it out. Radmoves, a little bit of time, little bit of space. Putting it in off the backboard here. Follow-up shot from Rocket, but a great save from Cressy.
Yeah, kind of a weak shot there from Rocket. Admittedly, it was kind of awkward, but they do still have the pressure. Sustain off the ceiling, straight to Radmoves, top right. Beautiful play coming out from Trudy, and they tie the game.
Yeah, what a play from Sustain. Takes it up off the ceiling, uses the dodge to get it over to Radmoves, and Radmoves puts it top right. What a play from Sheridan. With 3.5 minutes to play, that's what you want to see. And with how back and forth this game has been, it could go either way. Ball, though, on the kickoff back towards Jay. Bit of an awkward miss from Jay. And again, Rocket able to keep the pressure. Rocket to Sustain to the backboard, but nobody on Sheridan there. Back out in the mid, though, forcing a save out from Mixley. He gets it out, though. Now double off the sidewall, out towards the midfield by Radmoves, but nobody on Sheridan there. Ball dropping down off the corner while the Sustain, but a good touch from Jay to get it out.
Yeah, now counterattack coming out from Durham. The reset from Cressy. What a beautiful play. 3 minutes, 6 seconds. They left to go. Cressy gets a beautiful play here off the wall. Going for the flip reset, getting over Radmoves. What a beautiful play.
Yeah, you don't really expect a flip reset that low. It was his entire play. The moment he had that jump up, that moment he got that first touch, and he gets it under. Just a little bit of confusing for the Sheridan defense. But now immediately trying to counter the other way is Sheridan. Rocket with some time, Rocket with some space. Off the ceiling, gets the reset, but a good instant contest there by Cressy. Mixley, though, beat out by Radmoves. Radmoves, can he get one more? He looks for the Doomsy, but he can't quite get around that one. As the ball getting cleared out here, up by Cressy. Cressy, though, cut off in the midfield there by Rocket. Rocket almost gets that pinch through, but again, blocked from Jay. Little bit of jostling, little bit of back and forth. A nice pinch out from Jay. Jay with a little bit of time, little bit of space. Trying to put this one out into the midfield, does so successfully. Follow-up shot is saved by Radmoves.
Yeah, defense coming out from Sheridan. Radmoves on the counter, though. They're trying to look to respond after that Cressy reset down the other end. Rocket has a free shot, chooses to go low, tries to get it over Mixley. Mixley gets the save. Mixley keeping the ball now, plays a 50. Sustain wins that 50. Straight to Jay. Jay clears it to the backboard. Radmoves there to read. Going to try and keep control here as Mixley looking to keep possession of the ball. Gets demoed for it. Sustain looking for demos. Rocket has an open net. The third man's there. No, we're not. Rocket tries to control. Sustain actually goes for control. Radmoves into midfield. Jay is back on defense. Flicks it over one. Now on the counter attack for Durham. Jay has options. Chooses Mixley. Doesn't get it to him. Now Cressy Gets the ball out. Radmus trying to get a play going, but Mixie with the shot off the crossbar, cleared away by Rocket. Now shot down the other end. Is that net open? Yes, it is. Rocket will tie the game in his way.
Yeah, game one going both ways so far. A quick counterattack goal for Sheridan in a position where it didn't look terribly harmful until it was. And now we're tied up, minute 31 to play, very little time. We could be getting into next goal wins territory here soon. Nice win on the kickoff by Sustain, trying to stay with it. Rocket, though, nice tap up, out into the mid, but Mixley is there first. Mixley to Cressy. Cressy to backboard. Little bit awkward for Sheridan. One of them should have had that touch off the backboard, but they did not, as Cressy gets that one out. Cressy with a nice touch past one, but Jay able to hit the side. Follow-up from Mixley is good. But again, just a little bit of awkward touches here for Durham. They're a little caught. They're not really connecting these passes. And the follow-up shot, but a fantastic save from Cressy. That was almost the dagger.
Yeah, my mouth just dropped after seeing that save. Brilliant play. Minute left to go. They're still tied at 2. Overtime could be on the way here unless Rocket fakes the shot, goes low, off the post, rebound from Radmus, and he will take the lead. 42 seconds left to go.
Yeah, this was all pressure for Sheridan. Nice play from Rocket. Gets the 50, keeps the ball in the mid, and just a tap in for Radmus. That fantastic save ends up being all for nothing as the follow-up is successful. And now Durham, they need to start pressuring. They were stuck playing defense for extended amounts of time, and now they need a goal. But Rocket tries to feed Sustain, but Sustain wasn't expecting the power of that pass. Back the other way a little bit, but again, just not really connecting here. Mixley trying to challenge, trying to get the pressure. Gets beat out, though. Radmus hit into the corner wall here. Jay will have one, but will he have anything else? No, he will not, as Rocket brings it back in. Rocket with a nice bump. Net fairly open, but nobody there on the side of Sheridan to finish. Cressy, though, gets bumped out. Jay needs to come in, needs to support. Mixley well, though. Mixley to Jay. Jay to the front. But again, just nobody there. They're trying to connect these passes, but they're just missing that last piece.
Yeah, Cressy on 0 seconds, straight to Mixley. Here's a chance coming. Radmus try to drop this ball down, and they will. Sheridan do take the first game.
Yeah, Sheridan really putting in work here as they were down numerous times, twice in that series, in that game, and they come back and they win it 3-2. And towards the end, they were getting more sustained pressure, and that's not a good look if you are on the side of Durham, because they need to keep the pressure, particularly in the latter half.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like for Durham, it's that boost amount towards the end there when Sheridan had that third goal. I noticed all the cars on the Durham side, they all had 0 boost. There's no boost on the field whatsoever. And that's coming from a really good job by Sheridan. You getting their corner boost, stealing boosts when they can, and kind of sustaining pressure.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can continue doing that here, as that was a very good second half of that first game to bring it back. We'll see if they can start this one strong or if they'll be playing from behind again. Nice play from Rocket to try to keep it out of the mid. But a little bit of defense here early for Sheridan. Gives the ball away to Jay. Jay to Mixley. Mixley to the net, but a good block there coming out from Radmus. Trying to put that one out mid, but a little behind Cressy. Cressy is up, but he is missing that completely. Jay, though, to the backboard. One off the backboard. Follow-up shot is off target. Jay, though, trying to put this one back out mid. A little bit of patience from Jay, but Radmus is there and ready. Nice clear there coming out from Rocket, but only as far as Mixley. Mixley with a little bit of time, a little bit of space. Mixley back to Cressy. Cressy up high. Cressy down off ceiling, but a good touch there by Radmus. Jay, though, a little bit of time. Has a good first touch, has the reset. Misses with it, though. He had the reset, but he couldn't do anything with it. And a nice pre-flip attempt from Jay, just cannot get a touch on the ball. We're a minute in, and neither team has really had that high-quality opportunity.
Yeah, I feel like for Durham there, you had a really good chance there. Jay had a really good setup with that reset. It kind of just unlucky that he didn't get it. However, Sustain is trying to get the 50s. Rocket, kind of awkward. However, Radmus is there to cover as Jay takes the ball to the corner, trying to get to this ball as quick as he can. Doesn't get to it. Mixley just keeping pressure, gets a 50 on Sustain, but Sustain cold as ice. Beautiful way to just calm yourself on the goal line there. Anyone else in that situation would probably panic. Mixley with a shot on target. Sustain tried to pre-jump it. Rocket missed the ball. Mixley again. It's a lot of chaos on the back line. Will it lead to a goal? No, it's off the post. Jay with the rebound. Finally, it goes in for Durham.
That time one of Durham's plays goes through. Fantastic kind of panic defense on the side of Sheridan, but they were doing a lot to keep the ball out there in that last minute 30. And finally one goes through. A great play there from Jay. And now, much like game one, it's a lead for Durham. We'll see if they can hold.
Yeah, we'll see there. Jay looking to try again. Second, it's going to go off the crossbar. Sustain actually kind of misses the ball. Mixie has a free ball here. Has a one-on-one. Also hits the crossbar. Can Durham put it in? No. Jay keeping control. Trying to keep this ball in the blue half. Sustain has full boost. Looking to get this ball out. Will do so off a double tap. Brad moves. Doesn't get as far as Cressy. And more panic coming out from Sheridan. They're kind of panicking on the goal line. I was going to credit them for their calmness from Sustain earlier, but now it's kind of just panic on the goal line as Durham looking to counter more pressure. They need this goal now. They need insurance. You get it right here. Another 50 out. Cressy, last man back. Getting dunk attempt from Sustain. Doesn't get it. Brad off the backboard. Cressy just tries to guess that he's going to hit it to him or not. Radmus on the counter attack, looking to get it midfield. Tries to backflip it. Doesn't get it quite well. Jay into control. I need to see more control. Jay does get the reset over. Radmus straight bangs it straight to Sustain. It's a good idea coming out from Sheridan. However, no execution so far as Durham looking to pile on the pressure. They've had most of the pressure here in game two. Got a goal out of it.
Absolutely. But they're trying to get one. But Durham here trying to get that one insurance goal here with 2 to play. A nice touch, but an even better save from Sustain. And now Jay is low. Sustain with some time, but a good play there from Cressy to keep it away. Ball bouncing down in the midfield. Nice touch there from Mixley. Mixley trying to follow his own touch to put it out mid. Gets bumped off, but it is back to Cressy. Cressy up high. Cressy off the board, and it's down for Jay. Cressy up to the backboard. Nobody on Sheridan there to defend, and Jay taps it through. And Durham takes a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, beautiful play actually from Cressy there, reading the backboard. No one there from Sheridan to cover it, and Jay will punish. Beautiful play coming out from Durham, and they have their insurance goal.
Yeah, what a play. The Sheridan side really needs to try to figure it out here as we come down to the last minute 26, or this series will be all evened up at 1 apiece. Jay, a little bit of time off the backboards. That's a nice boom, forcing a save for Sustain. And again, at this point, you can just boom the ball, kill some time. And that looks to be what Durham is able to do here, as it's forcing Rocket to start out from the back of his own end. Gets a nice tap to knock Mixley off of that, but he can't follow it up. Now Cressy from his own end, a little bit of time, but only 11 boosts to play with. Didn't get the reset. So back the other way comes Radmus. Radmus with the shot, but it's off target. Oh, that's one you really need to have if you're Sheridan. Bring it to within 1, but not able to get it through. Jay with a nice 50 out, up high. Follow up from Mixley. It is on target, but a good save there coming out from Rocket. Follow up from Cressy, up high, off the backboard again. Mixley coming in as that third man in a 1v1. Beats 2. Can he beat 3? No, he cannot. As the ball just continues to float, coming down to the last 20 seconds. Durham content with not scoring. Sheridan needs just to score here as we hit the 15-second mark. Cressy puts another one through, and that is the dagger as Durham takes game number 2.
Yeah, I love a completely better game from Durham here. I feel like they've actually managed to sustain their pressure. They were able to grab pads in their half. I feel like for Sheridan there this time, they kind of just panicked under pressure when they were being attacked. But here, 10 seconds left. Durham
Good reset for Sustain. Up high off the backboard, dropping into the mid, and Rocket puts it through. Unlikely to mean anything, but it's a fantastic reset to keep the ball away from Mixley, and an even better follow-up from Rocket. Bit of a, I would say, probably a morale goal at this point, but it's nice to see them pop one through here.
Yeah, I mean, anything could happen, but I feel like with Durham's defense right now and their tactics, I feel like it should be a closeout game, a closeout for Durham as 0 seconds hits, and Durham do take the second game, and we are tied at 1 apiece, Aiden.
Yeah, 1 apiece, exactly. Honestly, I'm not too surprised. I said 3-1, you said 3-2. Durham did look like the better team this game. They lost it a bit in the second half of game 1, so we'll see what version of Durham shows up in game number 3. But Sheridan doesn't go away. They will fight, and they will continue to fight, and I wouldn't be surprised if this goes the distance.
Yeah, I mean, this is the same Sheridan that did beat Humber, the 1 seed in day 1. And that's why Humber is not here today. Otherwise, I think that is why they weren't here. But I feel like for Sheridan, you see their offense, one shot. They were on defense for that entire time. A good job from Durham adjusting. I feel like the man behind that, I was talking to him earlier, is Jay. Jay, I feel like, is like telling the team what to do. I heard him during their York game, like saying, yeah, do this, do that. What are we doing wrong? What are we doing right? So I feel like he's kind of captaining the team there.
Yeah, Jay and Cressy work well together. Jay seems like more of the IGL. And it's really great to see here because Sheridan, if they want to beat Sheridan, they really need to be coordinated here. We have a little bit of technical difficulties here as the director has not joined spectate, so we're running off of very little information here.
Wow,
nice hit up to Cressy to Jay to the front, but cleared out here by Sheridan. There we go. Only a 20-second delay this time. Sorry about that.
We didn't have the 5-minute one like last time.
Mocks Mixley though. Mixley in a 1v1. Mixley tries to get past one, but Rocket's able to hit it to the corner. Coming up the sidewall. And up is Mixley. Mixley up high. Mixley still with it. Mixley down to Jay! And through. And Durham takes the early lead in game number 3.
Yeah, they never left. They never left off, bro. Look at that beautiful play from Mixley going to the backboard, beating out one. Well, jump too early maybe from the backboard defender there. I feel like you could have waited, but it doesn't matter. You get punished for it. Durham up 1.
Yeah, Durham up 1, and a good start because the winner of this takes a stranglehold on the series. Cressy with a nice beat on 2, but a great save coming out from the defense on the Sheridan side. Mixley, though, back to Jay. Jay off the sidewall here. Back out to the mid. Cut off again, though, by Cressy. And it's just Sheridan struggling to get it out here early. They've been strong on these counterattacks, but you have to get it out to be able to counterattack. Good touch by Jay out to the mid. Unfortunately, Mixley just a little far for that one here as Cressy forced to chase it down. Rocket, though, in the corner. Tries to get past Cressy, can't do so. Sustain, though. Sustain with the shot on target. And Sheridan ties it up with 3:41 to play.
Yeah, I think there was a bump involved on the goal line. I think Rocket went for a bump there. And I think he just scared off one of the Durham defenders. But that's what you need from Sheridan. Sheridan known for this kind of demo style of play. I was hoping to see it in game 2, but now they put it out here and they tie the game. Sustain also trying to read it off the backboard. Doesn't quite get it. Rocket does get the 50. A lot of pressure coming in from Sheridan this time. What you want to see in game 1. A one shot from game 2, I mean. Jay looking to counter though. Rocket instantly up. Not the greatest touch into corner though. However, he will follow up his own touch. Sustain should be able to collect.
Yeah, Jay over to Mixley. Mixley to Cressy. Cressy to the post. That should have been a shot on, but it was not. And Mixley now trying to salvage, but can't do so. And Durham needs to take advantage of those opportunities. Wide open net, but hit off the post here. And now Rocket back the other way. Gets as far as Cressy, but Cressy with a little bit of control, a little bit of space. Gets a nice touch. Sustain, though. Oh, that was almost dangerous, but instead it's back the other way. A little bit of panic, but a shot coming through by Rocket, blocked out there by Cressy. Cressy with a nice touch, though, down into the corner. Ball bouncing out into the midfield here as Jay is up. Jay was able to 50. Couldn't do much more than that, though, as Mixley only gets as far as Rocket. Rocket with a little bit of time. Rocket with 2 resets to get that one through. Bouncing out to the midfield, but can't get much more with it.
Yeah, a good try out there from Rocket, just trying to keep the ball into the orange half as Rocket trying to go for a pre-jump. Mixley gets fakes out 1. Radman's there, 250. Rocket goes over low, tries to beat out Jay. Jay having none of it. Jay looking to try and get a midfield pass. Does so, but Cressy gets demoed. As now Sheridan wanting to attack. Great cutout from Cressy off the spawn. Sustain, bangs it high. Is Rocket there? No, it's Radman. Radman trying to drop it down. Cressy will save. think it was actually not a shot for Radmus, but Jay now trying to get it offensive pressure now, but it's back the other way. Radmus 1v1 against Cressy. Gets the 50. Is the shot there? And Sustain does get it, but it's blocked out by Jay. More pressure coming in from Sheridian.
Yeah, tons of back and forth pressure here. Neither team able to be the one to break through yet here as Jay, with some boost, gets past one.
That's open.
Open net, follow up off the post! Double post! Double post is coming out from Durham. All they needed was one player. They need to commit for the pass or the shot. They committed for neither and got burned. And now as we approach the minute mark, that's the second opportunity for Durham that went astray. Follow-up shot from Jay off the post again. They can't buy a goal here as we come down to the last minute.
Oh, man. If you're Durham, you want those chances back. You really want those back now. That play from Jay and Cressy, that's unlucky. But now you got to lock back in. You got to focus back. 40 seconds left. They do still have pressure, though. I don't think the backboard's there. Fake out off the post. Is there a shot coming in? No. Jay will cut out. Rad moves. Trying to keep possession. Gets dunked by Jay. Is there a shot coming? No. Rocket will get the beat. Now a counter attack. Demo chase coming in. Sustain tries to bump Cressy. Cressy gets the save just in time. 20 seconds remaining. Overtime is looming, but unless Rocket has to say something about it, no, Mixie will get the save. More pressure coming in from Sheridian, but that pressure dies out quickly. Jay trying to keep the ball into pressure. 10 seconds left to go. Is there a 0-second chance on the horizon? 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Mixie keeps the ball up. Sustain trying to get it down and does so. We have overtime, Aiden.
Yeah, we have overtime, and Durham are beating themselves up that it made it to overtime with all those missed opportunities. But Sustain, nice beat under one, has the reset, but he can't follow it up for a shot. Cressy, though, into the corner as Rad moves past Cressy. Follow-up shot from Rocket is high as Jay, a little bit of time. Jay gets beat out, though, and Sustain scores. And Sheridan, despite being outshot, despite being out-opportunityed, take game number 3.
Yeah, I'm in awe, actually. I feel like Sheridan stole that game. Durham had all the pressure. Durham had everything going for them. And just the chances, they weren't getting finished. If you look at the shots, well, Sheridan actually had more shots, but I feel like Durham had more efficiency.
And the quality of opportunities, too. If you're Durham, after missing with that many posts and that many crossbars, the mental needs to be really strong. They need to win 2 straight, and they're coming off a game that they know they should have won. So we will see if they have the strength and character to be the ones to bring this back, because otherwise this would be a pretty significant upset for Sheridan to beat them here, particularly with how the games have gone.
Yeah, I feel like that one chance that they had with Jay hitting the one post and then Cressy hitting the other post, I felt like you want that chance back. That was a very wide open net. Especially Cressy missing that open net earlier in the game
that rolling open net.
Yeah, too. Durham need to finish their chances if they want a chance to go to game 5.
Yeah, I'm hoping this does go game 5 because this feels like a series that should have the full distance and the more entertainment possible, really, because all these games have been 1 goal. All these games have been close. And I think there was one that was 2 goals. But either way, all these games have felt really, really close. So anything other than a game 5 would be honestly a bit disappointing here. But we will see if Durham has what it takes to bring this one back and force a game 5.
Yeah, I think if you're Durham, I think Jay was probably talking to the guys like, okay, we missed a couple chances. Let's go back, reset, and let's see how we do in game 4.
Kickoff here, won by Durham, but immediately control taken by Sustain. Sustain beats one, but only as far as Cressy. Cressy with the shot, but a bit weak. Not really much of a follow-up there as Mixley clears it out, but only as far as Rad moves. Rad moves, tries to beat out Cressy, does so successfully. Little bit awkward on the side of Durham as they're forced to make an awkward save there on the goal line as the follow-up is high. Follow-up shot off the post. Follow-up from Sustain from Rad moves is wide. And good pressure early from Sheridan, but nothing gets through. Rocket, though, from his own end, gets a nice first touch, gets the reset, but nothing more as it goes as far as Jay. Jay up with some time, but again, off the backboard to Rad moves to Rocket. Rocket to the backboard. Rocket with the reset off the ceiling, but no boost to follow it. And back and forth Rocket League so far, but neither team really had quality opportunities to finish.
Yeah, staying down now, trying to get a chance here, but I think he gets bumped off the ball. Shuridian starting off the gates with some pressure on Durham. You kind of like to see it. They're taking advantage of what they had in the game 2 or game 3, I believe. And now a shot from Cressy gets 2 to bite. Does Mixley have the shot? Yes, he does. The counter attack is successful from Durham.
Yeah, good play from Mixley. So Cressy with a nice hit across, forcing both Rocket and Radmoose to double commit for that save. And it leaves Mixley with all the net to shoot at and 2 flat-footed defenders. And that is really what you want to see if you are Durham, because they need the lead. They need a goal. And they need to take this one to force the game 5.
Yeah, here's Cressy on the ball. Just tries to get a beat off one. Now Mixley going up high, does get the 50. A trade in midfield between Cressy and Rocket. Both defenders will spawn on their respective halves. Radmoose gets the beat on Cressy. That net is kind of open, but it's wide. Rocket trying to keep it. Sustain does put a shot. More pressure coming out from this Shuridian squad. Another 50 from Radmoose. A beat out from Jay that will relieve all the pressure that Shuridian just had. Now Cressy just waiting, buying time. Radmoose does get the beat. 0 boost to his name, but he'll try and make do with what he can. Sustain does have full boost though. Slight double commit from Cressy and Jay, I believe, but gives Radmoose the ball. Takes out one. Mixley just trying to guide this ball down.
And Rocket gives it away to Jay. Jay is up. Jay with a little bit of time. Can he get one more on this? Not quite, as it just floats away. And now Sheridan back the other way. Sustain over to Radmoose. Radmoose to the net, but a good save there coming out from Jay. Cressy, though, into the corner wall here, bouncing up into the midfield. Pop up for Mixley. Mixley looking for the shot, but he can't quite get it through. And Sustain manages to get it clear. And now possible counterattack opportunity, but again, a demo creates another opportunity here for the side of Durham. Back and forth, both teams trying to pounce on the counterattacks, but a good clear there coming out. Back to Sustain. Sustain up, dribbling with some time, but again, dunked out. Rocket with the shot, but it's high and wide. Back, though, comes Radmoves. Radmoves trying to put this one out mid to a teammate, but ends up putting it on the car of Mixley. Mixley to the sidewall. Mixley trying to get a follow-up touch, can't quite do so here, but Jay keeps control. Jay can't follow it up, out of boost as it comes to the side.
No
what
way.
A cucks from Radmoves!
Wait, does Rocket read that?
Oh, wait! Rocket reads the cucks and puts it through, and we might have a goal of the tournament.
He pre-jumped it, kind of. But what a play. Rocket just camping on the backboard, reading a pitch from Radmoose. Who does that? Shuridian has figured it out.
Wow, what a play from Sheridan. Perfect cuts pinch and the perfect read to put it home. And now Durham back to the drawing board here, trying to get that winning goal to force a game 5. Follow-up shot is wide as Sustain gets a nice 50 on one. Rocket up, Rocket past one.
Yeah.
Cressy, though, in from his own corner, gets a touch, follows it up. Cressy to the sidewall. Ball dropping in the midfield to Mixley. Mixley able to 50. But it's a demo. It's a demo. Net is open, and Cressy puts it through. And Durham takes a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, brilliant demo coming up from Mixley. Cancels out that wonderful play out from Shuridian. But they do need this game. Minute 17 to go. Can Durham hold this lead?
Yeah, can Durham hold? We will see. Leads have been hard to come by in this series. So it'll be a big test for them as we come down to the last minute here. Sustain trying to keep this one in the Durham end, but a great save there coming out from Mixley on the shot by Rocket. But Radmoves puts this one up mid. Nobody on his team there, though. Follow-up is late. Up high, good touch from Mixley. Mixley to Jay. Jay to the sidewall, but cut off by Radmoves. Radmoves with a little bit of time. Radmoves pinching it towards the midfield, trying to get that one through, but Cressy playing this well. Cressy with a nice 50. Cressy to the front of the net. Cressy pre-jumps, but he can't put it through. Rocket from his own end, up with some time. As the clock ticks away, Sheridan need themselves a goal here. Rocket popping it up, but Mixley, oh, Mixley's beat. Mixley's beat, ball off the backboard, but nobody there to finish on the side of Sheridan. Follow up, but also again, good touch there from Cressy. Sheridan getting their opportunities, but just have not been able to convert here as we come to the last 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Jay Jay looking for a follow-up, looking for that insurance goal. Back to Cressy. Cressy on his own ball here. Up high, and again hit away by Sustain. Sustain past one. Ball staying up, but I believe that will drop, and Durham force game 5 here.
Yeah, I mean, I called it. I said this series was going to go to 5. I said it was going to go either way, and here we are in game 5 between Durham and Sheridan. And honestly, it's been a back and forth. I feel like one game has one side having the advantage and the other game having the other side the advantage. And obviously, go back to that one play from Sheridan, probably goal of the tournament so far for me.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Perfect cucks pinch, so much power on that. And the wherewithal to follow it up and know where it's going if you're Rocket to tap it through. Well done. Shame it doesn't really lead to much here, but it gave life to Sheridan and gave them the push that they needed. And now as we get into game 5, it's been so back and forth. It honestly, part of me wonders if the team that will score first will just take it, because playing from behind has not benefited either side.
Yeah, well, apart from,
there was one game, yeah.
One game, yeah, I think it was when they had that open net miss from Durham. But apart from that, though, you are correct. It has been whoever scores first does take the game. So I feel like the first game quite matters. The first goal, I mean, quite matters in this game.
Yeah, but here we go. Kickoff for game number 5. Good win there for Sustain, but the follow-up from Rocket is a bit of a slow follow. Ball rolling back the other way, but a good touch there from Rad Moves. Rad Moves with a little bit of time, a little bit of space. Can't get by Cressy, though. Cressy putting this one up mid. Little fast for his teammate, though, as it goes only as far as Mixley. Mixley to Jay. Jay to the mid, but Mixley fell back here as Cressy gets control. Cressy gets a touch, though, and a bump. It's an open net, pretty much, and Cressy puts it through. Nice bump on the defender, forcing the second man to rush back. And all Cressy has to do is play the low 50, gets it through, and it's a 1-0 lead here for Durham.
Brilliant play coming out from Durham there, the bump, and then Rabbit's trying to rush back, is not able to. A little Spanish kickoff, though, coming out from Sheridan, trying to respond here. More chasing, maybe a response right here, a flick. JJ with the save. No pressure coming out from Sheridan. 50 into the midfield. Sustain looking to take this up the wall, off the ceiling. Rocket's pre-jumping for some reason. I think he was expecting a defender, I guess, to jump up for it. I don't really know what was that. However, Jay does get the clear. Rocket will leave it for Rad Moves. Rad Moves full boost and the ball. Cressy does pre-jump. Does get it kind of to safety. Yep, straight into Jay's car. He clears it downfield, looking for the bump. Mixley putting some more pressure for Durham. Rocket trying to clear. Does a very good job of clearing that ball, actually. Sustain looking to try and create something. Just misses the ball. Rad Moves into midfield. Is someone there waiting? No. It's actually an orange car. Mixley just forces the bank. Jay with the free shot. Hits the crossbar. It's actually saved out by Rad Moves. Nice dunk, though. Cressy looking for the reset double. Doesn't quite get the setup he wants. Now Rad Moves again with ball and boost and the ball. Straight to Rocket. Rocket did pre-jump. Does he have the double? No. Cleared away by Jay. More pre-jump plays coming out from this Sheridan team looking to get back into this game.
Yeah, tons of back and forth. Sheridan really trying to get back into this one. Nice play from Jay up to Cressy. Cressy up to the back ward. Cressy, though, doesn't get a good touch, and it ends up coming back the other way. Now Mixley trying to get on that great demo from Jay, and a great 50 by Mixley. Mixley to Cressy. Cressy, a little bit of time, but he ends up hitting it away as it comes back to Jay, but Rocket is ready. Rocket to Rad Moves. That was a nice little touch, a little tip to put it mid, but nobody there on the side of Sheridan. As Sustain trying to stay on this, but Jay gets it clear. But only as far as Rocket, but Rocket hits it into Mixley. And Sheridan, they've had their chances, but a lot of their hits are going right into the Durham defenders, and Durham's able to pressure because of it.
Yeah, now a counterattack here for Sheridan, now looking to get back into this game. Cressy does get a demo on Rocket, though, so kind of relieving some of that pressure. Durham so far have done a really good job of relieving the pressure that every time they are on the defensive side. What a beat from Jay, but no one there to finish. Unfortunately, Cressy has the ball, he just gets a 50. Rocket looking to bang the ball, actually keeps possession. A dunk, though, coming out from Mixley just to think it back. No, he doesn't, actually. Mixley has a second.
Yeah, what a play from Mixley here. like Rocket thought he had control, got a flick past Jay, and then Mixley just beats it clean and puts it through. I thought there was going to be a 50 there. There was not. It was just a clean beat. But that's definitely what you want to see if you're on the side of Durham as they take a 2-0 lead here.
Yeah, so far so good from Durham in Game 5. Now Sheridan have to battle back from 2 goals down. Sustain, looking to put a shot on. Cressy does get the save. Rad moves into midfield. No one there. Is a rule 1? No, not quite. There's almost a rule 1 there.
Neither player really wanted it, so we will see. Under a minute 30 though here to play is Cressy. Cressy gets it cleared out, but only as far as Sustain to Radmoves. Radmoves in front, but again, like the play was in the corner, not at the midfield. Up high, but it's wide, and you really want to have these opportunities, have someone there in the mid to follow it up, but Sheridan just didn't there when they needed it most. Ball getting cleared out though. Jay content to let this one come back. As far as Mixley, they can play the time here. They don't need to force anything here, because the further the time ticks away, the better. But Radmove says no, and now we have 1 minute to play, and you can't sit back if you're Durham, because a minute and a goal is totally doable.
Oh, very doable there. Sheridan do get a goal back. So within 1 now with a minute left to go as we have kickoff here. How's it go? Mixley gets the favorable kickoff. Cressy does have an open backboard. However, Sustain does reach it. Mixley, 0 boost to his name, but he does get a 50. Jay with full boost to his name, looking to try and buy some time, maybe get some boosts for Durham. Cressy with the 50. Jay into midfield. It's an open net. No, it's not. Cressy does make it back in time. That demo kind of supposed to. Wait, that's a straight hit. It is. Where's the defense from Cheridian?
So Rocket's on ball. The second man is pushed up with 0 boost, and the third man is back with 0 boost. So they were pressuring to try to tie it up. They had 2 players pushed up on 0 boost, and they got burned for it.
Yeah, I feel like so far I've noticed in this game at least, the second man from Sustain, he's kind of just pushing up too far. I feel like you want to be more in that like better space to kind of get those better touches. Like here, Sustain does make a pretty good play out of it, but he was kind of awkward from that initial touch. As now Rocket kind of 0 boost to his name. Rad moves. Does get beat out for it. 16 seconds left. It's time winding down, and the tournament for Sheridan might be over within 10 seconds.
Yeah, Sheridan, they need a goal here. They need one soon, but as time ticks away, will they have any time to try to bring this back? No,
over.
They will not, and it is over. Durham come back from 2-1 down to take Game 5, to take the series, and move on to the second round of the lower bracket. What a series.
Brilliant series, and finally I got a prediction right.
Yeah, congrats. You got the prediction right. Usually I go the other way and get it right, whereas you're 1 game off, but it's actually reversed today. What a series. And I just got to say, what a bounce back for Durham after that horrible Game 3 where they just could not hit a net to save their lives. 2 really good games in a row to keep this going and to keep Durham's hopes alive as they move in to the next round of the lower bracket. We are going to take a short break, and then we will be back with the second round of the lower bracket. We'll see you soon.
All right.
And we are back with more Campus Carball gameplay coming to us live. And we have a York versus. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
a
wearing the
little,
shirt.
this is the only one I got today, boys. I left everything else in Guelph, so we got a rep.
Yeah, I got York versus Fanshawe Fuel, I believe.
No, Waterloo. York
Waterloo.
just played Fanshawe. We unfortunately lost in Game 5 by a goal, but very close series. We're hoping the boys can get back up there in the upper bracket. But it might be a little biased here on my end, but I'll try not to be too biased here for the boys. But yeah, York coming in against Waterloo. There's been a lot of Game 5s today. I know York's played 2 Game 5 series in a row, and I think Waterloo even went to Game 5. So let's see how many games we get here.
Hopefully 5.
Yeah.
I want more game 5s. Yesterday we had in the morning we had 3 game 5s
Yeah,
in
that
a
was
row,
wild.
and then followed by 3-0s in the afternoon. So it was unlucky, but
Yeah.
So far, started off with a banger of a series. We had Sheridan versus Durham. Durham knocking out Sheridan out of the tournament with despite Sheridan's wonderful play earlier. But now we have York versus Waterloo, and Waterloo did go to Game 5 against Brock earlier.
Yeah, there's a lot of the competition today is definitely very close. A lot of these teams, I think anyone can be fighting for that top spot at the moment. And let's just see. I think honestly, it's about the nerves today. Telling the boys just keep calm, keep talking, don't get quiet. I think whichever team can settle down, feel comfortable. I think that'll be the top team that we'll see today.
Yeah, I agree. But obviously, I know who you're rooting for. I think there's no question about it, just based on the sweater, obviously.
Yeah.
But what do you think the score is?
I'm hoping a 3-0 sweep for York. Ideally. But I'm thinking it could go to 5. As the way we've been playing, we tend to, I think, lose a bit of focus. So I'll say 4 games, but I'll give it to York.
I'll give it to York. Yeah. I think I also would have to go with York, and it's also because Bosco is just on a different level.
Yeah, Bosco today, I've been just watching from behind his chair. He's been common for the team. He's been in the right position all the time. He's making saves that I don't even see possible with 0 boost. He's just there on the ball. So as long as the boys stay organized in the back, I think York can bring this one through.
Yeah, I also heard that it is Bosco's first LAN, actually.
It is, but it doesn't seem like it for him. He hasn't seemed quite nervous. The guys, I think as long as they can keep their motivation, their hype going, the nerves will kind of, disappear into the background. But so far he seems pretty calm, collected. And as soon as he gets out of the games, he instantly queues back into 2K2. So, he's straight into ranked as soon as he's out of the lobby. So I think we'll have to see how he does today. But yeah, he's first LAN for him. I'm pretty sure it's even first LAN for I think my whole team, Steve and Nitro. But they're looking pretty calm, cool, collected. And let's see who's going to be the victor here.
Yeah, as we get into game 1, we have a very even kickoff. Bosco already missing the net on kickoff. Does get it midfield, and Steve almost gets it through. Nitro kind of there. Does get the shot. Kickoff goal for York.
Yeah, it's pretty good. We got the boost. Good steal from Bosco. Bosco's trying to get it back centered. Nice little double here from Steve to center, and Nitro just chipping that one in just up over the goalie. So beautiful start from York. That's what we want to see. I think when the guys have gotten an early lead, they've been able to kind of hold it. But when they start from the back is where they start struggling a little bit. So I think they should be going pretty good with that nice early lead. And maybe a second chance here. No, Nitro is backwards. Not going to get the chance. Now XS is up for this one. Gets 50'd out. And right back into the Waterloo half.
Yeah, Steve trying to control this play. Does get quite the 50. Now here comes Waterloo. XS has a backboard looking for the double. Doesn't quite get it. Zippy with the 50 in midfield. Bosco does get the beat. Nitro is up. Looking for demos. Oh, a little team bump from Steve and Nitro.
Yeah, unfortunately it works out quite well for Waterloo. When Virus is going to pop this in his corner. I think that boost is spawning, but he's not going to get the touch. Now he will pick up that 100, but still Waterloo trying to break out. Good infield pass over to Virus. Shot comes through just wide of the net. No, Steve thought it was on, and Excess will get the equalizer.
Yeah. Honestly, if I were Steve once, I honestly would go for that too, because it looked like it was going in.
Bit unfortunate. Steve kind of hitting the post, but, you know, small mistakes. We'll get it back.
Yep.
Plenty of time still in this game and plenty of goals. Oh, maybe almost another kickoff goal coming from York, but stop off at the midfield. Excess up for this one. Does he have a second touch? No, instead Steve going to drop it down. Picked up by Zippy, who's got a little cheeky double off the ceiling. And now Nitro, let's see what he can do with his mechs. Flip reset over one. Trying to go. Bosco's going to just help him force it in maybe, or Nitro just did it himself. But there we go. Nitro, nice little solo play. Flip reset over one and just dribbling that one in past the net. Bosco just there for insurance.
He was there for morale support, I believe.
Yeah, he's just lifting him up a little bit. You know, maybe a little nudge on the back of the car.
Yeah, so far, though, from what I've seen from York have been absolutely popping off with these solo plays.
Woo.
As Nitro, it's so close. I did see earlier that Steve Ones and Nitro did queue into each other.
Yeah, they were playing some twos, and then I think they gave up and then just queued together. Another shot here from York, saved on the goal line by Excess. But still, York with the pressure. Steve does have a flip reset there. Keeping it in the corner. Nitro got 50'd out by Excess, but Bosco should be able to walk this one back. But Zippy trying to zip onto that play, get some boost. And sent right back to the Waterloo half. Oh, Steve passed one. Bosco trying to get something going with the bumps. But Waterloo hold on.
Yep. Oh, 50. Looks like it was going wide. Excess will clear. Does go low. Tries to get around Bosco. Bosco reading the play quite well. 14 boost to his name. Tries to go for the reset. Instantly cleared away. More pressure coming in from York. This is one to see if you're a York fan, especially you.
Yeah. This is great. You know, York keeping the pressure. The ball's been, you know, in the orange half for I think the last minute or so. Another chance here. Drop down Steve with the bouncer. And now that's straight out of my playbook right there. Why shoot it straight at the net when you can hit the floor first?
You know what I call that? I usually call it the Pyro Block special after my friend Pyro Blocks. So,
of course. But
yeah.
I did realize the bottom right was perfectly open, but, you know, Steve didn't want to place it there.
Yeah. Beautiful play, though, from Steve One. I like that bounce shot. As Virus is instantly trying to get a kickoff goal. 3-1, though, for York so far.
And, like, look, somehow Bosco gets the touch. I don't know how, but he's just getting these touches out of nowhere. Like, has no right of getting a touch. Like, another one into the corner. And he's just there. He's just happened to be there, getting the touches that he needs. And it's all working out very nicely. But now Waterloo, see what they can cook up. Fires up for it, but instantly challenged. York quick to these challenges, not letting Waterloo gain any space in their half.
Yeah. Bosco just tries to bang it straight into Nitro. He's going to wait on that mid boost. See what he can do with this full boost later, as he does get around two. Does get bumped. Uses all his boost to get out. Nitro, though, looking for the double. That's quite an angle from Nitro. Steve does collect. A double commit coming up from Waterloo, but Zippy will stay on it. Bosco will take. Gets around one. Tries to beat two. Doesn't quite get it. A DMO coming out from both Nitro and Excess. So kind of a trade. Steve Ones does spawn there. Nitro does have the boost and the ball. Looking for the double tap. Will fake, actually, but Excess is having none of it. Clears it downfield. A return. No, Steve Ones misses, but Bosco is somehow there.
Yeah, bit of a mistake there from Steve. You know, maybe a little bit of nerves on his end, as we've seen two mistakes now from Steve. But let's see if he can cook it up here. Back into the corner. York doing a good job, but there are some chances from Waterloo. But and they've been looking deadly, those few chances that they are getting. But so far, York is keeping the pressure into the Waterloo end. Maybe another chance here. Steve, calculated fake, Excess back into the corner. But right back to Steve. You know, that's why he faked it out, and he's got the boost. All part of the game plan right there.
Yeah. That's one in the York playbook coming out from Noah there.
Yeah, Noah wrote that one up. I signed off on it. It was a good play from the whole team.
Yeah, pretty much. 30 seconds left, though. They do still have a 2-goal lead. Bosco with another save. I think so far he's kind of living up to what we've made him out to be in this land so far, as he's up in the air looking for the double tap. Excess will deny. Nitro going for the reset 50. Steve trying to challenge.
Ooh,
10
good
seconds
bump.
left though, and York looked to take the first game.
Yeah, maybe a chance here for Steve, a bit of redemption. No, off the crossbar, just like my 2's gameplay. And York will take the first game, so good to see that from them. Few mistakes, I think, from the side of York, but you know, Bosco, he's just our hard third man in the back, no boost, saving all the goals. That's what we need. I think for the next game, if you know, is Bosco can just sit back there and maybe just give Steve a bit more confidence. You know, go for the ball, get behind him. And you know, chances for Waterloo, they did look a little deadly on those few that they had, but York, very good job on the defense. You know, I think with this new version of our team, I think we have a pretty solid defense, so we don't mind, you know, getting the shots, taking the saves, and they played a collected game there.
Yeah, no, that was a brilliant game from York, especially Nitro showing out, obviously, with that reset, going and beating out their third man on Waterloo. As for Waterloo, though, they both teams did have the same amount of shots.
Yeah,
In with six shots each, and it seems like York took more advantage of it rather than Waterloo.
and actually, it looks like Waterloo had more shots actually on target because we only had, or they had 2 saves, and we had 4. So
Yeah.
Waterloo, it looks like their shots might be a bit better, but maybe just the pressure. They're not able to get like that full team getting on the other end to get a really solid chance going in. So let's see if they, because I know they got some quite capable players here on the Waterloo side. Let's see if they can try to bring more. I think they got to bring a few more guys downfield, but obviously they don't want to try to concede and let York get up to a big goal lead like they did in game 1.
Yeah, so far no kickoff goal straight off the bat though, so that's a great start for Waterloo. As Bosco leaving it out for Nitro. Nitro looking for the double, doesn't quite get it.
Oh,
Tries to fake it out. Bosco with the shot, saved away by excess. Pinch coming out from Virus. Steve into the midfield. Nitro will collect. He is very mechanical. This is something you want to see. Nitro on the ball, but nothing of substance so far.
yeah, but still, like, look, Waterloo still trying to struggle to get out of their half. You know, Steve was able to just give that free touch to Nitro. Nitro took it up the sidewall. Unfortunately, missed the ball on his play, but still, York with the pressure, infield pass, Virus trying to clear it out, but unfortunately, can only really get it out to a York player. Zippy did try to get to it, but now he's running back, no boost. Infield pass over to Bosco. Bosco back into the corner. Virus only one on with boost on the Waterloo side, and he's getting bumped. A chance through, shot saved by Exit.
Yeah. So far, though, York looking to put more pressure on Bosco, trying to take the ball off Nitro. He almost does a good job of it. Now he's just like waiting on that boost. Does get the steal off of it. Now he's trying to look for the ball. Does get a nice touch as Nitro will look for the shot. Doesn't quite get it. Bosco just trying to be a menace here.
He's just challenging every ball. He's already up for Nitro, up for that, but Excess a little faster. But once again, Waterloo, not a lot of boost. Excess picking up that midfield, going to buy his team some time. Doesn't get the flip reset. Double commit now by Waterloo. And they're just looking a little unorganized, I think, when they try to break out. I think they're like, oh, finally we got the ball out of our end. Now what do we do? And oh, maybe they're going to try to go for a goal. Nitro off the post on another save. Like, once again, they had that chance. They look very dangerous, but there's a few chances, I think, with all this pressure from York.
Yeah, I feel like if you are Waterloo, you want to be finishing your chances because York are putting on the pressure. Ooh. And a bump play. Nitro has a net. Thankfully guided through by, I believe, Bosco.
Yeah, Bosco, you know, I think he's just like, he entitles my playment of being a rat, but he just does it way better. And he can actually save the ball. Usually I own goals sometimes. But, you know, it is what it is. Lately, it's been me hitting the post every time. So I just, you know, I'm just passing the ball. I ain't trying to score. But yeah, Bosco really entitles that demo York mentality that I think I brought into our... Oh. As I say that, what happened there?
I think Steve wanted to commit and then backed off at the last second. It was kind of, or Nitro actually.
Nitro.
Oh no, Nitro! I think did Nitro backflip? I don't know what happened.
Something off there. Maybe got called off, failed flip. Not too sure. But York, hopefully they can sweat that one off. Really good breakout here from Waterloo. They're going to be happy about that one. Kind of gifted a goal. And let's see what happens here. Steve up for this one. Going to get beat out by Excess. Little pass down to Virus. Has Zippy in the midfield, but not a lot of who's chasing after this ball. Waterloo is trying to dump it and find something off. York going back the other way. Nitro upfield, but great save there from Excess.
Yeah, Excess looking to get the ball towards net. A nice third-man demo will leave an open net for Bosco. Will Nitro steal it? Yes, he will. He will take all the credit and say, Bosco, I think I need it more.
Yeah, Bosco, what did he do? Saved the ball, basically scored? Nah, all Nitro. 100%, all his job. Got it in the net.
Yeah, pretty much. I think Nitro's trying to get more points with Bosco, saying that like I carry this team more or something like that.
Yeah, you know, it's not all the time Bosco's actually on the top. You know, he's doing that off the ball plays, the bumps. You know that. You know, I think we should get recognized for those. If you know, maybe a goal happens within the next 10 seconds after a demo or something, you know, maybe you should pitch that to Asana, because you see they're actually updating the game now. I like the new boost meters, nice to see. And the flip reset indicator as well. I like to see when a random flip reset happens. Oh, here we go. Chance here for Waterloo. They break out up to Access. They're just finding the man upfield, but unfortunately not able to do too much. Now Zippy back down to Virus. Shot comes through just wide. Zippy for the follow-up, and Waterloo find the equalizer.
Yeah, they're finishing their chances now. Seems like every time they've been on offense so far, they've had a chance here. As nice backboard play from Virus, straight to Zippy's car. Well, unfortunately, though, he is not in the Zippy.
Oh, that is true. That is a car. But yeah, just put it right where Nitro really couldn't reach it. He had full boost, but couldn't do anything about it. And these small chances that Waterloo are getting, they're starting to put the pressure. I think they're just catching York out a little bit on the rotation. Another big boom downfield. Steve trying to control in the middle.
Or Devos.
Yeah, and just Nitro chasing around, trying to look for someone. Virus, no boost, does have the flip reset, couldn't quite get the scoop. And now York back on the offense, Zippy on the backboard. Steve waiting patiently. Goes for the challenge. Should be free ball here for Nitro. Nitro maybe looking for Steve, just trying to float one towards the net. Oh, and I think a bit of miscommunication there. Bosco wanted to go in, but flew right past that ball.
Yeah, a little bit of miscomm there. However, I think it doesn't matter as Nitro looking for the double tap. It doesn't have a lot of boost to get to it. Leaves the ball out. Nitro, or Bosco actually will just leave it. Does get the ball. You expect someone to pre-jump. Yep, Zippy is there to demo Bosco before his play even starts.
Yeah, saw them come up for that, and I'm like, Bosco, you know, he did dodge some crazy demos without even looking at people before, but that one, I think we all knew what was going to happen there. And I think right now, Waterloo getting a bit of space. But as I say that, looking a little awkward, Bosco might have a chance to the backboard. Nitro, can he place it? No, just high, but the miss comes through. Steve not able to follow up, has no boost. But does get a great 50 in the midfield. Another chance here for Bosco. Can't find the double. And Waterloo just going to bang it back to the York end.
Yeah, Nitro, what a brilliant touch, actually. Just able to keep the ball here. Tries to fake it. Zippy not falling for it. Does get the ball, has the boost. Takes it the other way. Really cut out, though. As you're trying to form an attack here. Bosco into midfield, straight into Nitro. This is the duo you want to see work on the double. 0 seconds! And Nitro will take game 2.
There we go. And that's what I'm saying. Like, Bosco, I don't think he has a right to beat both those players in the corner. He's got no boost. Somehow gets both of them. Gets the ball out to Nitro. And Nitro, beautiful double tap to finish that off. You know, these guys play a lot of twos together.
Yeah.
They're just connected, those two. Even though Nitro and Steve had the same car. But beautiful from there. Steve lacking a little bit on the points, but
a little bit.
at least his positioning this game, I think, was quite good. No giant mistakes from Steve. I think he's playing a little better there. But yeah, Nitro, he's the star right now. Just feed the ball to him, get it in the net. Bosco clean up the back, and let's see where Steve fills in.
I think Steve is just having that feeling of, I feel like I did a lot that game, but then you look at the scoreboard and see that, like, I didn't do
Man,
a
Steve has
lot,
been
but
doing great today. Honestly, in his last series, I think he was playing out of his mind. He's been, I think he just needs a bit more consistency here for the LAN. Maybe the nerves, you know, I think a lot of these players first LAN for them.
Yeah.
So nerves coming through, but now York up 2. Let's just see if they can hold that, you know, not get too ahead of themselves. It's still, you know, the score goes back 0-0.
Yeah, I think 3-0 could be there. Maybe that 0 second from play from Nitro. It was a beautiful double tap on 0 seconds to win the game. I feel like maybe that might put a detriment into Waterloo's mental, but we'll see how it goes in game 3. Maybe they fight back.
I will say Waterloo, I think they've been slowly improving. They've had, like, those few chances they have, they're catching York off guard. They send a guy upfield, and, you know, it's just catching them off. So if they can do more of that, I think they can squeak out a few goals here from York. But if York just plays calm, cool, collected, then I think they can get that 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, I'm fully ready for this matchup as a great start as we are on the spectator cam.
Yeah, we're. Oh, there we
And
go.
there we go.
We're in the lobby. We
We
can see
got-
what's going on.
We got there eventually. Steve once already looking for Bosco. Zippy already onto the backboard. Is Nitro there? No, I think he was looking for boost.
I was gonna say no. There was a ball sitting in front of the net for a while. No cars there, and now York on the defense here. Waterloo trying to force it in, but Bosco little touch forward, and all Waterloo players upfield. York can't quite get it fast enough down the other end. Bosco trying to get something happen, gets the double into the midfield, but Zippy great cut to get this one cleared back for Waterloo.
Yeah. Access, not a lot of boost to his name. He's only able to do what he can with that boost. Nitro will just fake it for Bosco. Bosco kind of doing his job, kind of going for demos, controlling the midfield. He does a very good job of that. Nitro obviously being more mechanical and kind of more deadly on the ball at the moment.
Yeah, and Waterloo had a good chance. Oh, weird double, a weird double commit into a double tap into somehow this is working.
Is this gonna result in a goal?
Almost.
Okay.
I was gonna say Waterloo, they had that nice ball to the backboard, but just no one there to follow up because once again I think York doing a good job of taking their boost when they're in the Waterloo end.
What a dunk by Virus.
Yeah, Waterloo trying. Oh, good touch here from Virus up to Zippy, but the 50 comes through. Bosco, can he get the beat? No, it's a fake. It's open, kind of. Virus, no boost. Can Nitro walk it in? Flip reset. The bumps come through. What is happening? Steve, can he place it? Yes, he can. York get the goal. A little sloppy in front of the net from both sides, but it does result in the York lead.
See, Nitro is so deadly. He got 2 to go from Waterloo, and it just resulted in Steve just having to clean up.
Steve, when he locks in, he's the sniper. He's going to slot that one every time, and that's what we need him to do. And that's exactly what we need to see from Steve.
Yeah, Zippy though on the ball goes low against Bosco. Nitro looking for, I believe it was a pre-flip. Bosco does get that ball downfield to Nitro. No one in the midfield. Steve was cautiously waiting for the ball to come back as a reset flip from Virus, and I don't know what is happening. Oh, it's off the post.
Okay, I had to hold my breath for a second there. I was like, oh god, we're own goaling. This is not gonna be good, boys.
I think I saw a blue card hit that.
Yeah, and then the ball fired towards it. I'm like, no one's in it. I think post. I've definitely tipped a 20 to that post once or twice in my lifetime.
Yeah, I think a top 10 respect moment there from Steve. Just letting Bosco go and get that boost, I feel like. Nitro just looking for the 50. Game trying to get more pressure for this York side. Steve looking to clear this ball to the corner. Nitro looking for a double attempt. Doesn't quite get the second touch though. Steve gets beat out only as far as Bosco. Bosco does leave it out. Virus does have the reset, or this X actually has the reset. Zippy just trying to keep more pressure for Waterloo. This is what you want to see.
I do want to see the pressure, but Waterloo, none of them had any boost during that whole entire play, so it's just kind of, double, maybe? But yeah, they're having the chances, but they don't really have the boost to finish anything right now. They're kind of just throwing themselves at the play. They need to get a bit more creative and somehow secure some boost, because once again, look, no one on the team with any boost at all for Waterloo. Virus is sitting on the York corner boost, and X is finally getting his corner boost to get that challenge. Gets past 2, and now maybe something here. Zippy has Virus waiting in the midfield, trying to pass it off. The shot gets denied by Bosco, and York gonna break out of defense. Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe. But yeah, I haven't heard a lot of stuff from Virus at the moment. We haven't called his name a bunch of times. Only in this game now, he's kind of starting to wake up a bit as he takes the ball back, but he gets his boost stolen and demoed.
Oh my.
Poor Virus. Now a double tap from Nitro again, denied by Excess. Bosco with the shot. Kind of a slow roller straight onto Zippy's car, though. What a brilliant save from Zippy.
Yeah, I will say that's one of the few squishy saves I've seen that doesn't just result in open a lot of my 2s games, in the lower ranks here. I'm like, oh, you're going for a squishy save? Thank you for leaving the net wide open, but that was a successful save, no boost. How you're supposed to squishy save, everyone, for watching out there. Don't just do it because you think it's cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, the pressure is here from Waterloo, but they only got 40 seconds. They got to find something. York, I think, is pretty content with this 1-goal lead. Just going to try to keep muscling cars behind this ball. And now they get it back down the other way. Let's see if Zippy can cook something up here with Virus. Little touch out. Virus to the ceiling. Has one waiting below, but he's not. Oh, going to leave it actually for X. I thought he was just missing that touch. But once again, now Steve just back to the way, going to fire it towards the net. Clock counting down. Nitro almost with the touch.
Yeah, 15 seconds left. You want to, if you're a York fan, especially you, Trigger,
Yeah.
you want to see this ball touch the ground with 10 seconds left.
Woo!
As, excess, trying to put a shot on net, doesn't quite get it. 3 seconds left. Waterloo do need to go the full core of the field if they want their tournament hopes to stay alive. As Virus gets bumped out though. The ball's still up into the corner though. York looking to see this ball on the ground. It will touch the ground. York take it 3-0.
Yeah, well, that is the 3-0 sweep I wished for. Didn't predict. I predicted they get one game, but it was pretty close here from Waterloo. I think each game they got slightly better.
Yeah,
But I think York they just had the pressure, and when Waterloo did break out of their own end, they just do it with no boost, and they don't really have a lot to work with. So they just have to try to hope for some scrappy goals, and it just didn't go their way.
Yeah, I feel like for Waterloo, it was more of just they weren't able to generate their chances because of their boost amounts
Yeah.
on the field. They were kind of left with boost starving, and they were also just giving Nitro the ball. If you're a York fan, you give Nitro the ball, and it just went in.
Yeah, Nitro just takes the ball, wastes a bunch of time. Bosco's just demoing you, stealing all your corner boosts. That's probably why they have no boost. And Steve, I think, definitely developed as that series went on. Got that crucial goal, locked it in, and then York just parked the bus.
Yeah, pretty much. York does move on, and I'm not sure who they play next.
So from my predictions here, so York is either going to play, I believe, Fanshawe or Brock. The winner of that series, if I'm correct, gets to pick who they want to play. So we've already played Fanshawe. Went to Game 5, and they beat us by 1 goal. If I were Fanshawe, I would probably play the other team.
Yeah.
Just my predictions here. But they could run it back against York. Maybe they're confident they want to play that. So it would be, well, that's if Fanshawe win. So I think the winner of Fanshawe and Brock will decide who they want to play. So there's a chance for a rematch. But York's made it into top 4. They're locked in.
Yep.
And it's been some really close series. That's been the biggest sweep that's their own first 3-0. But we've been to Game 5 every other game. So it's been a lot of stressful, closer games there in the end. But yeah, York through. Unfortunately, Waterloo will have to say goodbye. But I think a great effort there. Against,
I think they did quite well despite not winning, or they did win a game. But I think it was just a forfeit win from St. Clair. But however, they did show out quite well. Massive respect to them. They showed out against Brock. They were up 2-0. Unfortunately, got reverse swept earlier.
Yeah, that was a pretty crazy series as well. So I think they're there and they're like almost past the hurdle, but they couldn't quite, reach the finish line there. As they had some good chances, but I think just they're getting a bit outpaced today with all those plays, especially from York there. Just no boost. I would love to see the creativity of Waterloo team. It's kind of hard to do with 12 boosts in your tank.
Yeah, but now as we head into a break, we're not sure who our next match is, as Brock and Fanshawe are still probably fighting it out, seeing who wants to play each other.
Yeah.
Or choosing who wants who. So we'll head into a quick break, and when we come back, we will have more Campus Carball gameplay.
Yeah, see you guys soon.
I dream just to be where you are in a world I can see. Where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me. Where you are. dream just to be where you are. In a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me where you are. Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I.
Of your ears.
Yep.
And I'll be able to hear you through the splitter.
Sounds good.
Oh, it's gonna be a big. Is it gonna be a big watch party?
Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. Hey, Carissa, stayed up through the days and night, laying we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa, sunlight, freedom in your eyes, please don't leave now.
Play the winner of this game. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Campus Carball. I am Raid, and I'm joined here with Noah as we get started with the final qualifier match for the lower bracket here between Durham and
Carleton.
Thank
Carleton,
you.
there
Thank
you go.
I lost my train of thought there for a sec, but this will be a good one. These are the final 2 day 1 teams, and because of how the bracket ended up being put together, we will see a day 1 team in the top 4.
I'm as shocked as you are, honestly. With that St. Clair DQ, we saw some day 1 teams make it maybe a little further than we expected, but also they just weren't able to show up. And you know what? That sort of thing happens, and Durham and Carleton will take it. I'm really looking forward to some really good gameplay here. I understand that Durham is playing, or sorry, Carleton is playing with like a lower ranked player as well, and so I guess we'll just see what happens. But
Yeah, I think Carleton, they're not to be written off. They played all of day 1 with Crit. They got used to how he plays. They were able to make it out of day 1 with him. This will be their toughest test because Durham was one of the strongest teams out of day 1. So they've got to bring their A game and they got to see what they can figure out here. But Durham coming off of a pretty strong victory over Sheridan, I think it's in their bet. They're going to continue to hold strong and really just continue to bring the fight. So it'll be great to see.
absolutely. I as the York coach myself, if you're wondering why I was wearing the jersey, that's why. We just you wouldn't see it on stream, but we played Fanshawe before the match you saw on stream, and we brought them to 5, which is one of the best results we've ever had against them. And that sort of thing, that momentum you were mentioning, Durham just playing, that sort of thing really pushes you forward into the next game. That gives you that confidence boost that you need. Like that game 5, we were only lost by 1 goal. We could have been in that uppers with Brock, but either way, I'm really excited to watch this and see if that momentum actually impacts these teams as much as I think it will.
Yeah, because momentum will help get them through to the top 4, but then there's the lunch break, and that'll kind of bring everything to a bit of a standstill. And then it'll be who can build momentum after lunch to go into the game. And obviously advantage to Brock because they'll play the winner of this game, but that'll be the second match after lunch. So they'll have the benefit of going straight from the semifinal match into the finals, whereas your game against Fanshawe, the rematch, will happen first, which will make things a bit difficult for keeping that momentum going into Grands.
Absolutely. Honestly, for the fellas at York, not to make it about York when we're about to watch some Durham Carleton, but I just know that with them, the confidence is a big key to impacting how they play. I think nerves haven't really been as much of a factor as maybe I thought they would be. So I've been really focused on just telling them, control the ball, keep it close, play your 50s, play for your team. And I'd love to see that out of Durham and Carleton today so that we can get some hope that maybe they can beat that top 4 and maybe even make it to the grand finals, one of those 2 teams today.
Yeah, speaking of these 2 teams, I'm conflicted on who to root for, which is a good spot to be as a commentator because I got close with the Durham guys because they were in the casting booth a ton yesterday. And I also got close with the Carleton guys, particularly Crit, because he is just having the time of his life here. Didn't expect to play, didn't play all season, playing now in the biggest tournament. And so I just hope that this is a good match. I predict this will be, my prediction is 3-1 Durham, but I would love a game 5.
With the way Durham were playing against us, they looked very solid. Maybe we had some nerves. If you don't know, earlier in the bracket, we did play Durham. They took us to 5, but we were, as York, able to, York, able to take them down to lowers or beat them in that game 5, excuse me. And I think they looked really solid. I am also expecting a more than likely a dominant performance out of Durham here. However, with the seemingly the underdogs being Carleton, I'm very excited to see what they can do here.
Yeah, but here we go. Kickoff here in game number 1. Won early by Crit. Ball up into the backboard, forcing a touch out there for Cressy. But Cressy to Jay. Jay, a little bit of time, a little bit of space, but cut off by Spoon. Spoon across to Crit. Crit with the shot off target, I believe. Yep, off target, cleared out. Only as far as Spoon, though, as the ball comes back in. Cressy down into the corner. Spoon trying to keep some pressure for Carleton. Spoon to Maple Babe. Maple Babe can Crit, but it falls back. Counterattack opportunity. You got to be careful here if you're Carleton. Bounce down to the midfield. Shot out from Cressy. And an early lead here for Durham.
I mean, just An incredible play here. Crit maybe not getting the touch he wants. Gets dunked by Jay. Straight to the middle. Crescent ready for the follow. Maple Bacon and Spoon not quite there. Early on so far, we saw some pressure from Maple Bacon, Spoon, and Crit here, but unfortunately, the counterattack just a little too strong for them, for Durham. And now off kickoff here, we can see again Carlton here just having more momentum, more offense. Maybe this is how Durham likes to play, more defensive style. But so far in this first minute, it really has been blue dominance despite the orange goal.
Ooh, that's one you want to have back. I believe that was Spoon up. He should have tapped that one through, but he did not do so. Ball bouncing onto the midfield, and Crit puts it through. And 1 minute in, it's a tie game. What a play from the substitute.
I mean, it was just bound to happen eventually. Great pass from Maple Bacon there. Classic Maple Bacon. He carries me into all the time, so I love to see him do well in these tournaments. And yeah, that's sort of how he does it. He dishes it up to you, and then I'm the Crit in that spot where I just get the free goal, and I look like the player who did something.
Yeah, a little bit of control here, though, off the kickoff. Nice touch out by What a play by Misley.
I thought it was Milky, but there's no K in there.
No, it's not Milky.
It just flagged me, so I assume it's very recent. I think it just needs a restart on the power, and it'll need to be come on video as well. Yeah, it's like last, I don't know.
Oh my god, I got a big team on you now. Were we out that whole time?
I think we're back.
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Back. Game number 2, Durham versus Carleton. Apologies if you couldn't hear us before.
It's not us. We are back though. We need the spectating to be hit, but we are at least here back on the audio side, as it's 0-0 so far, 40 seconds in.
And from what we can see that Durham is keeping a lot of pressure here on Carleton. As Cressy goes for the shot off the board, double tap. Spoon and Maple Bacon force a double commit for that one. Can they find this ball out here? Spoon with an air dribble, maybe a play here. Great save out of Cressy.
Yeah, what a save from Cressy. And so possession so far has been heavily Durham favored. Durham shooting and continuing to shoot 4 shots here, and we're only a minute 15 in. Opportunity after opportunity after opportunity here.
As we can see, Carleton still playing that counter-attacky style. They don't mind playing some defense, but I'm sure they would love to have some offensive pressure here. Big boom out. As Carleton, nearly a shot on net, but not quite. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. So from what we're seeing, we're on the choose team screen, and we're trying to cast from that. It is a very big struggle at the moment. However, we are doing our best. But looking at just these stats that we see on our screen, we can see that Carleton does have 4 saves versus Durham's 6
Yeah,
shots.
we're back.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. And if you want to take us off.
Yes, I will take us off here. Finally, here we go. Hit out to Jay. Jay trying to put up mid. Mixley is up, and so is Cressy, but now they're able to hand up to get that touch. Ball in, back to back pass here, back out as far as Mixley. Mixley keeping it in. Ball will not leave that Carleton half here, as they're stuck on defense. Every touch contested, every touch competed. But finally, a big win back out of the zone here as Cressy pops it up. Cressy gets that touch out, but only as far as Maple Bacon. Maple Bacon. Spoon is up. Spoon is up. He gets 1. Ball dropping down. Crit gets it to side to keep control for the Carleton side. Nice shot there coming out. Almost an attempted bump there from Crit. Spoon is up, but it is cleared out. Mixley, nice first touch. Can he get another to put it mid? He cannot, but Jay is there. Can Jay get around this? No, he cannot. Ball floating up. Nice touch from Maple Bacon. Back towards Spoon. Spoon gets 1. Spoon with a little bit of time. Nice infield pass to Crit. Crit with the shot, but a great save coming out from Jay. Fantastic back and forth Rocket League. Neither team able to put one through.
And I'm loving what I am seeing out of Carleton now. They're finding each other. They're going for these second man commits, leaving their third man back. And honestly, they're being confident with it. And I love that. As we see here, ball in front of the net, but Jay clears it out over Crit's head. And now Moxley in a 1v1 against Spoon. Spoon clears it only out to the middle. Maple Bacon has to make a panic save. Jay looking for the shot. Can't find contact. And Crit's going to get a clear here. It's Moxley.
Yeah, back to Moxley. Mixley can't get another touch here, though. Cressy, though. Cressy with a little bit of time takes control. A little bit of control on Cressy. Back towards Jay. Nice clear from Jay. Can Jay get one more here to try to put it mid? He is low boost, but he was able to steal that corner. So low boost on the side of Carleton at their own corner here. Maple, though, gets a nice clear. Gets a bumps. Back to Spoon. Spoon with some time. Spoon with some space. Trying to get that pinch, but Cressy there to contest. Cressy cut off by Crit. Crit with a little bit of time. Crit with a nice beat past 1. Can't get past the second, though, as Jay with a little bit of time. A little bit of space. Has the ball right on his car. Great bump, but it ends up going crossbar and out.
And you have to imagine that Spoon there in 0 boost just has to put it to his own bar there. That was the best save he could have got. As not the best clear comes out, and Crit is able to put away the goal. You can't really miss that one, as Maple Bacon beats 2 here with his flick. Actually beats 1, but a double commit there.
That's brutal. Great save by Mixley, but coming across is Cressy, and Cressy knocks him completely off that ball and leaves a wide open net for Crit. Crit will take those and score them every day of the week here. And Durham needs to get a goal, and they need one now. Otherwise, we'll be all tied up heading into game number 3.
And you have to imagine, if you are Durham here, you got to feel like this game was a bit stolen from you if it does end in a 1-0. You've had a lot of pressure, a lot of shots, but to Carleton's credit, they are breaking out here. Nearly a bad clear out of Maple Bacon, but he's able to get it done, and Spoon clears it out here, relieving a little pressure. Cressy opting to take it all the way back, but unable to get his own corner as Crit steals it. Touchdown, and Jay is not able to keep it up, and Carleton does take game 2, tying up the series 1-1.
MVP Crit, super sub coming out with the goal that matters. The shots may not have been in their favor, but the goals were. And look at the saves on this Carleton side. 2 saves on Crit, 2 saves on Bacon, 3 saves on Spoon. They were stopping everything. And on the other side, Durham only had 3 saves, but they had way more shots. So possession favors Durham, but Carleton is holding strong defensively and counterattacking well.
Absolutely, and I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Carleton here. Not to spoil our game plan, but at York we don't mind a little. We call it EU counterattack, where you just make them overcommit and you go for a play, and it's kind of looking like what Carleton is doing. However, they are holding some good pressure, but Durham does find that when you do sorry, we're just reading the chat here.
Yeah, the chat's a little crazy. Crit's told me in conversation today that he tries to do everything he can just to help his team, whether that's demoing, chatting in the chatting in the all chat, just trying to get in the other team's heads, and we'll see if that works here against Durham. He was the difference maker in game 2. We'll see what he can do here heading into game 3. Kickoff here, commencing. Won by Crit, but immediately taken by Cressy. Cressy, little bit of time, little bit of space, full boost to his name. Double off the ceiling, off the crossbar. Almost beautiful play here off rip. Spoon, though, with a bit of time, hits the sidewall, bounces up. Cressy, though, cuts it off. Cressy off the back wall, trying for the double, but he gets bumped off. Follow-up shot is off target. Great pressure early from Durham, but they can't get one through. Maple Bacon, though, trying to slow this one down, trying to get some possession here for Carleton, but only out as far as Cressy. But Cressy gets demoed, and it goes past Mixley. So Jay starting back from his own end. Jay up to Mixley. Mixley to back wall to Jay. Jay to Cressy. Cressy to net. What a save from Maple Bacon.
Incredible defending here out of Carleton. Maybe a little bit too on the goal line here, but the great counterattack. This is what I'm talking about. The EU counterattack. They made him overcommit. They all used their boost. They thought it was a goal. It wasn't. Spoon, great infield, finding that beat, and Crit just had a whole net to shoot at. Just didn't, just anywhere but Jay, and he shot it right above him, right behind him. The hardest save to make is trying to aerial backwards there.
Crit is doing a good job just being in position to strike when given those opportunities. Obviously, he isn't usually the one making the plays, but he's there when he needs to be. And Durham, they have to be getting frustrated again and again and again. They get opportunities, they don't convert, and then the counterattack goes through. Crit with a little bit of possession, gets a nice touch off the backboard with the reset, followed up by Maple Bacon, and Crit solo place to pass it down to Maple Bacon. Wow, what a play.
And just as you were saying, Crit's taking all the free goals. He makes an incredible play, beats 2 players on the backboard. Again, another double commit of Durham on defense. They got to start cleaning this up, or else they're going to keep leaving their net open like that for Carleton. And Carleton will take that every single time. That's what they're playing for. As Spoon here takes it high, beats 1. Maple Bacon opting not to go and decides to go back. Playing safe here with the 2-goal lead. Very smart. Crit tries to hit to his own corner, but Jay gets a piece of it. Moxley. Backboard to Cressy. Cressy nearly with the angle. Maybe he was looking for a pass. Maybe he was looking for a shot. Couldn't find either, but incredible play there. Moxley again looking to show off some mechs. Going for the double tap. Ran out of boost, so wasn't able to find the angle. However, they are starting to look a little more dangerous. But again, these counterattacks, Maple Bacon off the backboard for Spoon. Spoon not able to get it on net, and Crit opting to go a bit later, which is fair, just to not overcommit. And we can see here that there really hasn't been too much possession for either Durham or Carleton. It's just these counterattacks and these solo plays that are making the difference.
Yeah, but with a 2-goal lead with half the game to play, Durham struggling to score. This is going to get ugly if they don't get one here soon. But as I say that, Caster's Curse coming in. Jay takes advantage of a broken play off a hit from Mixley that does not have as good follow-up. And we're back within 1 goal with half the game to play. And Durham, they can score in bunches, so they just got to keep fighting. But if you're Carleton, you got to keep fighting. You can't just try to hold a lead for multiple minutes. You need to keep playing your game. You need to keep filing on here. Maple Bacon, though. Nice tap out mid to Crit. Crit up high, forcing out a save from Jay. Not the hardest shot, but at the very least keeping pressure. Maple Bacon, nice reset down. Nice touch from Spoon. But a great play off the back wall there by I believe that was Maple Bacon. That was Spoon, yeah. Good clear though. Cressy with 1. Up to Jay. Jay with a control. Jay has control, but a good read by Crit. He was up there quick. Mixley though keeps control. Mixley over to Cressy. Cressy gets beat out though. Spoon with some time. 100 boost to his name. Nobody contesting him up on the sidewall. But that's a rare miss from Spoon. He had all the time, but he didn't take advantage of it at all.
Just an awkward ball there for Spoon. As Crit here tries to put it back in, unable to. Jay following up, taking all the boost here out of Carleton, as nearly right in front of the net, almost another goal. But again, that goal line Carleton defense coming in clutch as per usual, as Crit tries to clear it out, only gets as far as Jay, who's a great first touch, looking for the beat on Spoon, but Spoon makes good contact. Cressy, low boost. Spoon still on the ball, just being annoying as that last player. Moxley passing up mid to Cressy. Cressy gets beat out, but a great bump. Oh my goodness! No, if you're Maple Bacon, you're gonna want that back.
No, Maple Bacon almost with the best save of the tournament, but he ends up own goal touching it in. Nothing he can do. He's just floating and flailing, and we're tied up here with 1:13 to play. This game started all in favor of Carleton, but Durham, with the veterans that they have, were able to fight back here. This next goal might be the dagger here. Ball popping out in front. Little bit of a giveaway. Crit with the shot, but a forced out save there from Jay. Little bit of a clear, but only as far as Spoon. Spoon keep the pressure. Spoon trying to keep the pressure. Low boost, but lots of time. Contested there, back towards Crit. Crit trying to put a hand up. Almost gets burned by his positioning, but he's able to just barely get back to that. Ball into the corner wall here. Good touch there from Spoon. Spoon with a bit of control. Spoon with a bit of control, but only about 10 boosts to his name. Ball out to the sidewall, though, only as far as Cressy. Cressy clears it out. Into the corner wall, bouncing kind of down slightly towards the midfield. Missed by 1. Jay won't miss, but will he have to double it? He does, but it's wide. Followed up by Cressy. And with 22 seconds to play, Durham take the lead.
What an incredible pass from Jay here. Probably trying to go for the shot, wasn't able to make it happen, but it still got behind Maple Bacon, so he wasn't able to make any contact. And Cressy just got the most open net of the entire tournament. And we can see here now, Durham, if they hold on for 20 seconds, they will be taking a 2-1 lead in this series. Moxley, they're keeping the pressure up. They're not relenting here as Cressy goes for the net. I mean, the best defense is offense as Cressy gets a great dunk on Maple Bacon on the backboard, and they extend the lead to 2 goals.
Yeah, what a play. Cressy plays this incredibly well. Contest, contest, contest. Get on top. Get in the grill of Maple Bacon. Make him unable to do anything. Tap it through. And now with a 2-goal lead in 9 seconds, all they need is one favorable kickoff, and it's all theirs. And that they will get as the clock ticks away. Durham comes back from a 2-0 deficit to take Game 3, take a 2-1 series lead. And this is the Durham team we were expecting.
Absolutely. I mean, they've had a lot of offense in this series. They were bound to get goals eventually. You can only play defense on the goal line for so long. Talk to any team that First Killer's been on. But if you're a Durham fan, you're very happy with this. You got momentum going into potentially the last game you're going to play in this series. If you're Carleton, you have to understand that you got to mentally reset from that one, really focus on your individual play. And we saw some great plays out of Carleton. There's some great mechanics. They just need to be able to follow each other and stay clean on defense, and I think they got this.
Yeah, Carleton played well. I think Spoon could probably be a bit more involved. He had a couple of unfortunate misses. I know he's played better than he did that game, and I think he can play to that in game number 4. Looking a little bit at the stat sheet here, there was a total of 9 shots for Durham and a total of 7 shots for Carleton. Both teams had 4 saves each. So those 2 extra shots made the difference.
Absolutely. And it's just showing that Durham, it's all about conversion in this series. Last game, it was Carleton converting their shots. This game, it's Durham converting their shots. And that's what it comes down to. And if you are Carleton, you're going to want to see some more patience on the shooting and some more forcing on the defense, some more less goal line defense, and maybe a little more goal line offense. How about that one?
Yeah, I've cast almost all of the games I've casted have gone game 5. So we'll see if this continues the trend. I think I had 1 game yesterday that was a sweep, but the rest were all game 5s. So we will see what happens here. Game number 4. Crit, can he step up? He has done so well for Carleton this series. He has been their main goal scorer, but will that continue here in game 4? Cressy with early possession. Cressy with the early touch, hard off the corner wall, but only as far as Spoon. Spoon, can he get another one? No. Backboard down and out, but a great touch there from Maple Bacon. But again, another giveaway touch. They're getting the touches, but only as far as the Durham side. And Durham almost gets one through there, but not quite, as Spoon was in time. Spoon with a nice 50, but the bump was not terribly effective here, as they wanted that to be a more consistent play than it ended up being. But Cressy gets it past Maple Bacon. Cressy versus Crit gets past 2. Cressy, can he get past the 3rd? No, he cannot, as it gets cleared back out, but only as far as Jay. Jay gets hit under by Maple Bacon. Maple Bacon to Crit. Crit to Maple Bacon. But no, the demo and 0 boost on the side of Carleton spoils that play before it really gets started here. Spoon, though, a little bit of time, a little bit of space, gets it off the backboard. Follow up from Maple Bacon, puts it on target, but a fantastic save there coming up from Cressy.
I mean, just some incredible defense there out of Durham. And I want you to watch Spoon here. Every time he's on defense, I want you to watch how he clears the ball versus how some other players are. You can see Moxley here maybe finding the opening. I was just about to talk about booming the ball. Incredible play there out of Durham, finding that opening here. And it works out there. However, I think a big component of this game is who booms the ball less out of defense, because those booms are just giving possession right back. I would love to see more of the, if you look at how Spoon does it, he's just controlling it, playing into a 50 for his teammate, and that's allowing more control. And a lot of the time, that's what breaks them out of defense. So I'd love to see more of that as Spoon going up the sidewall here, looking to get a beat on Cressy, but can't. Cressy, great clear out. Moxley looking to follow. Maple Bacon, can he beat him? Again, Maple Bacon just going for a harder clear and can't get past that midfield line. Here we go, some air dribble play, maybe a reset. No reset there as Cressy gets a great clear. And we're going to see a reset here out of Carleton.
Yeah, opportunities coming through for Carleton, but they're mostly in the solo play variety. They need to start connecting these passes. They need to start playing together. The counterattacks worked so well for them last game, but they actually were the one who fell victim to a counterattack this game. So they got to try to find that game, popping out to the mid, follow up there, but Crit can't quite get there. And so opportunities are coming for Carleton, but they're few and far between with limited follow. Spoon, though, trying to contest up the sidewall. Maple Bacon, though, does get a touch, but only as far as Jay. Jay is up. Jay is beating. Crit is early. Ball floating up, but a great touch from Spoon to avoid a goal.
Spoon playing very optimistically there, pushing forward as Crit was challenging. And once it got past Crit, Spoon had to do a lot of work there to get around it, using a lot of boost. And you can see Carleton here, very starved. Only Spoon with boost. We'll see what he can do with it. As Moxley going for the reset. Spoon, okay, uses his boost very fantastically there to get the touch. Cressy not able to get the double, allowing for an opening, but Maple Bacon booms it a little too hard for Spoon, who's forced to just play a 50 here. As Crit isn't able to make contact. Cressy down to Jay. Jay, great play, but not quite the power on the shot, and I think there was a save there too, as Spoon, again, looking to just air dribble it out, keep control, play a 50, play a reset, play the beats, and you can see it forces players into them, and now they're breaking out of that defensive line again. And you can see here Cressy going for the air dribble, looking to go high. Crit, great job playing the ball as first man. You always want to play the ball there to your last man there. As Crit with boost here, not able to make the best contact and just goes into the corner. Pass in midfield. Maple Bacon with the shot off the bar.
What a save from Jay. Another one though. Bar down out. Own goal touch. Oh, the defense was holding strong for Durham, but only so long, as that's far down and out, tapped in by Cressy. Oh, unfortunate for Durham. And now we're tied up with 1:30 to play. Which team will be the one to score that meaningful next goal. Spoon with some control. Spoon has a possible flick, but there was no bump, and it really didn't look that coordinated between Spoon and Maple Bacon there. They were there together, and yet nothing transpired.
Absolutely, as Maple Bacon here looking for a bump middle, unable to find anything. Spoon pop up to himself here, looking for the shot. Moxley on 0 boost, but still finds a way to make the save out to Cressy, who clears it out, but only as far as Maple Bacon. Again, these booming clears are not working for either team, both of them holding the midfield very solidly. And as I say that, Carlton breaks out. Spoon with a beat over 1. Cressy, can he make contact? Yes, he can. 50s out to the corner for Jay. Jay looking to 50 with Maple Bacon. A lot of 50s. Maple Bacon with a great dunk, allowing for Spoon to make a shot, but not able to make good contact, and just hits it straight down into an orange player who's able to get a clear on it. Crit doing a great job just keeping it in this midfield. Maple Bacon waiting on the board for that. Goes only as far as Jay. Jay looking for maybe a skim, unable to find it. And he gets a touch over here. But with Crit on 0 boost, not able to make anything happen.
Yeah, you got to be careful here if you're Carlton, pushing to try to score when the play is certain, when you're pushing all your men up with only 1 goal apiece. You risk a counterattack. You risk giving up that pivotal goal here as we come into the last 10 seconds. Possible double. Meg Wexley is up, but a beautiful save there coming out from Crit. As time ticks away, will we have another overtime here? The first overtime and the only overtime so far went in favor of Carlton after a series of sequences where it looked like Durham would be the ones to take it. So we will see if that happens again here. Maple Bacon, though, back to Cressy. Cressy has control early, trying to force out Spoon. Spoon, though, with some boost, with some time, but only hits it as far as Mixley. Down to Jay, though. Jay with some time. Jay with some space. Jay holds his flick, holds his dodge, not quite able to get a touch that's beneficial, though. A little bit of panic here on the side of Carlton. Low boost, low time as they just continue to be pressured. That's a good clear. A little bit of pressure relief if you're Carlton. Ball, though, out in the midfield, and Spoon puts it through! And Carlton force game number 5.
No way. That is not how you want the game to end if you're Jay. Oh my goodness. He didn't get the touch, and his teammate wasn't able to get back to help him. Obviously not expecting that ball to pop out middle. Jay got greedy, looking for that corner boost. Gave himself a harder touch than maybe he had to, and Carlton honestly kind of steal that one because it looked like Durham had a lot of pressure in that overtime, and they just broke out.
Yeah, Durham held the overtime, but when we look at the shot count here, it's heavily Carlton favored. The first game of the series where Carlton's outshot.
That is very
interesting.
interesting.
It was just a lot of pressure. Like, as I said, Durham, their 1 goal was a counterattack. So it kind of felt like a flip of what had happened in prior games. And then when it got to overtime, yeah, Durham held pressure, but all it takes is 1 counterattack, 1 opportunity, and they score. And here we are heading into game 5. It's not as confident Rocket League as you'd hope to see from this Durham side. They have not looked at their best, and there's a ton of risk that if they don't pick it up soon, that we will have trouble here.
I know the best of Durham. They're a very strong team. They could probably beat Carlton on their day, but again, just the land, the atmosphere, the energy in the room. You imagine every time Carlton scores, there's screaming going on in that room because you could hear it. And maybe that's having some sort of effect on them.
I'm a little surprised. I looked at the scoreline. Crit only had 96 points. So they managed to win with Crit having his weakest game of the tournament. And so what does that say? Because we all know Crit can show up, and he showed up in the first 3 games. So he shows up here. Carlton shows up here. And I love his tag as points don't matter.
Yeah, I was just going to look at that. Just pointing that out. You mentioned
we need someone to hit the spectate button, though, so we can watch the game.
Oh my, run.
Oh, hey, no, we're good. We're good. Okay, here we go. 10 seconds in. Jay with a nice hit past 1, but only as far as Maple Bacon. Maple Bacon, possible counterattack here. Nice touch from Spoon to retain possession here. Ball popped up, floating down in the midfield. Following it up is Spoon. Spoon to Crit. Crit to the post.
Oh,
Crit needs to score that one.
You got to put that one away if you're Carlton, if you're Crit there. That would have been more points than he had the entire last game, but again, points don't matter, but what he wants there is goals, and those points do matter. Crit just putting a weak shot towards net. Moxley kind of forcing a 50 in front of his own goal. A bit awkward there, but
Good retained touch there from Spoon, though. Pop up there, I believe, by Maple Bacon. And then Spoon able to 50. Now, but a big clear coming out. Got to watch these counter attacks if you're Carleton. Tap out to the midfield, but a great clear coming out from Crit. Bit of a double, though, with Jay. Jay and Mixley. Jay, nice tap out to Spoon. But out is only as far as Spoon. Spoon getting a touch. Nice double, but bit of a double commit there, though. Pop up, not what you want to see. Nice bump. Crit with a little bit of time. Crit gets past one, but he can't get past the second. There's a big clear coming up. Spoon gets beat out, though, by Mixley. Mixley to the sidewall. Out to Cressy. Cressy to the front. Followed up by Jay, and Jay puts it through.
And you could just tell the moment this Crit turned to the left here, or sorry, yeah, to the left. Just the double commit came out, and the net was left open, and the shot was placed. And just an unfortunate rotation there. Maybe Maple Bacon, I believe, was diving. Maybe expecting Crit to turn towards net. Crit forced to make a hard touch. Isn't able to. Can Cressy put the ball away? He can't, as Maple Bacon does a great save. Spoon here, looking for his classic air dribble out, but not able to make it past Jay in the midfield. Crit, follow. Maple Bacon, control. Isn't able to control it to his own boost, so he has 0 going for that one, and now Cressy's going to control it up. Great flip reset. Can somebody follow? No overcommits here out of Durham. They're playing very safe.
Yeah, that was very safe, but to be fair, they have the lead. They don't need to do anything crazy. They don't want to risk giving up a counterattack goal. That's awkward, though. Oh. That is a whiff on the side of Carleton here. Mixley, Spoon needs to get it, or Crit needs to get it. Neither get it, and it's a tap-in for Jay.
Yeah, and if you're Crit there, you're probably expecting Spoon to maybe get a touch out. Just a really weird, awkward, quick bounce from that 50 from Maple Bacon, and Crit and Spoon both not able to react to each other or the ball. So just another open net for Durham. But again, Carleton showed that they have some good offense, and especially even earlier in this game, they had some good opportunities. They just got to put them away. And it really comes down to, I mean, self-explanatory, but which team puts away more of those opportunities, because they are getting the opportunities, both teams.
Yeah, both teams getting these chances. Nice touch there. But it's if you are Carleton, you need a goal, and you need it soon. Half the game played, very little counterattack opportunities. Pretty locked in so far for the side of Durham. They want to hold this lead. They don't want to be the ones to give it up. That's a nice touch, though. A little bit of control for Maple Bacon, but because they've been back so much, they don't have a ton of boost. Follow-up shot, almost on, but a good save there coming out from Crit. But it's not over. The onslaught continues. Tapped down, Cressy up, Cressy to net, still popped up. Crit's able to get one, but is it enough? Out as far as Mixley trying to put this one on mid, can't quite do so here. Little bit of space for Spoon, but it's hit back in. No sustained break from the pressure as it falls to Cressy. Cressy with the shot, and Durham was all over Carleton, and there's nothing you can do.
Not when you have 0 boost, and they had 0 boost for a lot of that play. A 50 up from Maple Bacon, straight off the ceiling. Follow-up from Durham there, and they're able to get their 3rd one with great placement on the shot. What we've been needing to see is some great placement on the shot, and they're finally pulling it out in the most crucial game, Game 5. And you have to imagine, if you're a Durham player at this point, maybe nerves were a factor before, but now being 3-0 up with such a comfortable lead in threes, as Cressy nearly puts another one away, they might be starting to find more of their stride even, and that's a scary thing for Carleton.
Yeah, all they got to do is make no mistakes, right? They do nothing fancy. Don't overextend. Make sure you have someone back and force the plays. Be patient. Don't give them anything. And as the clock ticks away, as we get into this last minute, all they got to do is keep the pressure, because you can't score if you're constantly playing defense here. Jay trying to put that one out mid. Follow up there from Mixley, just a little bit off, but Cressy keeps it at the midfield line. Spoon, possible opportunity, but again, Jay is up instantly. Every opportunity that this Carleton team has had has been shut down by the instant challenge. That was a decent attempt on the instant challenge by Cressy, but only as far as, but Jay is able to follow it up. A little bit awkward there from Spoon, but again, stuck on defense, can't leave their zone. That's a pop-up, but only as far as Jay. But Jay gets beat out by Spoon. But again, Mixley's back. They're all covering each other well. No openings in that defense.
Absolutely not here. And if you are a Carleton fan, you're going to need a goal quick. But they've been really stuck on their own half here in the last 20 seconds. Durham not letting up, even with time left. And as you can see here, they really got to get one quick, and then maybe a quick
Yeah,
Quick kickoff goal.
I think we can almost say for certainty here as the clock ticks away that Durham will be moving on to play Brock. That will confirm the other semifinal match. So when we come back from break, we will have York versus Fanshawe. And then the second semifinal will be between Durham and it'll be Durham and Brock.
Durham and Brock.
So, and then the winner of those games will move on to the grand finals. We are now just going to take a break for lunch, and then we will be back after for the 2 semifinals and the finals, all best of 7. We'll see you then.
Thank you, everyone.
Running round like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. You were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaving at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now we're dead, so we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel the fire inside, so there won't be no fear tonight. We crossed the line, and now it's clear to see the light behind the suffering. Believe we'll finally be free. Let the silhouette cast upon your heart, turning every little moment into scars. Baby, it's our chance to make a start, so we can fly.
I know that we will make it. I know that we will make it. I know that we will make it. I know that we.
I know
dream just to be where you are in a world I can see. Where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me. Where you are.
And welcome back, guys, for our first semifinals match. We got York playing against Fanshawe. It's going to be a rematch here that we actually didn't get to see on stream. So excited to bring it to you guys.
Yeah, the last time these two met, Fanshawe took that one 3-2.
Yeah, it was close. I did watch the whole series from over the shoulder of my players, but it was a very interesting series. It went. I think Fanshawe won game 1, then York won game 2 and 3, 2-0. Well, I think Fanshawe got a goal in garbage time, but then Fanshawe came out and 4-0 swept, and then the final game was a 1-0. So it was quite the back and forth series with shutouts on both ends.
Okay, yeah, all right. Yeah, I was obviously casting the other game, so I didn't get to catch that one. I think it was a very good matchup, so I'm kind of looking forward to seeing them face off again. This time in best of 7.
Yeah, so best of 7. Everyone's had their lunch break. They got to cool off. So let's see who warms up faster here.
Yeah, obviously I was talking with the boys and some of the Fanshawe boys as well. So both teams, they're on mutual terms. There's no beef around here. It's in lively Canada. There's no beef here.
Yeah, of course. And here we go, getting into game number 1. Let's see who can take this kickoff as it goes in favor of York. Nitro getting a little look as we start this one off.
Yep. Nitro just rotating back there. York already starting off the gates hot. Reeker going straight to the backboard. I'm kind of excited to see what these Fanshawe boys will do. They are kind of favored to win this entire tournament. However, they've been kind of struggling a bit. They did lose to Brock in that decider match to see who wanted to choose their opponent. So in which case, Brock did choose Durham. That will be the next semifinal matchup after this. However, Fanshawe did have to settle with York again. I don't think they'll mind it, but we'll see how it goes this time around.
But yeah, it's really been kind of back and forth this whole tournament. Like Brock reverse swept Waterloo. So they went to game 5 against Waterloo. Then York 3-0 beat Waterloo. And, Brock, I think, popping off this tournament, beat Fanshawe as well. Like you said, Fanshawe probably one of the more favored to win the whole tournament. So maybe some nerves coming in on Fanshawe side being on the land. Maybe just, each team just playing at their prime. So I think any team can really win this one as we get into these last 4 teams. And almost a chance of it from Steve. The shot comes through just a bit weak out of Bosco. And now Ches is going to bring this up the sidewall. Nice little pinch over to Reeker. Can he get something cooking? No, it gets 50'd back and into the Fanshawe half.
Yeah, and oh, what a bump there from, I believe that's Nitro, setting up Bosco, getting on the score sheet here. I'm not sure about how these guys faced off in the regular season, so I'm kind of keen on that.
Yeah, I think Noah said this was our best performance against them earlier in the LAN, like our closest game we played, I think, including scrims as well. So I think maybe York playing a bit higher at their caliber today, or I don't know, maybe Fanshawe playing a little lower. We'll have to see. But the double count coming through from Reeker, not going to connect. And Bosco will put that in his own corner. Shot comes across Steve. No boost, back post. Going to leave that for Bosco to clear out. And almost an open net, but McLean will be there for the stop. Oh, right over back to Bosco. Can he get the double? No, it's falling towards the net. That should be an easy clear here for Fanshawe.
Yeah, now Fanshawe on the counter attack, cleared away by Nitro. Nitro's so far actually been having a stellar performance from these games so far, including that double tap on 0 seconds against, I believe, Waterloo, sealing out game 2 there. So very keen on like how they're gonna face off against a much tougher opponent in Fanshawe, and so far they've been doing quite well. Obviously 1-0 up, 2.5 minutes to go. It's half the game already done as Ches going for the backboard, the Reeker fading out one, looking for the fade. Macklin's not there, but a pass back, or so I think. Reeker though has the ball. Steve clearing away straight into Bosco's car. Bosco does get past one. Has Nitro in support, uses him, shot on target. Macklin with the save. Rebound from Steve, off the post. Surely it goes in, and Bosco doubles the lead.
Yeah, there we go. Calculated pass from Steve. Definitely not a shot. He just didn't want it to be a part of the play, Didn't want to finish that one himself. But yeah, I was saying, or what I was gonna say is Fanshawe. They were looking to keep that possession with that back pass. I think seeing York was low on boost, but then York just had that breakout, had all 3 players a part of that play. So able to convert, and let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Final 2 minutes left. Still some time here for Fanshawe to find something, but York quite solid here on the defense so far.
Oh, beautiful play.
And the offense, as you can just see here, Steve putting one in. He wanted that one.
Yeah, wonderful play out from Nitro as well. This is baiting out that defender to jump. Steve over there cleaning up. I was talking to Steve earlier. He did say that apparently he is the lowest ranked here in the top 4 because everyone else is SSL apparently. But
Oh.
I believe he can keep up here. So far, he's proving just that.
Yeah, I think when he's on it, when he's in the groove, definitely can keep up, but might have that chance to lapse a little bit. But so far, he's been competing. He's been slotting. I think he's definitely the he's the cleanup crew, the finisher for York. If they need that ball placed in, and he clutches up when it matters.
Yeah, I call that the atomic of this team. But
Oh, what a
unlucky though, as he gets dunked, and Ches looking to start something going for the Fanshawe Fuel.
Yeah, just Rieger getting past 2, and Ches already there. I don't even know if Steve saw him. I don't know, not too much Steve could have really done. Had to find a touch. But based off that play from Rieger, just nice 2 50s and interesting kickoff there. Maybe a miss input there from Steve. So I like to see, I see people doing that in my 2s games. I call it a champ 1 kickoff as they just fly at the ball because it never works. But
yeah, I mean, it happens. Sometimes your teammate hits it, sometimes your team doesn't. It's just inconsistencies. However, as a bump from Rieger coming out, Bosco helping to clean up. Now some pressure coming on, pressure mounting for York, but Bosco just gets rid. Rieger, though, on the ball. Rieger going for the reset. He actually fakes it, going for the air dribble. Bosco again. Defensive mastermind coming out from Bosco.
yeah, Bosco just getting there, and he's still back on the ball, just doesn't want to leave it. And now Fanshawe getting a little more physical, but York having a chance here. Nitro fires it on target, gets cleared, still trying to keep in the play. They're playing up for this one, off the backboard, might have a double, gonna try to slot it, but it's right on Nitro's hood. Should be able to walk that one clear. Now Rieger trying to find a bump. Bosco actually gets bumped out by Steve, but Nitro pitches that off his own post and clears it out.
Yeah, with 10 seconds left. I think York should be able to lead. It's in the blue half. Steve looking to shoot again. Rieger can't get a third, can't get a second for Steve. And that will do it for game 1. Maybe a consolation? No. York take the first game.
Yeah, York looking pretty solid. I think their defense quite good, but Fanshawe, we saw they started getting a little more physical, started winning those 50s, and broke the defense of York with that dunk. So there is the chance, but oh my goodness, look at the saves. 6 saves for both teams. There's so many shots being fired out from this match.
Shots coming out here from both sides, and 654 points coming out from Bosco as he's been doing it all on both sides.
Yeah, he's got the saves. He's got 2 of the goals. He's stepping up, but I don't know. Everyone with points in this game. Everyone kind of doing a piece of the play there.
Yeah, as we head into game number 2 between both these teams, and honestly, I think there's no concerns here for me. York do look good. Fanshawe may just need to clean up the defense a little bit, and coming into this next game, and so far though, very good start for York though.
Yeah, they've been looking pretty solid. Yeah, the defense from the side of Fanshawe could be cleaned up a bit. I think their offense was looking quite good. They're getting a little more physical. And, that might be the difference maker here. Which team can control the boost, control who's on the pitch. I don't know, maybe a chance here from York. Oh, the bumps are coming through. It's off. Can Steve put it away? Yes, he can. What a sloppy goal off the beginning. And, yeah, maybe miscommunication there from Fanshawe. Kind of just Ches bumping McLean out of the way and then somehow centering that ball. Just a bit unfortunate there.
Yeah, to put it into perspective, we are across from, we're in the next room over, and I could literally hear them screaming to the top after that goal. So very hype from the York boys as another shot, I think accidentally pinched off a Fanshawe player as Macklin gets a really good dunk. Thinking pressure into Orange Half. Rieger trying to fake, does get by Steve. Can he get a midfield pass? Yes, he does, but Nitro is there to meet as Nitro. Oh, he's lethal, looking for the double tap, gets it off the crossbar, rebound from Bosco, he actually fakes it.
Well, I thought Bosco was trying to get that boost, I think couldn't quite get it, so now having to fall back, the pressure here from York gonna be a bit lapsed as Bosco still looking for the boost, finds 100 there. Steve up for this one. Ches gets the touch, but it's towards the net. Bosco up for the 50. McLean will get the save. And now maybe a chance here for Fanshawe. Center pass. McLean's up for the drop down, and Fanshawe with the quick transition goal.
Yeah, wonderful play. Chaz, wonderful backflip pass straight to an open net. Macklin, all 3 players from Fanshawe getting involved in that goal, and we are tied up.
That was just a quick attack back. York not able to get their, their legs underneath them. And already off the kickoff here, Rieger trying to start something going. Gets a 50. Mid ball up. Ches is there, but gets beat up by Bosco. Might be an open net, but Rieger with the save to his own corner.
Yeah. Bosco has boost and ball, looking to play a 50. It's a really good 50. Gets 2 50s. Is anyone there to clean up? Steve is there. Rieger with the save. Steve, so far, looking very lethal with his shooting so far.
Yeah, getting a lot of chances here, Steve. Putting the pressure on to Fanshawe. Now with the ball, has, I think, Bosco in the midfield. Couldn't quite get that boost, but still with the possession here. Waiting for Steve. Going to try to drop it down, but gets beat out.
Yeah, as Rieger gets a demo on Nitro. Ches has ball and boost, gets past 1. Looking to get past 2. Macklin does take first, second there. Looking for the bump. Can't get it. Nitro, it's kind of an awkward clear. Steve is there to help. Gets demoed for his efforts, though. But more pressure coming from York as Nitro trying to keep the ball in this blue half. How long can he go for? Not long. Gets a 50 back into the orange half. More now counterattack pressure coming from Fanshawe. Rieger cuts it off in the midfield, looking to get a boost. Gets a flip, actually. Does he do anything with it? No, not quite. Another 50 there. Fake from Macklin, looking to go low. Nitro with the ball, cut out by Rieger. A lot of cuts in the midfield so far from both these sides. No team wanting to give up that midfield, but now I say that Macklin looking for the double tap. It's saved away. Rebound surely goes in, though. A great save on that double tap, but at the cost of 2 players going.
Yeah, joint effort there from York. They got the save. And actually, did Steve kind of dunk Bosco there?
I think it looked like Steve dunked Bosco. I think he didn't trust in Bosco's save there.
Well, I know Bosco had the save, but someone had to find a touch, I think, to get that clear, because it's still in front of the net. So a bit unfortunate there from York. I will say Fanshawe has looked great at the midfield, but in their own half, they've kind of been tripping over each other's cars. So let's see if they can clean up their defense in the back. But so far with that 1-goal lead, maybe their best defense is a good offense.
Yeah. More pressure coming out from Fanshawe. Kind of a pass into the midfield from the York player, and Macklin's there to clean up again. 3-1, this time the other way.
Yeah, someone's just in the net trying to make the bumps. Rieger also joins. So Steve just having to, pre-jump and try to dodge the demo. Can't find the save, and up by 2 now here. A bit of flip from game 1.
Yeah, teams so far trading back and forth in these first 2 games. Nitro just elects to leave it. Bosco does get demoed in the midfield. Nice cutout there. And like you said earlier, the midfield control from Fanshawe have looked really good. And now that their offense is starting to build, it's looking more and more deadly now for Fanshawe as Rieger does have the ball. Gets 50'd out. Macklin trying to fake. Bosco having none of it. Bosco up in the air. Does have a flip. Fakes it. Tries to shoot. Fakes again. Can he fool the defense? Kind of. Steve with the shot again. A little mind game attempt there from Bosco. It was a good effort. However, to no avail.
Yeah, we even saw Nitro come in and take out the other players. So a whole York effort there trying to get that goal in. Couldn't quite find it. But now Nitro with some space. Trying to play the mind games. Couldn't quite get around him. And now Macklin up for this one. 50'd out. Ches is up for it, looking for the center ball. Gets the touch down. Good interception there, but Bosco there. No, it might not be enough. Oh, it's off the post. This one is on, and it's going to just squeak on by York. Not able to find the clear.
I think Steve dunked there again. Steve kind of panicking in these kind of moments here. I understand, though, that it is a LAN environment, and you are in the semifinals, so it is understandable, but you need to get those nerves under control.
Yeah, it's an important match here for both teams. It is elimination. You move forward. You're up for that grand finals. So, a lot on the line. Let's see if we can, maybe settle down the nerves a bit here from the side of York.
Yeah, a nice debut though for Bosco. Already making top 4 in his first campus carball LAN. As Nitro looking to put one through, that gets denied. Ches with the demo, playing 50s. Now, with 10 seconds left, seems like it's going to be in favor of Fanshawe as York try to get one. They do not. Fanshawe do take the second game, and both teams so far have traded blows.
Yeah, I think Fanshawe looking maybe a little, or definitely better in game 2 than game 1. Their offense started cooking. And oh my goodness, Rika with 5 saves, 7 saves from the side of Fanshawe.
He basically just tried to one-up Bosco in this game.
Yeah, like the York actually out shooting Fanshawe by almost double here. Was 6 shots for the side of Fanshawe and 10 for the side of York, but York not coming through with those goals. So I think just the quality here a bit better from Fanshawe. They're doing those quick counterattacks, as you saw that replay there, just an open net as a beautiful pass from, I think it was Ches in the corner. So Fanshawe able to find themselves quickly, and York just need a bit more quality, I think, on the exit to really put them in the back of the net.
Yeah, I agree with that. So far, though, Fanshawe did step up in this game. It's just up to York to respond to this. They did do quite well in terms of the shooting department. It's just the scoring needs to be there, and it's just more pressure, honestly. They've kind of given up pressure a little bit too early in terms of trying to grab boosts and stuff. Usually Nitro is always one to try and grab the boost and pressure them a lot, but sometimes there's no second man to follow up.
Yeah, and well, actually, it was the Macklin show last game. He's got 4 goals to his name, just slotting the net. But yeah, definitely, his teammates definitely playing a big part in setting them up for half of them. And let's see how York responds as we're tied 1-1, basically a best of 5 now.
Yep, pretty much. We're back to the best of 5 format as Bosco looking to start early, straight onto Nitro's car. I don't think Nitro stole that one this time.
No, it was, who was on the backboard? Was it Macklin sitting on York's backboard? I think a bit overzealous there, a bit of an overcommit, leaving the whole net empty here for York. I think he got bumped off the backboard by, I think, Nitro or something.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Fanshawe looking a little confident, so maybe confident from that game 2 success. However, you are still at 1-1. So if I were Fanshawe, I'd maybe cool off a bit on the crazy stuff. However, York do get an early lead. That's Bosco. He's able to get 1 touch, 50 from Nitro. Steve looking for the double, doesn't have enough boost to get to it. Ches, free ball. Ches just gets instantly done. Does Bosco have the finish? No! What a save by Macklin.
Yeah, like York, I think, already starting that pressure. Once again, Bosco almost putting that on his own. And now another one just clanged to the backboard. Oh, a bit of a, I don't know, did get the touch actually, Reeker. Pretty saucy little touch. Bosco almost getting the double, and Nitro there for the follow-up. And now Steve, maybe his chance. Can he pass it down mid? Yes, he can, but no one with boost able to follow up. York still with the 1-goal lead and trying to get possession back in their own half.
Yeah, it's looking good, though, from York so far. Bosco's really that guy you really want to step up in this game if you want a chance, especially with his sort of, like, skill and obviously, like, his rank in 3s and 2s as well, so obviously you want him to step up.
Yeah, he is that high-ranked player, even though if you think Nitro might have some more flashy plays, I think Bosco's got that, consistency, that solid backline that you need in a team. So we need a solid foundation here to keep going, but that shot a bit awkward and actually from Bosco, I think too heavy of a touch, wanted to try to keep that closer to his car.
Yeah, I think Steve also kind of getting caught out a bit there, kind of pushing up, maybe trusting Bosco to get a better touch, but unlucky for York. 1-0 though for Fanshawe, you really want that.
Oh, interesting kickoff here. Going to be in favor of Fanshawe to the midfield. But what a read there from Bosco. He's already up in the air before they even decide to shoot and somehow reads it perfectly. Oh, demo on the back end. Ches might be able to walk this one downfield, but Bosco spawns back perfectly as now you can pick your spawn.
Yeah, didn't notice a slight bit of panic from Steve here coming out. Kind of need to still calm down a bit here, though, but you should be fine here with the save. Does get back in time. Brilliant save there from Steve. Now Nitro feeding it to Bosco. Bosco up in the air. Instantly met up by Macklin. Nitro now. This is someone you want to see with the ball. Gets instantly 50, though, by Reeker. Reeker with the double 2 clear. It's very, very back and forth game. Now a counter attack for York as they attempt to start something. The demo attempt fails the first time, does happen the second time. Bosco in the air. Doesn't quite get the best of touches that he wants. Nitro. Nice beat out. Has a midfield in support. Kind of lands on Reeker's car. I don't know if that's intended.
It's gonna look a little scrappy here. No one really with boost. Everyone trying to flipping out the ball, trying to just force something in that Fanshawe net. And now Bosco just firing another one downfield. Reeker should be able to get this read, but he's gonna be met by Nitro. Maybe a chance here. Bosco once again just pushing up with not a lot of boost, trying to disrupt the play. Steve dodging the demo. Will pick up the boost on his way back around. Oh, and I think Bosco left that for Nitro, but didn't quite expect the Fanshawe player to be so close. Luckily did have the 50 through, and somehow sticking with this ball, trying to get it all the way. Anyone up for York? No. Bosco buying a lot of time for his team, but no one there to help follow. Now Reeker passed one. And Steve into the corner, but a double commit here from York.
Yeah, a lot of double commits coming from York so far. It's not an ideal that you want to see, but now Bosco up in the air, looking for the floor double. Can he get it on target? It's kind of weak the second time around. Nitro in the midfield to Steve. Steve gets beat out though. Bosco plays the 50. Instantly up in the air. Beats out one. Demo shot on target from Reeker, and the counter attack is successful for Fanshawe.
Yeah, Bosco is trying to get that 50. Got beat out, got to the backward, but the demo comes through, and the only one left in net is Nitro, and he's got no boost. Steve not able to get back in time, and Bosco, you know, everyone thought he had it, but doesn't have it if his car's not on the pitch.
Yeah, unlucky there from Bosco. And now Nitro with boost and the ball going for the reset. Met up by Macklin. Steve. I feel like Steve is kind of the one to watch as well, kind of depending on how he is playing around these two high-skilled players. As that net open. Ooh, a fake coming out. Can Nitro score?
I thought Bosco was on the other team for a second. I was like, that's a horrible touch. And I'm like, wait, never mind.
Don't worry, I recognize the Affluenter.
Cheeky little tap there just to get it by. Maybe faked out the Fanshawe player. And Nitro is just going to sneak that one in. So York equalizing late here in game 3.
Yeah, but 2 goals with less than a minute left on the clock, as now Macklin looking to figure out his own solo play. Doesn't quite get it what he wants. Now Bosco does able to beat out one. Does beat out 2 Macklin though. Boost and ball over 1. Tries to bomb, gets the bomb. 10 seconds left though. Will we be going to overtime, or does Fanshawe have what it takes to score on 0?
Oh.
Or York with the ice cold? Can they do it? 0 seconds? Not quite this time around.
Oh my goodness, I thought Macklin trolled that, but he managed to get a second touch and blocked the open net there from Bosco. York trying to kick off, but looking a little dangerous as Bosco last man back, no boost. Shot going to be coming down a little weak, and now Steve just going to try to dump it, buy his team some time to collect some pads. Macklin's up for it, looking for the shot, just off the crossbar, and Fanshawe couldn't convert there.
Yeah, close attempt there. Fanshawe delivering the first attempt of this overtime. As now that they have the ball in the orange half again, Reeker with the beat on 1, looking for the shot, denied by Steve. Steve tries to get it out into midfield. There's a Nitro actually. Bosco. It's kind of awkward. It's kind of shaky from York, but they're able to get out. However, the boost amounts aren't looking that great. Reeker has full boost, and the ball, and the duck, and the double. Reeker doing everything himself.
Yeah, just York, not a lot of boost. Bosco actually managed to get the bump on the other players, so it's just Reeker, but all players on York, no boost, so they can't get a strong enough hit to get through the dunk, and Reeker gets the dunk and dunks the post for the little double tap there. Fanshawe up 1.
Yeah, brilliant play there from Reeker to seal game 3. So far, though, very even from both these teams.
Yeah, it's quite even. I think Fanshawe now out shooting, as we can already see without Ches. They have 10 shots on their own compared to the 7 from York. But York nice and even on the saves there, 2 SPs. And it's pretty much anyone's game, but I think just there, that was the difference, you know. Rieker had the boost. York got caught out. No one really having the supplies to do what they can. Bosco tried. He removed the other player, so it's just Rieker in the 1v2. But a 1v2, when you have 100 boosts and they have none, you know, kind of more equal playing there. So couldn't get the 50, and unfortunately, York on the back step. They're taking their time, cooling back off, resetting for game 4. But I think this series could go the distance.
Yeah, it's looking like it though. However, Fanshawe are up 2-1. Maybe they'll ride this momentum going into game number 4, I believe.
Yes. Game 4 coming around. And I'm also interested to see if we start getting some new kickoff strats here, as you know, these higher level players start messing around with things.
Yeah, we'll see. Nitro already starting off the bat on the attack. Boost his name. He's going to look to steal that corner boost. He's able to do so, but I think burned it all trying to get back on defense. Bosco.
Nitro just cut out of Bosco there, faked him out, but it luckily worked out, and I think it won't be too mad about that cut.
Yeah. Oh, Macklin, what a play.
Yeah, just a little flip reset, no problem. Trying to just force.
Wait, does he
this
get
one
all the
in.
way? Oh my goodness.
Almost did.
Yeah, almost getting it from Macklin, almost taking on the whole team. Now, York under more pressure. And now a shot coming in. Oh, what a slot from Macklin as Fanshawe pull off where they started.
Yeah, Fanshawe just relentless attack here, and Macklin just turning again, slotting that bottom left, perfect placement. And, you know, the Fanshawe just not relenting on that pressing, you know, just get the ball, go back mid, get the boost, turn again, and kick off here. Almost working for Fanshawe to get that quick second goal.
Yeah, York kind of looking like they're on defense for a while now. They need some sort of attack to get going. Rieker looking to get everything done himself. Steve kind of just give the ball away. It doesn't go in. Macklin's just there again. Not a great clear out from Steve there as he just plays it right into the hand of the midfield. You usually want to clear it to the corner, not spill it out in the midfield. Macklin, admittedly getting a little lucky with that post bounce, but a goal's a goal.
Yeah, like you said, Steve, he was the only one with boost on York. Needs to do a little bit more there to help buy his team some time. But yeah, York, I think they just haven't been able to really get out of defense.
Oh,
and that
no.
one is just super awkward off the inside of the post. What is Nitro supposed to do? And 3-goal lead here, super early. Another, I think I've been unfortunate. Hard to read that off the post. Bosco was trying to get it, saw it hit the post, and then just sitting in net now. Can't really do much.
Yeah, just unlucky there coming out from York. However,
There we go.
it immediately gets traded out, so it's still a 2-goal game. And York do have a chance with 3:45 on the clock.
Yeah, a little delayed cheat, I'd say, from Steve. You know, Fanshawe trying to just force that one through. Didn't quite work out. Bosco, I guess, just bigger than 2 cars.
Yeah. Now, York have life. Have slightly woken up in this game 3. Can they respond with 2 goals of their own? As they look to do so. Nitro with the reset and the bomb. Doesn't get the third man, though. Steve, though, looking to try and do what he can. Nitro with the ball again. Looking for the backboard. Gets bait out 1. Bosco beat by Rieker, I believe, to that ball. It's actually Macklin. Steve, though, trying to do everything himself. Almost getting a play of his own there. Now some chances coming from York. However, back on the attack is Fanshawe. Steve throwing the ball quite nicely. Looking to go all the way. Gets a nice dunk. Looking for the 50 with Macklin. Doesn't quite get it. More pressure coming from York. Nitro going to get desperate. Trying to get these goals as soon as possible. Bosco actually missed the ball. Midfield pass straight to Chez. That's going to bite.
Yeah, I think York, like you said, a bit desperate there from Nitro. So Bosco, he's last man back, has to find some sort of touch. Couldn't quite get it. I think he just wanted to roll it up into the corner. So he needed to get a small touch, but unfortunately couldn't get anything at all. And now York down by 3. Maybe they can get something off the kickoff. No, Chez will just dump it right back. And I think York, they, you know, not counting them out of this game just yet, as there's still plenty of time, but they got to reset and figure something out.
Yeah, it's looking a little ropey for York as Had a glorious opportunity with that kickoff goal, and then conceded straight after getting a little desperate too early. I feel like if you want to get desperate, you have to do it with like less than a minute left. Now they got to fight back from 3 again with less time than they had before. Nitro trying to look for the 50. Let's go into midfield. Steve gets beat to that. A little dive there. Reeker has the back. We're looking for the ceiling. Doesn't quite connect.
And look, Fanshawe just keeping the ball in the York half. York still scrambling to get boost just to try to get this cleared. Maybe a chance for Nitro, but no, Ches is going to try to keep this ball in. Fanshawe just finding these small touches to keep this ball in the York half. Look, they're just going to boom it right back. Try to get back on the pressure because York's still, trying to find this time to get the boost.
Yeah, it just feels like Fanshawe have just been in this half for the entire game. With that one chance from York coming off a kickoff goal. Ever since then, it's just been all Fanshawe, and Fanshawe have just been keeping pressure relentlessly, starving when they can, seeing what they can do as looking for a 5th goal. Maybe they overextended too much. Bosco's there to clean up. Okay, it's doable.
Yeah, doable here from York. And like you just said, the overextension, Bosco just happens to be recovering, lands right beside the ball. And Fanshawe, they're doing great. We even saw that midfield pass. Instead of just banging it back in, tapped it back to his teammate because they knew York is trying to find boost, so no one was really pressing. Fanshawe taking, having that heads up play and, taking the time. But York did manage to squeak one on in. Minute left. Still need 2.
Yep. See if they can pull off this comeback. Bosco in the air. Not a lot of boost to his name. Probably looking for a bomb. Can Steve follow up? Steve! It's kind of a chance wasted there. 40 seconds left. If you're York, you need these chances now. Now it's time you get hustling. It's time you get these goals now rather than later.
Yeah, and that might have had to be the chance for Steve. Just a little high over the net, and Macklin coming in again. 3 goals in this game. When he had 4 goals in the game before. He's just a score maker right now with a pre-flip in. Oh my goodness.
Here's the top right as well, coming out from Macklin. What a play.
And I think they're just a little too fast for York on the defense right now. They're just not able to get settled. They can't get that boost. So they can't play the game they want to play, and they're just trying to play catch up.
Yeah, now they're just connecting on everything. I shot it there on target for Reeker. Doesn't connect though, but with 15 seconds left, you have to be thinking to York. It's now that Fanshawe are going to be on match point here in this best of 7. What do you do if you're York?
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to change something up as it's not been looking too great. They've had the chances, but Fanshawe, they're just converting. Whatever chance they do get, it's usually in the back of the net, or they just have so many chances that they just kept you on defense the whole game. Because once again, 12 shots for the side of Fanshawe for just the 6.
Yeah. Fanshawe just seemed like they had all the pressure going in, and it pays off here compared to York's 6 that they have. 12 shots to 6. It's like, it seems like York aren't able to generate offense because they've been on defense for so long.
Yeah, I like York, like I said before, they don't mind playing defense, but this is more of them kind of just getting smothered, I feel, because Fanshawe keep turning. When has the ball really been in the blue half? Not really. I think the ball, just kind of stays in the midfield. You saw there, York got the kickoff goal. They get a few like that, but we got to start making some quality chances by, collecting some boosts. I think slowing it down a little bit and trying to play out the back rather than just dump the ball and hope it gets cleared, because the Fanshawe players send it right back as soon as you kick it out.
Yeah, as we're loading up game 5 of the series, York is currently down 3-1 against Fanshawe. And Fanshawe have been doing a great job of this relentless pressure that they keep building up, sometimes even starving York for long periods of time. And York really hasn't found an answer to that, apart from kind of just taking it and just nothing. It's just been nothing going well.
Yeah, now Nitro's last man back. Steve having to make a bit of an interesting touch back to Bosco. Maybe Bosco can try to get this out. No, McLean up for this one, looking for the center. A mistouch again. Bosco will have to clear it off to the side. Does find the touch downfield, but then it's right to Reeker. As I say that, Rieger just gets dunked, but Nitro, no boost,
Ooh.
can't put it on target. And back on the defense, York goes.
Yeah, Macklin stealing that boost from Bosco and getting the demo, being at 1-2. Macklin looking to do everything himself, doesn't quite get the flip reset though. Macklin though, he's looking very deadly though.
Yeah, almost had the flip reset. I think if he had that, could have had a chance on net. And now Rieger just popping it down, getting that little cheeky pinch touch. Nitro, great pre-flip save. And York just trying to get this one out. Bosco got it past one. Can he get the air dribble bump? No, it's just high the net. And York trying to convert on that chance, but just one player back far enough. And now Macklin looking for the counterattack once again. Bosco, no boost, gets the save, but the shot comes through. Can Bosco do it again? Yes, he can. Where's the rest of York to help him out? No one's got any boost.
Bosco has 0.
And Bosco's somehow making it work.
Just sometimes putting in reverse also works. Steve with finally some boost in the tank, looking to do something with it. Doesn't quite get enough on it. Now more cores committing from Fanshaw, but now they do leave one back. Ches going up in the air, looking for the reset. Actually fakes it, gets the dunk and in. Ches with a wonderful play.
Yeah, just Steve going up for it. Has to find something, but I think unfortunately actually helped him out by pinching it up and over. Nitro, no boost. And it just seems like the third man for York has just been boostless.
Yeah, York is struggling right now, and they need to find an answer quick, or else this tournament is going to be over for these guys. Rieger passing it back. I choose to pass back to Rieger. Now, some demo attempts coming in. Bosco with the shot! I think Rieger actually got a touch on that, so it counts as a save for Rieger. I don't think Bosco missed. So the defense from Rieger there was amazing.
Oh, and we can even see Bosco was chasing for boost, so trying to, if they're taking all the boost on our end, maybe he can get some from the other side. Trying to get some of this boost possession back in the favor of York. As he's past one, has Steve waiting on the midfield, gets the 50. Nitro should be next, but McLean just gonna boom that one down. Nitro's not up for it. Couldn't get the read, and Rieger right back the other way. Just the quick counterattack from Fanshaw off of a small mistake here from Nitro. Couldn't get the read. Bosco, he's sitting backwards, expecting Nitro to get the clear. And Fanshaw now double their lead.
Yeah, Fanshaw seem to be running away with it now, as they're now up 2 with half the game gone. York still looking for a response. Ever since that game 1, it's kind of just gone downhill for York. They looked really good in game 1. Maybe the nerves coming out there from Fanshaw, but now York having to look for a chance.
Ooh.
And that's a good shot for Nitro. That's somewhere to start. Now they have some life.
Yeah, that's some big brain placement there. You see the player dashing across the net. Where's the best place to put it? Just right behind him. Kind of hard to fully change direction of you once you get past that point. So great placement there from Nitro. Didn't even have to hit it hard. And they're slowly bringing it back. Maybe a chance off the kickoff. No, Steve's going to have to leave it. Macklin up for it. Bosco gets the 50. But there's always another Fanshaw player ready for that follow-up.
Yep. Nitro on the ball. Looking for the touch. Doesn't get it quite far enough. Now, Fanshaw looking to generate some pressure here, like they've done all series. Ches looking to go off the ceiling, has the flip. He's trying to go for style points here. Here comes Rieger. Also looking for style points. Wait, Macklin back to Rieger. Rieger can't quite pinch it with the post and in. It is a possibility you could do that, but it doesn't work this time around.
I feel like Macklin's been on York's backward as much as York players have been on the York backward.
Yeah.
He's just floating around trying to find something. Steve, actually, with a pretty cheeky little catch there. Going to give it off to Bosco. And now Nitro, last man back. Going to have to find the save. It's get dropped down. Steve's there with the clear. And final minute here for York. Steve just trying to get this started. Get something towards the net. Gets a demo. And gets demoed himself. And Nitro up for the pre-jump. Gets the car. Steve, can he fire it through? Only as far as Macklin. Bosco, last man back. Going to try to control it into his corner. Can't get the touch. And Macklin just going to walk that one in again for Fanshaw.
Fanshaw just do not stop scoring. Macklin has just been on a tear so far. He really wants this trophy.
Yeah, he's looking to, I think, go all the way here.
Yeah. So far, we haven't really talked much about Fanshawe. Fanshawe are in fact winning this game. We've been talking about the cons of Europe, but Fanshawe have just been doing a great job of this boost control, and their midfield has been amazing, especially their offensive third as well. It's just been very good from this Fanshawe team.
Yeah, I think the one thing to critique would be Fanshaw's cheeky little pass off the crossbar. It's tragic for York. Can they find something as another infield pass? No, flip
need this
reset.
now.
Can they put it in? No, just Bosco trying. I think the clock is counting down. York
That net is open
has
as
given
well.
all. Chez gonna just put it in the open net.
That will do it. We will be seeing Fanshawe in the grand finals. York, I would say, put up a good fight.
I think they did pretty good. I think they were just a bit outpaced here in this final game. Fanshawe, the one thing I can critique them is their defense, but they haven't even been on defense. They've just been keeping it in the York half. There's just always someone there from Fanshawe to follow up any touch.
And they're gonna get another.
Even one more for the road.
One more for the road. One more for momentum. That will do it. And we have our first finalist in Fanshawe Fuel.
Yeah, so GG's all the way around, and I think York just slowly started to fall apart there in the end of that series. A few missed touches from a few players, and unfortunately, they kept it pretty close, but I think Fanshawe just started to run away with it.
Yeah, unlucky there from the York boys. Unfortunately, it is also the end of the road for them as well, so...
Yeah, unfortunate here from my side, but I think it was a great showing from the York boys. I think the furthest in OCC,
I think it's tied for the first.
Well, I think technically it was an unofficial York roster. It was the furthest seed we got. So for an official York roster, it's the furthest we've gotten in this tournament. So hats off to them. I think we played quite well during the regular season as well. So, you know, good showing. It's the first LAN here for a lot of the guys.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, especially with Bosco and Nitro being first years, I think we only can pretty much go up from here.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is the start of something for York, and maybe they will be back here soon. And honestly, for Fanshawe, the favorites, as expected, they go through the final.
Yeah, I thought Fanshawe, I didn't get to see that Brock versus Fanshawe game, so kind of interested on how that one went. Maybe Fanshawe was just dropping a little bit, but they have looked like the favorite here. And actually, I don't even think I've seen Brock play too much today, so we'll have to see how they play in the final or in the next match, and maybe in the finals.
Yeah, coming up next, we will have the next semifinal matchup, I believe, which is Durham College versus Brock University. Levinsor is doing it all on that Brock team. Also credit to Siren as well, against a Durham College that is making quite the run.
Yeah, they've been telling us we're not supposed to be here, but they're here.
Yeah,
you know, they're one of the teams not predicted to be in. They're from the lower, I think, seeding.
They are the
into
regional team.
The regional team coming in, so not expected to be here, but they've been showing up. They've been doing great, and let's see if they can take it to Brock.
Yeah, it goes to show regional has been quite dominant so far. But we will be taking a short break, and when we come back, we will have semifinal number 2 between Durham and Brock.
Maybe they just don't hear us in the other room. We're waiting. I guess we're entertaining now.
Yeah.
Well, while we wait for whoever to move us along, updates for the Canada game, it's still 0-0.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we're 43 minutes. Oh, wait. Okay, chance here for Canada. Oh my goodness, it's just getting fired at the net. So we have it on my phone here. Okay, great chance there for Canada. almost scoring 43 minutes on the
Ah,
clock, but
They almost had it. They almost had it.
but they kept it out.
Yeah, it's become a Canada broadcast now. This is no longer Ontario campus carball. It's now the entirety of Canada. What
Yeah.
even happened on this
Like,
corner kick?
Somehow I think South Africa played right. They got a save. The goalie saved it. His defender saved it. Just going off the legs, left and right.
So it actually cleared off the goal line.
Yeah, the defender got it off the goal line.
Are we centered?
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Campus Carball. I am Aiden or Raid, and I am joined once again by Noah. We're here for the second of the semifinals. This one between the number one seed in this tournament, the one that the highest played team in this tournament so far, Brock, and their choice of semifinal match in Durham. So this is the second semifinals. Winner goes on to face Fanshawe, who just came off a pretty dominant victory over Brock, kind of to your dismay.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for York. We tried our best. I was in there with the boys trying to help them between games, but there's only so much you can do. And Fanshawe has had our number all season, so we were really hoping to play a major upset there, and we just couldn't do it, even after going Game 5 in the first series we played them. But honestly, they came to play, and whoever wins this next matchup, if I'm gonna be honest, they're gonna have a hard time because Fanshawe has woken up from what we can see.
Yeah, it's always going to be the underdog story because I believe of the teams that did show up, Fanshawe was the highest seed because of the teams above them not being here. Like St. Clair not showing up kind of made Fanshawe the favorite. Brock is much lower seeded than they should have been because they didn't show up to the majors. So it's really like seeing Brock in this position, seeing Brock as the favorite to beat Durham is not too surprising. Lev and Soars are crazy, and they actually have their top third option in Siren, who's had a pretty good day as well. I was saying earlier that the statistic from day one with Brock was like 47 goals for and 9 goals against over 3 games.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, they're dominating. And you know what? You have to imagine the warm-up on Saturday didn't hurt either. Maybe there was some sort of tactical, don't play the majors so that you end up playing 2 days at LAN, get a nice warm-up. But from what I heard, they also started pretty slow earlier today, and they've picked it up as well. So we'll hopefully see them. I think a lot of teams are like that. You get the jitters out early. Maybe as a gamer, you're not used to being awake in the morning. So you're really only comfortable playing in the afternoon and evenings. So you have to imagine now they're playing near their full potential, and we're going to see some incredible gameplay today between Brock and Durham. How do you think that's going to go?
I really want to see the Durham boys put up a fight. Like they have had a good day. They were good. Yes, they've had a good fight today. They were strong yesterday to make it out. They are talented. They aren't to the on paper tier of like Soars and Lev, but they're only like a half step down. So if they're playing really well, and for example, Lev and Soars are playing like not to their best, anything can happen. What is predicted to happen on paper may not occur. And I've only streamed, I think, 1 sweep across this both of these days. Usually, even when a team isn't predicted to take games, they end up taking games. So we will see what happens.
Yeah, LAN can do a lot of things. I mean, again, going to York, we almost beat Fanshawe, who have been our nemesis the whole year. Ever since they got McLean, they've been a different beast. But obviously, we're not talking about them right now. We're talking about Durham and Brock. Brock will be in orange. Durham will be in blue here as we get started for game number 1. We'll see the kickoff here between Jay and Sai, and we're off.
Yeah, we are off. Nice hit early from Soars, forcing out a tough save there for Jay, but it goes into the corner, immediately followed up by Soars. Soars trying to get that one out to Sai, but he couldn't do so. But Sai gives it away to Lev. Lev with some space. Lev off the ceiling, but great backboard defense there so far from Jay. Sai putting it back out mid. Soars putting it back out mid. Ball still deep in the Durham side. They can't seem to get it out. They can't seem to sustain control. Soars trying to put that one out mid. Gets cut off by Cressy, but again, Lev is there. It's been bounding pressure so far for Brock. We will see finally a little bit of relief there for Jay. Jay to Cressy. Almost a good bump by Mixley, but not quite enough as Lev takes control. Lev up early. Fakes under 1. Second is there to get the touch out, though, as Jay with Cressy on the bump. Jay looks for the double, can't find it. Follow-up shot from Cressy. From Mixley, but it goes through. What a play.
Incredible. After a very dominant start, I thought we might see a goal straight out of Brock, but all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the counterattack, maybe a bit of an overcommit from Brock. And Durham has taken the first goal here. My prediction in this series is still going to be like a 4-0, 4-1 for Brock. But, I mean, if they're pulling this sort of thing off, then who knows? Maybe they'll take a few more than that.
Yeah, they got to be the counter-attacking team. because it's almost certain that possession will remain heavily Brock favored. So you've got to have the defense holding strong. You've got to have these counterattacks coming through. Nice play from Soares, though, over in the corner to Siren. Siren gets beat up in the air early, though, by Mixley. Mixley gets beat low, though, by Soares. Soares, low boost, but lots of time. Out to Lev. Lev with control, but limited boost. Tries to leave it for Soares, but a bit of a bump there gives the ball away. Cressy, little bit of time. Tries to get the 50, couldn't get it. Jay with a little bit of an awkward touch here as it immediately gets hit in by Soares. Soares can't get the follow-up, though, as it falls back to Lev. Lev, pinch out to the mid, over to Soares. Soares with the 1. Soares can't get the follow-up touch, though, as it hits up to Sai. And Sai gets dunked by Jay. Better so far since that first little flurry with Durham putting up the pressure. That ball's just floating, but nobody on Durham there to put it through.
Oh!
But Jay follows it up.
Oh my goodness.
And Durham is taking advantage of the few opportunities and capitalizing.
Brock seems to be falling asleep a little bit on defense here. Lev already pushing out of net, expecting a little more out of Soares. Soares just couldn't control it, and Durham is capitalizing beautifully.
Yeah, Durham taking advantage of the mistakes, and this is the Brock team that was dropping games to, this was the Brock team that was dropping games to Waterloo. They keep making mistakes defensively.
What is
And
happening?
a big one kickoff by Mixley, immediately followed up by Jay, and Brock needs to wake up or they're going to drop games.
Big time. I mean, I came in here, I just seen Lev hit like a quad reset in training. All right, I thought he was about to pull out some peak stuff. And all of a sudden he's down 3-0. You know, you can't really practice too much defense on in training, so maybe that's a bit of an issue for them. But as you can see, Brock here, Sai, looking to push it out, trying to get these goals back here that maybe they feel they don't deserve to have gone in. As Sai, solo play, 100 boost.
Yeah, tons of control for Sai. Tons of control for Sai. Oh, but he hits the post. I thought he had an angle to bring that one in, but he did not. Leaving the ball there is Soares, but Sai wasn't ready for it as Lev from his own corner. Little awkward with that first touch, probably hoping to get something better. He does have control, but he runs out of boost. Had to use pretty much a full tank to stay on that thing. Nice touch from Soares out to the side. Pinch up into the midfield, but Sai gets beat out. And back the other way come Durham. Might be an open net, but a great save coming out from Lev. A big clear, though, up to Sai. Sai to Lev. Lev to the net, but what a save again from Jay. This has got to be frustrating for Brock.
On paper, you're just thinking, wow, okay, we're the better team, we should be winning this, but you're down 3-0, all right? You have a minute 40 left. It's not over. It's not over by any means, but you're Brock, you're like getting frustrated. You're like, why aren't we getting goals here? What is happening? Durham is just locking it down. They're following each other's touches extremely well. This is the Durham that I kind of wanted to see against Carleton a little more. They, and we did kind of see it in the games they won, but the games they lost, I mean, they just got to be consistent with it. And that's the hope here. Game 1 of the series. It's always kind of a fluke because you get to feel out both teams, see what's happening. And we can already see that the goal scoring has stopped, and the orange pressure, I was going to say, is building, but all of a sudden Cressy just finds an opening, a whiff here from the last man on Brock, and we have ourselves a 4-0 lead.
Yeah, it gets past Lev, and Soares wasn't ready for it to come back at him that fast. Tap out, and Cressy puts it through.
Wow. I was not predicting this in any way, shape, or form. For a minute left, you have to imagine the Brock guys, are saying, oh, it's not over. We can still win this one, but you also want to use that minute to reset.
And
right?
also soon we'll get into GG go next scenario where, you're losing game 1, but it's a best of 7. There's plenty more games for them to find their game, and if they can figure out a way to get back from this, regardless of the scoreline, it would be good to see, because you can go down by 1 in a best of 7, but you really don't want to go down by 2.
No. And to be honest, if you're Brock, it's a little bit scary seeing your teammates maybe whiffing balls, maybe feeling a little bit of the pressure, and you're thinking to yourself, okay, are my teammates feeling good right now? Do I trust them? Do I not? And if I don't trust them, where do I play? I play further back, therefore allowing more pressure to come towards me and being further from the play. It's a compounding cycle. It's just going to keep happening over and over here. So the Brock coach here, or whoever's in charge of their mentals, is going to have to really take that into account when going down 4-0. But Soares proving that he does, in fact, have the ability to score here with 2 seconds left. A little too late, but
Yeah, he pulls off the ceiling breezy, but like it's a little late. But hey, it's positive at least in the sense that you end on a good note
Absolutely.
and bring that into game 2.
Absolutely.
That was what I was expecting to see all game from
Oh, yeah.
Brock, and they don't pull it out until the last 2 seconds. Like, they need to wake up because they're making mistakes that I haven't really seen them make across this tournament, and it could allow them to miss out on the chance for this trophy. So they need to figure it out and figure it out fast.
big time. These guys are all competitors in the RLCS. They've all been top 128, made that money on the Brock side. And so they know how to rebound from a loss, and they know how to compete at a very, very high level, especially Lev. You can see he has that light blue RLCS contender title. Looking at the stats here, we can see that Durham had more shots and less saves. So it's very much a one-sided game, it looks like, just from the statistics. But
Yep.
Brock, I mean, they had a lot of opportunities too.
They had a lot of opportunities in the first minute, and then they went down. And then they spent the entire game playing from behind, overextending, getting caught. And so I'm not too surprised with how it ended. I think the big difference maker going into game number 2 is just, can Brock start fast? Can Brock get that first goal? Can Brock bring it to Durham? Because if they don't do that, they will be in trouble.
And on the other side, still speaking technically as the underdogs, can Durham hold back Brock's offense? You saw at the end there, Source was showing off some mechanics. I was saying Lev is a very mechanical player, maybe the most mechanical player we have left in the tournament. And it's just, it's going to be tough for them as we get started in game number 2 here.
We are currently dealing with the same spectator thing. We are not have a full view of the screen as of this moment, but we will do our best to keep up regardless. As Sai brings it to the sidewall, Jay trying to put it out to the middle. We got it fixed quickly, so we are back. Sai gets a nice touch out to Soares. Soares trying to read this off the back wall, does so successfully. Out! Oh, Lev hits the crossbar.
Oh my goodness. And you got to put that away if you're Brock. I mean, that one is just a heartbreaker. You cannot let that one get to you after a 4-1 loss before. It's a mental game, especially on land. This is what I've been saying to my players. It's a mental game, and you can win the mental game, and all of a sudden you have the advantage. As Moxley, pass up to Jay. Jay doesn't get much, but Moxley off the board. A miss from Sai. Cressy forcing Lev to make an awkward save, but Lev does so well, using all his boost to get this down the field. As Jay going for the squishy, no luck there, and Soares puts it middle to nobody. And I don't know. Do you like what you're seeing here out of Brock?
I think Brock's fine.
Brock's fine?
They had a missed opportunity, but they've held most of the possession. There was that one little shaky counter attack, but Lev was there. I think Brock's fine. It becomes a problem if they give one up here, though. A shot. Oh! Wow, Cressy almost finding an impossible angle for the double tap, but he can't quite get it through. But now Sai gets a beat past 1, but second is there. Lev up quick. Lev past 1. Lev off the ceiling. Can't get the ball with that ceiling reset. Ball bouncing out to the sidewall, though. Up is Jay. Jay air dribbling here out into the midfield, but he gets blocked out by Soares. Soares still kind of on the ball, but he's low boost as Lev gets 50 to the left. But Sai, bit of a giveaway touch by Sai. Not really what he was going for there, but this is the first bit of defense that this Brock side has seen this game. Can they hold? They cannot!
Where is the backboard? What happened to Brock's defense? What happened here? Was there some miscommunication?
Sai came down off backboard. Soares was 0 boost in the corner, and Lev was left as the solo defender inside the net. For all the quality offense that this Brock team provides, they are struggling on the defense and giving up that first goal yet again after the offense was on their side yet again. They need to find their game, or they could see themselves in a situation like game 1 today where they're having to come back from a deficit.
And this is absolutely beautiful if you're a Durham fan. I mean, this is what you want to see. Lev with the reset, and Soares finishes it off. A beautiful play there. Reminds you of Season 6 Squishy and Gimmick here, with Squishy doing all the work, and then Gimmick throwing it in, or sorry, Torment maybe. And just a great play.
What a reset. He gets the reset past 2, reads it off the back wall, doesn't double it in on its own, but Soares there to finish. And they may struggle a bit with the defense, but they certainly have the offense here. Now it's Jay trying to bring that out to Cressy. Brings it to Cressy. Cressy with the shot. Woo! What a save coming out from Soares.
Incredible
Follow-up
save.
shot, though, and another save coming out from Lev. Unrelenting pressure for Durham so far.
And this is great pace for Durham. Oh no, Jay misses the ball. Soars in a 1v1 against Moxie. Goes high, gets the double. Just a beautiful outplay. Plays his beat perfectly. Uses his 100 boost perfectly there.
Yeah, as someone who's watched Soars for almost 5 years for about 5 years at this point, you know when he goes up for that he's gonna hit it. The only chance was if the defender could get a block on the ball or the man. Once he got through clean, that was in every single time. What a play from Soars. Now with a 1-goal lead, 2 minutes to play, nothing's comfortable. But at the very least, this is the first lead we're seeing from Brock so far.
And I'm loving that creativity out of Durham. You see that passing play there. It's something we're not really seeing as much out of Brock. Maybe Brock's focusing more on their solo plays, maybe getting a little timid pushing up, but they also don't need to. They are up 1 goal. You would like 2 though, wouldn't you? Knowing that Team Canada is playing right now, I would love at least 1 from them. Just unrelated. Lev here, air dribble.
Nice touch. Lev with the second reset into the backboard. Sai's able to get a touch, but nothing too good here as the ball bounces down. Now Soars playing a little patient. Nice beat on the first, but again, he just gives it away because the defender is back waiting for it. That ball's floating through. Jay with the touch up, but immediately back to Soars. Soars with some time, Soars with some space. But again, he needs a better touch on that. Struggling with the defensive touches is this Brock side. Ball bouncing around though. Cressy with some time and a bunch of boost, but a nice pinch out, I believe, that made that happen. Ball bouncing to Sai. Sai with the shot, but he rushed it and put it wide. Soars watching this next one in there for Brock as he paps it over to Lev. Lev with some time. Lev with some space. Lev with a nice touch out to the mid, but an even better block to put that across. But up quick is Soars. Soars off the backboard. Soars dropping it mid. Lev being patient. Double commit though. Durham caught stranded, but a missed shot from Soars. 2 of the Durham players off in Narnia, and they can't put it through.
And it's not like they really need it, but maybe they did as they get the counterattack right away, and Cressy just finds an open net here that's struggling on the defense. Struggling on the offense too. What is going on with Brock today?
Lev needs to have that. I don't know what was going on there with Lev. He's a player at plenty of the caliber to make that save. And going from pretty much what should have been a sure goal to pretty much a sure save being a goal against is brutal.
Brutal.
As that floats through, good save from Cressy as Jay with a little bit of time. Jay gets beat out though. As Sai gets a bump across from Lev. Sai with control. Low boost, but lots of control. Taps it out to the mid. 1 up quick, that is Soars. Soars down to Lev. Lev with the shot, and Lev puts it through with 3 seconds to play. And Brock take the late lead.
You can see Moxley there, just playing so patient on the backboard, expecting a shot to the top right. Lev sees that, slots it perfectly top left, just right behind both defenders who weren't able to challenge him early, so they were just forced to play goal line defense here. And unless we see a miracle, Brock will be taking game number 2.
Yeah, what a play to drop that there on 0. Not still shaky defensively for Brock, but at least they found their offense.
Yeah.
If Brock locks up the defense, this could be a very quick series, but if they keep making those mistakes, it'll give Durham life. And Durham's played really well.
Oh, absolutely.
They've upped their pace to kind of match Brock, and they're doing so with very limited defensive mistakes.
Limited defensive mistakes and a lot of creativity. Those passing plays, that's something that's really, really hard to find with some of these collegiate teams because they're just sort of pickup teams. Unless you're signing players as a school, if you're just picking up players, odds are they don't have that kind of chemistry and the trust in each other to wait there in the midfield an extra second longer to play that mid pass. And so seeing that out of Durham, that's the reason why I imagine they're here right now. It's just their absolute team chemistry.
Yeah, they're playing as a very good cohesive unit, even with Soars.
Hear that?
Yeah, Soars, the celebration coming through from the other room. We heard it at pretty much full volume. That was a beautiful touch from Lev and a beautiful tap in from Soars. Lev to Soars, the combo that everyone was talking about prior to this tournament, coming up big, and an early lead for Brock, which is something they really haven't seen. So it's nice to see them finally, hopefully finding their stride. But Cressy is saying, I'm going to try to get one for myself. This will be his last game before retirement, possibly, and he wants to go out with a bang.
Absolutely. And if you're a Brock fan, you got to be happy. It looks like they're kind of warming up here. As Sai gets a good clear out. Lev gets a bump, giving Sai some space. Beats Jay. Moxley, forced to make a touch, does so well. very, very aggressive play here out of Brock, almost too close to the point where they don't have a follow-up and they're forced to give up the midfield.
Yeah, it also leaves the counterattack super open, but Soars with some time. Soars with the musty. Soars puts the musty through. Soars is absolutely styling on Durham.
Oh my goodness, what a shot from Soars here. Just a beautiful musty. That's the kind of musty that you get in training and you're like, I could do that in game, and then you can't do it in game, but Soars can do it in game, and he did it right there. That was incredible.
Not just in game, but on land in a semifinal. Do or don't go home. What a sequence, but a good play there. And now Durham fighting back. Nice reset from Jay. Nice follow-up from Jay. Hard off the backboard. Follow-up shot is off from Mixley.
No.
Mixley with the best opportunity Durham has seen, but he can't put it through. And now back the other way comes Sai.
What a shot!
Sai with the redirect off the pass from Lev. And Brock is absolutely styling.
Are you kidding me, Sai? That is such a disgusting skim. You're already up 2-0. You didn't have to do him that dirty. But what an incredible shot from the man who doesn't get as much mentions as he should from Brock. He's looking incredible.
Yeah, Brock's third, the one on the team that everyone had been doubting, coming up big when it matters most. And we're only a minute and a half in, but 3-goal cushion, possibly a 4-goal. Oh, shot is missed by Soars. Follow-up is missed by Sai. Nice block there coming out. I believe that was Jay. Up high, chance after chance, miss on the backboard. Follow-up hit is clear, and it's just been bounding pressure from Brock. Nice pass from Soars to Lev, back to Soars, back to Lev, but a beautiful save from Jay.
Oh
I can't believe that infield back and forth got saved, keeping it to just a 3-goal lead. And back the other way comes Cressy. Cressy to Mixley. Mixley to the backboard. Backboard to Jay. Jay to the backboard, but Lev is there. Lev, nice beat past one. A little bit of control for the Lev. Back to Soars. Soars with a bit of control. Soars, can he get it? No, holding his flip. Oh! Tries to fake underneath, almost gets through. Nice pinch there coming up from Lev, though. But again, good play by Cressy BD there.
Yeah.
And backboard down. Lev being patient, knowing he is beat, but back to Sai. Sai, little awkward on that one. Not the touch he was hoping for, but a good follow-up from Soars to keep it in. Soars in the corner. Back to Sai. Sai is up, but beat out by Jay. It's gotten more back and forth, but back and forth is not enough if you're down by 3 as we hit the 2-minute mark.
Absolutely not here, as we see Soars looking for the double tap middle. Moxley almost missing it because he trusted it so much. There's so much consistency out of Brock this game that Durham's starting to respect it, but you almost have to be a little disrespectful if you're Durham right now. Down by 3, you need some of these dirty goals that that you can get by either getting demos, as Cressy here looking to control. Notices the space, decides to go low. Still isn't challenged. Goes for the reset, but Soars plays ball very well. Gets over the second man too. And
yeah, and he's
Moxley
still in
can't play some
control,
defense.
trying to put that mid, can't do so. And it gets cleared, but every missed chance is a higher likelihood of Brock taking this one. Nice cutoff by Jay, but you're still stuck pinned in your own end. Nice beat from Sai. Sai out to Soars, but a good cutoff. Cressy, the silver lining here, if you are Durham, is you've done a better job holding after those first 3 goals. But even still, it looks like Brock has finally woken up here.
Absolutely. But, and yeah, Brock hasn't let in any goals either. Let's keep that in mind. They've been very solid on defense as well, something that they had struggled with just a bit earlier. As Lev, close reset, Soars with the shot. Cressy stays behind it. How did he do that on Zerboost? That was incredible. As Moxley tries to stay behind it, can't. Sai pops it out, pops it middle for a pre-jumping Lev and a pre-jumping Soars. Maybe a bit of an overcommit. Can Cressy make something happen here? Goes for a direct shot. Lev just pops to the side. Not a safe spot yet. Can Jay get a shot? No, he has to hit it around. And now Brock positioned on defense. A very strong defense this game, and they're not going to let that one through. So a big counterattack there from Soars to Sai, and Moxley's going to have a lot of work to do to get this one upfield, and he can't even get past Lev in his own corner.
Yeah, it's nice to see some backboard defense from the Brock side with Soars being up there to make the plays. They seem to have locked in better defensively, and they're being a lot more structured and a bit less reckless. But a follow-up shot is there, but a good save. Still floating up. Big challenges, but now Soars with some time. Gets blocked out, but as the clock ticks away, it'll be a 2-1 Brock lead, and Sai makes it 4-0.
just putting in the dagger if you even needed one. Sai here, just a great flick. Beating 2 players who were just a half second off of challenging him, and Cressy has no chance. And that'll do it for this game. But if you're Durham, I mean, what do you do here? What is the reality here? Do you try and switch something up? Do you try and get more aggressive? What do you think?
I mean, realistically, what can you do, right? Like, you got to put a hand up early on Brock solos because you got to get up there to contest Source. You got to get up there to contest Lev. You still got to rely on the counterattacks, though, because if you just play straight to them, you will probably not be able to get through. So it's relying on overcommits on offense and mistakes on defense. Brock has not been perfect on defense.
No,
they were this game, but even still, there were chances where Durham was unable to take advantage. So you got to take advantage of Brock's mistakes, and you got to be early in challenging Lev and Source. We'll see if they have an answer here, but a 2-1 series lead for Brock in a game that they absolutely dominated. It was, the shots may have looked even, but the quality of chances was heavily
That's what I'm
Brock
thinking.
favored.
Durham, I can maybe think of one opportunity. Brock, just 5 come to mind instantly. Those resets, those pops, those passes, they just find each other so much better on offense.
Durham with 11 shots. Can you remember any of them?
I can remember maybe one, and it wasn't even a good one. It just it's hard for Durham, but if they recover here and they do well, you almost have to force Brock to use their boost on defense so they don't have as much for their offense. But easier said than done here is this pop straight to backboard. Sai looking for a double. Awkward for Jay. Lev is actually the one to finish it off. And we see a 1-0 lead already here for Brock.
Yeah, it was a good passing play. Source to Sai, Sai to the backboard, Lev to the net. Yeah. Like, all 3 on the play from their own corner, clean pass to each player. That is what you want to see if you're a fan of Brock. That is what they're good at doing, is connecting with each other. And each player is strong in their own right. And it's definitely not what you want to see if you're Durham, if you want to change the narrative, because this feels a lot like how game 3 started.
And if you're a Brock fan, I mean, you just know these players are really fast, and that's why they all get involved in the play so often. As Sai here, looking for that reset, doesn't get past Cressy. Cressy, bit of an awkward touch. Jay takes it, but has no boost, so gets beat up by Soars. Cressy pops it out to Lev. Lev, control touch, maybe to himself, maybe to his teammate. It's always hard to know. Jay pops it out only as far as Soars. Lev gonna go for the touchback in. Soars tries to go for the fake shot. I love that idea, but gets dunked out right in front of the Durham goal.
Yeah, what an unexpected touch from Lev. Almost works. But now back to Lev, the man of the hour. Puts it high off the backboard, floating up, staying on it to keep control. Ends up faking it down, but I believe that's what Cressy was expecting here. Ball into corner. Cressy passes out mid. Follow-up is there, but a great block. Now Sai leaves it for Soars. Oh, what a beat. I don't know which player on the Durham side got a hand up there, but that was a very good play to stop what was a pretty sure Soars solo play.
Absolutely here as Cressy takes it out of his own corner here. Has a lot of boost. Durham, this may be the best opportunity they've had, but Jay just kind of throws it to the backboard. Can't get anything done with it. Lev pops it forward. Just letting the Durham player hit it back into him, just baiting them in. It's just so brutal if you're a Durham player because you don't know if he's going to keep going with it or if he's going to stop and then you're forced to go anyways. It's just really rough.
Yeah, almost a follow-up shot there, though. Cressy leaving it. Lev is up. So is Jay. Jay takes out Lev, but soars out to Sai. Sai tried for a pass, but he had no one there. He needed to play that himself. Nobody there to follow up. But now Lev up. Lev into sidewall. He's good to double this mid. Oh, he didn't get as good a touch as he was hoping for, but he stays, but Sai's able to stay on it. And now forced back on defense. Nice touch in!
Oh my goodness.
Wow, Lev!
What a play, what a shot, what a pass from Lev here. Just, that is his back wall. Even though it's on the Durham side, that is his. He controls that. That is his back wall.
Lev being able to hit the ball not just down on the back wall, but out from the back wall makes it almost impossible to save. Puts it right on the car. And what a sequence. And despite a little bit of sustained Durham offense, it's still 2-0.
Absolutely.
Hard off the back wall, though. Follow up, looking for the double tap, but a great block out from Soars. Brock seems to have locked in themselves as Soars is up. Soars looking for the double tap. He finds it, but an even better save from Jay. Up high off the ceiling. Ground pitch. Oh, Sai and Lev connecting on a pinch. That is unsavable.
That is, and that much space. You see Cressy diving in, not expecting maybe a touch out of Lev so quick. And that just leaves the midfield open, and it's just really no chance for the keeper unless it goes straight to him, and it just went perfectly top left there. And Brock have a 3-0 lead, kind of what we were expecting. Make that 4 as Soares scores off the kickoff. One of the worst types of goals to give up, especially when you're already down.
Yeah, Soares just clean wins over Jay on the kickoff, keeps full control and slots it through. And it's just been, this feels like last game in that they got a lead, held it, and Durham is stuck playing up the back. And Durham was able to put a hand up, was able to get a touch to block the offensive plays, but it's not enough. As the ball hard off the sidewall, Lev into Sai, up high, hard off the back wall, as Mixley out to Sai, nice block out there from Cressy as Soares puts it back into the corner. Ball coming up into the back wall, looking for the double tap, but he can't quite get it through.
And what I like to see here is Brock just kind of disrespecting Durham with some of these challenges. They're really showing no remorse, just diving them instantly. And I mean, if you're Brock, why not? You're already up 4-0 and you're kind of dominating. As Soares going for a double reset, kind of trying to freestyle here. Is Lev nearly own goals, but just getting it back to Soares, who's looking to take it off his own board. As again, Lev just controlling it out of his own corner. Moxley, you know what? If Durham scores 1 or 2 here, it'll help with momentum. But you have to imagine it's going to be really hard for them to come back at this point.
Yeah, they can try for momentum. They can try to make something happen out of nothing. But at the end of the day, they have just been out-momentumed, outplayed, out-mechanicked, outshot. Like, it's not just close wins. It is dominant wins.
Oh, my goodness.
As Sai makes it 5-0. And if this game ends without a Durham goal, it will have been over 10 minutes of gameplay, like, since Durham scored.
Yeah.
And 15 minutes of gameplay since Durham won. So, there is no momentum. Absolutely zero.
It's just so tough with these such mechanical, like, high-level twos players. Jay tried to put a shot straight on, but Lev just keeps it away. And these guys have figured out their flow, and Durham needs to switch something up really drastically, or else we're not going to see a win out of them. Like, I'm gonna be brutally honest. They got to switch something up here. Like, Brock just has their number. They're baiting them in perfectly. Okay, maybe a shot. No, Jay couldn't put it on, and Sai just keeps it in his corner in a safe spot.
I guess the big question is,
counting down.
You're asking for something to change. What can they do?
My thought is just force the ball better, but easier said than done if you're playing against these kind of players who can beat the force and then beat the last man as well. It really comes down to experience, and I don't know if Durham has enough to win this, but I mean, here's hoping, right? I'd love to get a longer series here. That's always what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, as much as I'd love to see a longer series, I don't see it happening. More than 10 minutes without a goal. Two games, 11 goals between the 2 games.
Yeah.
Like, it has been really, really tough if you're a fan of Durham.
And this time, they don't even have, like, the shots to show they were on offense
they had
as much.
11 shots last game. They had 4. They had 5 this game.
5 this game, and that's like less than half of what Brock has. If you're Durham, you go down 1-0, 2-0 in the first minute, and you're trying to force those stuff, sure, you can lose 5-0. That can happen to a team. Next game, you really got to come out swinging, and you got to know that you are the better team. You really got to think that, be confident in yourself. And honestly, sitting next to them in the game room, I think they got it. Like, they have a good mental about this. They just got to lock in and really focus on their touches, and I think they can pull it off.
Yeah, their experience with Jay and Cressy are experienced. They know what it's like to be in these situations. Whereas Brock is kind of the inexperienced team, but they bring a bit more on paper talent. So, and they've done well so far. Game number 5 here, as the ball pops up. Nice beat for Lev. Lev to the ground, and he puts it through. Lev solo play to start game number 5. Brings it up brings it down, pinches it by, and then it's an early lead for Brock.
And if you're playing a high-level twos player like Lev, like he's always on the boards, you got to just be forcing ball there. And he just goes straight under the first man, and at that point, he can just do whatever he wants on that ball. He has a big net to shoot at, and he will hit the shot. Sai here putting in a second one here, 13 seconds in, down 2-0. This is not what we want to see for Durham. Moxley not getting the greatest touch. Jay, great demo out of Soars on Jay. Jay just no chance there. And all of a sudden, it's
Mixley gets
2-0.
one bad touch. Jay gets demoed out, and it's an open net. And these chances have been few and far between for Durham, and they can barely get a good ball touch. There's a bit of panic. There's a bit of rush. Lev is up. Lev is down. What a save from Mixley, but a follow-up from Sai. And it's 3-0, and we're not even 30 seconds in.
Yeah, they're just forcing out like the absolute worst touches out of Durham here. Like you see that touch from Moxley is only bad because it was such a good first attempt at the net, and it just allowed Sai to get a free shot there and get that third goal for Brock. And if you're Durham, I mean, what do you do here? Like you just gotta sit back and kind of take it. As Source free jumping Lev. I mean, come on, is there a forfeit button in OCC? Because this is brutal.
Yeah, Lev, nice beat past one. Soar's already up. Sitting back is Cressy, but you could only do so much when the shot comes in that quick. Shot in again and again and again. Brock is just pressuring. They had 47 goals in their 3 matches yesterday, and looking at this today, you can see why, as they just shoot, and they will take advantage of every opportunity presented to them. It was a nice touch. Soars with a nice touch as well, but Mixley able to leave that for Cressy, trying to do anything to bring his team back into this. He has the experience, but can he do anything here? Nice touch from Cressy, back to Lev to the sidewall, pinches it out. Nice beat out there from Soars with control. Tap out to the mid. What a pass from Soars. It's a shame Sai wasn't able to bring that one down.
Sai was going for some extra mech there, looking for the reset, as Lev also does the same. Pass out to Soars. Soars still gets a piece of it. They're kind of freestyling, but also at the same time trying to get their touches. It's just a very interesting play style that I'm seeing.
One reset. Oh, he gets dunked.
It's a bit scary if you're Fanshaw and you're watching this. You're like, okay, these guys are capable of this. Are they going to pull it out against us?
I think, though, that the crazy mechanics we're seeing from Brock can only be done if they have control and they control the pace. Fanshaw's experienced. Fanshaw is at a pretty similar level to this Brock side, so it won't be to this degree, but we could see a little bit of it. At least the like actually competitively viable mechanics, like the breezies, the musties, like
Big time.
those make sense. But I don't think we'll see chain resets in the grand final.
No, probably not. But I mean, this game's not over. Like let's be clear here. Durham has not been scored on in the past minute and a half, and well, normally you would say that and be like, okay, great. For this team, it's a little bit of an accomplishment against Brock specifically. I mean, we've seen Durham play fantastic against other teams. It's just Brock is such a tough opponent.
Yeah, it's an accomplishment, but the reason why it feels pretty over, as Sai puts another one through, is even if you're preventing Brock from scoring, you're not really getting opportunities for yourself. In this elimination match, if you're down by 4 and you can't get any shots of your own, you're not going to come back. And yeah, maybe you can try to keep it closer to try to have some moral victory. But the fact of the matter is, if they don't score here, they haven't been able to score across 3 straight games, 15 straight minutes. So at the very least for Durham, you want to score 1 here in game 5.
You really do. And I mean, do they even have a single shot? They've just been stuck on defense. This is kind of what I was expecting coming into this series. I'm sure a lot of people might have been as well, seeing the big names like Levin Soars and even Sai being the kind of an undercard. I wasn't really expecting much out of him. He looks fantastic as well. A very solid all-around team, if I'm going to be honest. No crazy outstanding player, maybe Lev on some of his mechanics, but the passing plays have been a fantastic out of this team, as well as actually Jay just muscles one through here, and it is not over, ladies and gentlemen. 4 goals is not technically impossible. Jay on 0 boost, beating Lev, the experienced RLCS player.
Yeah, I heard a cheer in the other room. The consolation goal, the finally getting one through. As I said, it would have been a bad look if they went 15 straight minutes without a goal. We'll see if they can get any more, but at the very least, they haven't been held scoreless for 3 straight games. Mixley trying to get one, leaving it for Cressy. Cressy, though, gets dunked out by the pre-jumped Soars, but then Jay to Cressy. Back to Jay, but ends up leaving it for Lev. Lev clearing it out, but only as far as Mixley. Mixley up quick. Mixley up quick, looking for the double tap. Tapped out, followed up by Jay, and Jay gets his second of the match. And if you're Brock, you gotta be careful here.
Now hold on just a second, Brock. Let's slow our roll here. What are we doing?
They're getting a little coy with it because they know they're leading by so much. But if you give up even just a single more goal, you're suddenly letting them back into the game.
Big time.
And that was almost another opportunity, forcing Sai to be back on D. A nice clear out, but only as far as Mixley. Mixley off to the sidewall. Down. Ball bouncing up. Lev beats Mixley, though. Gets the ball clear. And at this point, every clear is crucial as the time ticks away. Soars keeps control. Puts it mid. Mid for Lev. Lev is there. Lev doubling. Oh, I saw what Lev was going for there, but he couldn't get the sidewall on target.
Couldn't quite. As Sai here controls to his backboard. 0 boost. He's going to leave it for Lev here. No, he bumps his own teammate. Great play. Lev trying to put it middle, just can't. Soars with the pre-jump, forces the ball to Lev. Mixley just trying to force a ball through. I mean, you're down by 3. You need to force one through. Soars here, taking it to the sidewall, maybe looking for a double tap. Oh my goodness, I think he's going for a skim. He went for a double there. Incredible. And just these clears. I mean, look how much time Brock has to just think about what they want to do. Sai beating him with his mind there. Cressy pops it to the side. Lev off the ceiling, looking for a 50. Down to Soars. Soars was already in that spot, waiting for that 50. That is just incredible chemistry there out of this team. I mean, I was talking about Durham chemistry earlier. I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Brock. If I'm going to say anything, it's that Brock and Fanshawe is going to be an incredible finals.
Yeah, congratulations to Brock as they take the semi by a very dominant 4-1. They, much like how they started today, they showed up a bit slow, lost early, but then turned around and won this entire game 4-1. Brock moving on to the final, as you said, to face Fanshawe, and we will see. This will be an absolutely exciting final. Don't go anywhere, as we are just going to take a quick short break, get that match all set up, and we will see you in a bit for the grand finals of OCC.
Thanks, everyone.
seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Following the lines of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me.
She found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make out, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running, running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running, running back to you. Back to you. get away from here. Let's get away from here. Let's get away from here. Strangers stand lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers stand lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. We used to think our words were gold, that our blinded hearts could withstand cold. We were catching diamonds in the rain, letting precious water through the drain. Stars were dancing in their light, paths that we could never ride. Oh, they were dancing way up high. We built these walls so we could find who could prove themselves through the waves of time. We're trying to repent before you sin. It's like giving up before you begin. Stars were dancing in their light, paths that we could never ride. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their light, future we will never ride. Dirt on our feet was bone dry, it was bone dry.
Second chances, still we bleed. And when all love had been depleted, we had but no choice to concede. As the stars were dancing in that line, past that we could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in that line. Future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry. It was bone dry.
Hey, the game's back. Hey, we hear game audio again. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Campus Carball. I am Ray, joined here with Trigger Happy for the finals of Ontario Campus Carball between Fanshawe and Brock.
I think it's gonna be exciting. I will say, just the York Sweaters left us for now. We're back into Fanshawe and Brock, and I'm just gonna, I think I'm gonna be cheering for Fanshawe just a little bit to make me feel a little better.
Yeah, Fanshawe, they've come close. They were very competitive in the last OCC that we ran in person. Maybe this will be their year.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Well, these teams did play each other, and Brock came out on top.
Yeah, but that was a best of 5 without any stakes. It
That's
literally was just a seeding game. So the question becomes, how does that differ going from best of 5 to best of 7 and going from a non-elimination game to an elimination game?
Yeah, and there's the other factor of Fanshaw's been sitting for a bit. Brock just came off a game.
We did make Brock sit while we watched the end of the Canada game. But
that is true. We all sat for a little bit. Beautiful goal, by the way.
Here we go, though. Game number 1 here. Kickoff won by Source. Source to Lev. Lev with a little bit of space. Up to the back wall, but immediately cleared out by McLean. McLean, though, beat up by Source. It's a bit of back and forth so far. That's a nice hit from Sai. And Lev avoids the demo, gets a nice touch. And back foot is the side of Fanshawe as they are just a little bit behind that, but a nice touch up.
Yeah, right now, Fanshawe trying to break out. Not a lot of boost. Ches will be first to this. This gets removed. And now space back over to Brock. Soares is up for this. Off the ceiling, trying to find the second touch. Almost double tapping in his own net, but we'll get the clear. Lev Now helping out by side, trying to get this one midfield chance here. Swords shot, bouncer off the crossbar, and just saved out. But yeah, once again, oh, there's a rule 1.
Yeah,
Lev
rule-
and McLean rule 1 over there. So a little 2v2 action here on the main street.
Yeah, 2v2. That is Soares' main game. So we will see if he has any answer. That's a nice shot out, forcing up the save here from Reeker. Follow up into the corner. Going to get tapped out, though, by Reeker. Reeker with some time. Reeker with some space. Reeker up quickly. Reeker versus 1. Nice save there by Soares. Soares takes control. Soares tries to get the beat on 1, but I believe he was already falling back here as Ches gets a nice touch out. Ches to Reeker. Reeker is up. Reeker with time. And again, Soares with the good defense, but a follow-up shot from Ches! And Ches opens the scoring in the grand final.
Yeah, Ches just a little bit quicker. So I thought he had it. He needs to go right away. Got the boost and then turned over and looked, and he's like, oh, Ches is already up. Not fast enough. And that's going to be a first there for Fanshawe. You know, started on the back foot, but that 2v2, I think, really helped him out.
Yeah, what a play. And now that's a good start if you're a fan of Fanshawe, as they look to pile on. There's a nice touch there coming out from side, but Lev is back, forced out touch by Soares. Soares with some time, Soares with some space, beat on 1, but second is there. This Fanshawe side is not giving Soares the space that the Durham side did in their prior game. They need to adapt and try to connect and less on the solo plays, because every single ball that Brock goes up to gets blocked.
Yeah, now maybe a chance here for Fanshawe. Off the backboard, a miss there. Reeker, can he slot it? Yes, he can, just under the crossbar. And just like that, Fanshawe up 2, and this is kind of something we saw in that York series. Quick counterattack, you know, breaking out the defense, and it's just in the net. They're already up.
Yeah, 2 quick goals, and honestly, the chances that Brock is trying to create are not high enough quality, and they need to try to be there for each other and also try to lock in on defense. But I will have it note that Brock has been abysmal in game 1s.
That is definitely true. You know,
So this might not be representative of the whole series, but at the very least, this is a good start if you're a Fanshawe fan, as they continue to try to pressure. Oh, nice clear, though, up. McLean is up. McLean gets control. McLean trying to drop that in, but a good block there on the back wall by Sai. Another clear up, blocked by Reeker. Reeker trying to follow it up, can't quite do so. As it falls back to Ches. Ches to the mid to McLean. McLean off the post.
Oh, and
I think that's an open net, and Sai takes no mistake. I think the third man came in on that shot and left the net wide open.
Yeah, and Sai's just like, oh, the ball's upfield. I guess I'll put it in for being slowly rotating back. So, you know, gets rewarded for his slow rotations, but you know, that's pretty good. And yeah, I actually didn't see the third man, so it must have pushed up, or maybe that shot that was off the sidewall was supposed to be on target instead of a pass, and kind of ended up passing it back to Brock. And now Lev, chance here, having some assistance, but no boost to really follow that. Gonna have to leave it for Fanshawe. Ches over 1, and a double commit here from Brock. Not really characteristic of the these top teams here.
Yeah, nice clear though by Sai, and then Soares there following up on the side, challenges but gets forced out. Tap out to the mid, but immediately cleared out by Reeker. Soares there to contest, but McLean is there. McLean off the corner wall to mid to an almost a shot, but a good touch there from Soares. And now, nice shot by Sai on 0 boost. He stays with that ball and slots it through and ties up game number 1.
I'm a little confused by this. Reeker has full boost. I think it was a Ches or McLean. One of the other ones was right beside it, I guess, pulled off, and Reeker said, I had it, but no one challenged, and the no boost side just puts it in the net.
Yeah, good fake there from McLean. McLean tries to get past the second, can't quite do so here. Ball up to Lev. Lev with some time. Lev with some space, can't quite get it through as it falls back to Ches. Ches trying to get a nice beat on 1. A nice touch up. Nice clear out. And the ball off the corner while bouncing down. Reeker, nice touch out. And he pinches it through. Can't quite do so here. Ball up though. Reset. Down. And Ches able to clear it out. 2-2. Better. Oh, musty from Ches. Not the power he was hoping for on it though. As Lev says, I can do that too, as he comes back the other way. Lev down to Sai. Sai is up. Sai trying to get one mid, does so successfully. Ball floating up in the air off the back wall by Soars, but it's out to Reeker. And Brock now forced back on defense. Nice beat on one, but Sai is back. Bit of a miss from Sai though. Miss from Sai, shot open, but a miss. Another miss, saved by Soars. Neither team able to find that goal. Little bit of nerves, little bit of mistakes, and they can't put it through. As we come down to the final 15 seconds here, Sai gets beat out. Lev able to get a touch, but it pinches back up into the mid. Awkward play if you're Brock. Hard off the sidewall. Continued pressure as Reeker 50s it back to the middle, but it goes to Sai. Sai with the shot, but that should be an easy save there for McLean. Soars able to 50, but McLean with some time. Oh, McLean puts it through. And game one stolen from the hands of defeat with a 0-second goal from McLean.
I think Ches got the tiniest of touches to keep that one up, and I was gonna say that last minute was like the scrappiest Rocket League I've seen for like at least a high level. I was like, what's going on? Everyone's just diving at the ball, trying to get something going. And last second efforts, 0 seconds, keeping it up. And McLean's the one to put it away. He was the guy, I think, to watch in that last series against York, getting all those goals, but it's looking like Fanshawe, they're sharing the wealth this time.
Yeah, what a play from Fanshawe. They went up 2-0, obviously. Brock had some fight back, but they kept their composure. They played their game. And that last 5 seconds, they had an opportunity, and they took full advantage. What a play from McLean. That was most of his contribution that game, which is fantastic. And now, instead of having to fight in overtime, you take a game one lead.
And some crazy stats here. Both teams with 7 saves and 10 shots.
Very even game.
So a super even game. The only difference on the scoreboard was the 1 goal, even 2 assists per team. So very evenly matched so far. And if the margins are going to be 0-second goals just to keep it up, I think we might have a series on our hand.
Yes, we will. Soars gets a nice touch out off the kickoff here, but immediately to McLean. McLean gets beaten out though. Lev gets a nice demo to create a little bit of space, but Reeker goes right back with a demo of his own. Soars to Sai, Sai to Soars, but again cut off. Brock trying to create these early opportunities. That is a shot on, but it's slow and easy to block out. Big clear though. Nice block from Soars to keep it in. And early pressure here from Brock, but they need to try to capitalize on these opportunities. That is an awkward touch. Easy first beat for McLean, but he ends up giving it away to Soars. Bit of boomer ball here early, but there's no early goal, and we'll see which team is going to be the one to break through.
Yeah, it's looking, honestly, a little awkward. Some players missing the ball. Chance here for Fanshawe. Going to be saved off as well, and a few double commits even. I saw on the back end Fanshawe, there's a team bump on the goal line. Luckily, there was nothing, really pressing them, so it didn't quite matter. And what a nice little pinch out there from Reeker. Going to park up on this corner boost. But still, both these teams are looking not full communicating, I think. Some interesting touches here and there. Here, maybe a chance. McLean off the backboard. Double, can't quite get it down. And now scrambling back to defense's side. Just going to fire one down, no boost. As Fanshawe get back on the attack.
Fanshawe on the attack. Beautiful double tap, but it's just wide. Soars trying to be the one to get the ball out for his team. Gets a bump, but wow, Reeker able to keep that ball away from Lev. Reeker out to the mid. But again, nobody there on the side of Fanshawe to follow it up. Soars almost puts that one through. Ches awkward, low boost, low position, gets it clear, but not much more. Sai gets beat. Sai and Soars both get beat out. Ball in the corner. McLean gets it past one. A little bit of panic here from the Brock defense as they're finally able to get it clear, but only as far as Reeker. Reeker keeps the ball in, trying to put this one out. Reeker with good control. Reeker gets the pop-up, but a good block from Soars. Soars bumping Lev. There is some miscommunication on the Brock.
You see what I'm saying? Everyone's just driving into each other, and it's usually their own teammate at this point. And like, what's going on? Some scramble in front of the net. Lev's gonna get possession of this. Flip reset, maybe looking for a bump. Sai there for the shot, gets blocked out. But still, both these teams, kind of just running into each other or into themselves. And once again, look, another double commit there from the side of Fanshawe. It might just happen to be a goal. Reeker, can he put it away? No, just saved out. And Lev will get the demo for insurance.
Yeah, nice play from Soars to clear it out. Soars back to Sai. McLean Gets beat out by Soares. Ball bouncing down. Nice tap out to the mid. Soares gets a nice follow touch. Into Lev. Lev with the shot. Lev puts it on. Scramble defense. Follow up is off. What a save by Reeker. And I believe McLean got a ball up there.
I think they just put every orange car in the net and prayed, and it worked out.
But still continued pressure, and Soares finally breaks the ice. 3 minutes and 5 seconds in, and we get the first goal here in game number 2.
Yeah, and that's a miss off of Reeker and Ches both missing that ball. I think Ches maybe reacting to the miss on the sidewall, but after all those great saves, that's the one that goes in. I guess you take it if you're Brock.
You pressure and pressure and pressure until something breaks. It might not be the prettiest goal, but it's respective of the power. But McLean gets a quick goal back off of a bit of a broken play. Did not there was no expectation McLean would get that touch, and Lev was caught scrambling, and Brock was just not ready for the redirect.
Yeah, Lev, he's back with boost in net, but he's too far up in net, not on the back post, not able to get that redirect, and it was quite a spicy one, in fact. But yeah, now we're back to even footing, and see how long it takes to get one more. As almost another chance there for Fanshawe.
Yeah, Brock needs another goal. They would love to get one soon as a possible double tap, but it's high, and there's always a backboard defender on the side of Fanshawe. That should have been a goal, but Soares pinches it off the post. Lev out to the mid, but only as far as Ches. Ches keeping it in. McLean with some time. McLean with some space. What a shot from McLean, but a better save from Soares.
Great efforts both sides, just amazing save there, and then the chance for Brock, this pinch, this car not quite rotated quite perfectly for that. Just getting bumped out here. Ches now on the sidewall, trying to get centered, gets the demo instead, but a nice touch here from Brock, gonna keep the possession. Soares up for this one, a bit of a heavy first touch, gonna give it back to Fanshawe. Double not coming through, but off the backboard chance, Lev needs to find something, and he's gonna dribble this one out.
Yeah, Lev with some control, good early control, nice follow-up shot from Sai. And that just catches Fanshawe. I believe catches them in the rotation. There was an initial challenge. Reeker, last man back, bumped out by Soares. Yep, leaves the net wide open.
Yeah, it was just a great dribble off the back wall. Flip reset over one, and the second guy's getting chased by almost 2 cars. So pretty much an open net after that. Let's see if Fanshawe can muster something here in the last 40 seconds.
Yeah, Fanshawe stuck with their backs against the wall. 40 seconds, plenty of time. They scored a 0-second goal in game number 1. But will they have an answer here as time ticks away? Reeker trying to get that one down, can't do so. Sai tries to get that one clear, but it stays with McLean. McLean looking for the beat. Follow up by Ches. Ches off the post. That was the best sequence I've seen from Fanshawe, attempting to tie this one up, but they can't get it through.
It's so close there, just almost finding it. This one might find its mark just wide off the crossbar. One more off the crossbar, Fanshawe. Can they put it away? Maybe one last chance. It's midfield by Ches. Reeker trying to keep it up. It's going to bounce. Oh, maybe chance here. Brock looking to drop it. It's still kept up. Going to be far. Can McLean get to it? No. And just firing off the crossbar, the post. So close to tie that one. And Brock, I think, get a little lucky there in the end.
Brock thanking the 4th defender of the post, because that was... Soares got a little cute with one, and the follow-up on the shot went off the post. This is a better game from Brock, but there's still some shaky in that defense.
Yeah, for sure, and still super close on the shots here. I believe it's 10 shots for Fanshawe again. They've been pretty consistent.
9 for Brock.
To the 9 for Brock, and then Brock's got 6 saves, and Fanshawe's got 5. So that's the 1 goal difference there.
Yeah, and I think Brock is content with how that went, but at the end of the day, like, we've seen 2 games where posts and slight missed opportunities are the difference. 2 1-goal games. These teams are a good match for each other. And in a best of 7, you like, this is now just a best of 5. Like, that just basically turns this into a best of 5. We'll see which team gets match point first. Nice touch from Ches. Ches going for the double. Can't quite get it. Ball into the corner. Soares with some time. Soares with some space. Tries to get past one. Can't do so. It falls back to Lev. Lev with some time. Lev past 1. Lev past 2. Lev off the backboard. But Ches is there as Soares playing off that touch. Does so successfully. Hard off the back wall. But a nice quick read. The backboard defense on Fanshawe coming in strong early.
Yeah, one thing I do want to see is these guys running into each other less. Because, this is the grand final, right? I think maybe you expect to see this a bit earlier on to the tournament. I think they're getting a little bit better as the series goes on. But great, game 1, pretty scrappy. Game 2, a little bit scrappy. So let's see if they can clean it up here for game 3. That was a great beat. Sai is up for it. That's going to be a nice little touchdown from Fanshawe. And McLean, opportunity. Up to Ches, but not a lot of boost. Going to be straight back, and he's already up for Brock. Chance for the double, gonna drop it down. Soares, he was up way before anyone else.
Yeah, Soares is really good at reading the play, so he was prepared for that long before anyone on Fanshawe was ready for it. And with how mechanical Soares is, he's not gonna make a mistake. He's gonna get that in every time. And that's a nice quick goal for Brock. It's nice to see them starting with a little bit of possession and a little bit of a lead. But we know that this Fanshawe side doesn't go away. So we'll see if they can hold on here. Oh, Reeker, that's an uncharacteristic miss, but there was also a miss on the Brock side. Follow-up shot, forcing a save from Soares.
This is the stuff I'm talking about. I'm not expecting that. I don't think anyone on the pitch was expecting that miss. It's going for the flip reset, just flops the play. Looks like what I do in my twos games. But it's the quality's got to go up a little bit more, or we're gonna have some, I think, a little bit of RNG come into play.
Yeah, even SSLs under the pressure of a LAN and a grand finals will make uncharacteristic mistakes. It just becomes the question of which team makes less of them here. Ball into the corner of Fanshawe. Looking for the double out is Soares, but Lev there to follow it up. Sai falling back for boost. Lev trying to keep the pressure, trying to keep the play alive. Bought some time for Sai to come in. Sai to Soares. Soares to the sidewall. Looking for the double read, can't get it. Leaves it for Lev. Lev with some time. Lev with some space. That's a pop-up. Ball was floating there. Shot from Soares, forcing the save. And it's some good early pressure from Brock. But we all know how quick transitions can happen here. But then again, there's another weird, uncharacteristic mistake from Fanshawe.
Yeah, like they did so great on the defense, and then they're finally breaking out, and then the communication falls apart. Even Lev's running into his own teammate there. Does find this challenge over one, but it goes straight back to Reeker, and he's just trying to muscle his way through. McLean now chance over one. And just another 50 in the midfield. Soares is going to be first to this. Still just everyone just mustering after this ball. Gets the demo. Maybe a chance here for Fanshawe. No boost. Can he walk it through? Gets 50'd out to the corner.
Yeah, good fake past one, but when you're dealing with two defenders, the second can play really passive, just waiting for whatever transpires. Holds on and waits for the fake, and nothing there coming through. That was a decent Fanshawe opportunity, but you need to try to bait out one of the defenders, make it a 1v1, and they were unable to do so. That's a good touch out mid from McLean. A good follow-up there from Reeker. Another good follow-up from Ches, but nothing to show for it here. Nice McLean, staying with it. McLean on the ball, put it in deep, and walked out.
Reeker not finding that touch. Gonna be sent back. McLean gonna be able to try to find the double. A missed touch there as well. Maybe chance here for Brock. It's up. Shot on target. Saved out by Reeker. But now Fanshawe trying to just pick something up and get it cleared out.
Oh. All right. Yeah, shot coming in. Almost on for Lev.
Soares, chance here. Gonna be cleared off to the side. Fanshawe still looking to exit. Reeker gonna try to take his time with this one. Only finds one touch. Shot on target. It might just be on. McLean with a perfect save there, doubling off his own sidewall. Gets this one cleared.
Yeah, cleared out here. Coming down to the last minute. 1 goal lead. The worst lead in Rocket League because it's not safe. Good beat. Good cut there, though. Keeping possession. Trying to get that last goal is Fanshawe. But that's just going to float through. Big long bomb, I believe, from Soares goes in as all of Fanshawe was focused on the offensive opportunity.
Maybe he's going for the block, thinking the touch is coming through. I'm just thinking how that missed. I don't know, weird read off the ceiling. Maybe couldn't see it, but once again, the uncharacteristic series here.
Yeah, mistakes on both sides, but Brock has held strong here as the time ticks away. They need to try to hold this. They have 30 seconds. The 2-goal lead's better than the 1-goal lead, but all it takes is 1 goal to change things. But Soares says he wants the hat trick.
There we go. There's some better Rocket League. Soares up for it, gets the double. They're trying to get the read. At least they can all read the play now.
Yeah, that was a good play from Soares. Soares stepping up big when it matters most. That was a fantastic play. And that almost is the dagger, as it forces Fanshawe to need a goal now. And as the time ticks away, it becomes all more of a certainty that Brock will take game 3 and take that pivotal lead and make the last game a must-win pretty much for the Fanshawe side.
Yeah, oh, they're just trying to get something going for this final goal. Ches maybe one for the road. Nope, gets dunked off it. Gonna try to control it in his own corner. And almost another goal here for Brock. It will touch down. And, you know, Brock up 1 with the lead, but I'm not very confident that these guys are playing at their top right now.
I mean, look, all that matters is how you play relative to your opponent. This may not be the best game for Brock. Sai had a bit of a tough game where he didn't feel like he was contributing much, but Soar stepped up big. It's a 2-1 lead. It makes this next one match point, which would be lovely. Brock wants to win this next one, wants to take a stranglehold on the series. They've had strong possession. They had strong possession last game. They have strong possession this game. And I know there's been defensive mistakes, but at the end of the day, the offense from Brock seems to be enough to push through that besides game 1.
Yeah, it kind of feels like that York versus Fanshawe match where I think my critiques for Fanshawe was the defense is looking a little sloppy. But if, you know, there is no defense to be had because the ball's just in the back of the net of your other opponent, then you can't really critique the defense. So as long as Brock can keep up the pressure like that, I think Fanshawe as well, both of these teams just need to clean up their touches a bit. You know, people that are missing the ball, whiffing the ball, running into teammates still. But I think Fanshawe, if they can clear that up in the back, then they'll be able to get a few more chances downfield and really test that Brock defense. Oh, as right there, a test, but just wide of the net. McLean going to be hoping the post is a little bit further to the left there.
Yeah, good play. Reeker trying to put that one through. That might waterfall down, but a good block, I believe, on the back wall there by Soares, but it gets followed in. That was a good demo, but will it turn into a goal? Good touch from Lev, but Ches with the shot over the bar. Follow up from Sai, able to touch that clear, but look at the boost on Brock. They need one clear. Soares able to get something, but on pennies at the back. Pressure, pressure, pressure. How is this not turned into a goal? More pressure, and Ches finally puts it through. 45 seconds of pretty much pure pressure by Fanshawe, and finally it gets through.
I was going to say, I think they should have scored that open net. You know, for the player of these calibers, you know, I missed those, but that's fine. I'm washed. I'm retired. I'm not supposed to be putting those in anymore. But these guys should be slotting that. I was like, Fanshawe, they're going to be hurting themselves. They did finally find that goal. And just like that, you know, they're making Brock sweat on defense. It was all scrappy. It was all scrambled. If they can just keep up that pressure, Brock's going to have to, you know, fix up their defense a little bit.
Yeah, Brock's got to figure out their defense. But good news is it is early. That's a nice tap out, but again, blocked out by McLean. And it looks like Fanshawe's trying to play with a little bit more control here because they've been dealing with the problem of trailing these last couple games. But Soares says he wants to even this thing up. High off the ceiling. Lev leaves it, goes for a bump, tries to leave it for Sai, but he could not quite get it to him. As again, nice 50 there from Soares. Soares pass 1, ball back to Lev. Lev off the sidewall. Lev stays with it. Over the top though, back to Sai, and now Soares with some space. Soares up quick with some space. Takes it low, gets beat out though. He can beat one defender, but he can't beat more than one if he's there all by himself. And Reeker just puts it through. And counterattack goal.
Where's McLean coming from? He just wanted to go steal their corner boost, and he's like, I'm just going to stop the ball in the midfield and just go try to demo the goalie. What a beautiful rat plays, as I'd like to call it.
Yeah, beautiful rat play, and it's a 2-goal lead here for Fanshawe as they try to even the series up at 2 apiece.
Definitely something I would do. Oh my goodness, what a pinch. Chance now for Reeker to drop it in. Maybe one more from McLean, and there we go. Fanshawe, they've turned it up a level.
Yeah, they have. This is the best I've seen Fanshawe play all series. Reeker forces out a bad save from Soares, and McLean's there to just pot it through. Yeah, good sequence.
Everyone got boost on Brock, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, but all the boost in the world, but if you're connecting passes like that, there's nothing you can do. Good kickoff win by Lev. Good kickoff hit by Sai as Soares comes in, tries to put that one up mid, but his team seems to have fallen back here. It's Reeker coming in. Reeker coming in off the backboard. Ball dropping in, and a follow-up shot from McLean. And it's 4-0 just 2 minutes in.
I think the first few games, maybe Fanshawe had their mics off. Because now they're connecting with each other. They're hitting the ball. They're not double committing. And they're up 4-0 with 2 minutes in.
Yeah, they're up 4-0 2 minutes in. Kind of feels a little like what Brock was able to do last game. And there seems to be a lot of momentum. Like, the team that scores early can build off the momentum and score off of it as McLean makes it 5-0.
Sort of just driving into his teammate again over here. Like, Lev gets the touch, tries to get the double. It was crazy. It was almost crazy.
They're rotating,
and then they just land on each other. And a free goal here once again for Fanshawe. So I think this Fanshawe right now, okay, it's up 5. It's not over, but if I was in the game, I feel like it's
this has to feel pretty over. We'll see if Lev can get one through. Like, it would be nice to get a couple goals, bring the game closer for a little bit of morale, but we will see if they can do that here. As Ches 50s it down mid to Reeker, but a good clear there coming out from the Brock side. As Lev tries to put this mid over Source, though. Source looks really awkward here. Has to use 100 boost to try to stay with it, but can't do so. As Reeker tries to put this one mid past Lev. Lev gets a good touch and a good follow-up. And a good follow-up shot. Ooh, that was almost really pretty, but it went wide of the net. And another one off the post. That's 2 posts in a row for Brock on what I feel like is one of their first real good opportunities.
Yeah, it was a great chance. Oh my God, Soares is already up for this, but couldn't quite get to it. So maybe a bit, overzealous on that play. And I just want to see here from Fanshawe. They got this 5-goal lead. Let's try to keep this going. Let's try not to, next game just drop all the momentum they gained here. And a chance here. Maybe Reeker can find something. He's going for the pre-jump. Pinches it right in the midfield. Lev had to put the brakes on so he wouldn't own goal. And Ches just caught a piece of Sai there to spin him out.
Yeah, Sai able to keep with it. Good touch out, though. Reeker able to get one, but hit right back into Sai. Sai with some space. Sai off the ceiling. Sai tries to drop that through, but a good save there coming out from Ches. Ball, though, continues to be in the Fanshawe side, but finally able to get it through. And you had some pressure there if you're Brock, but you have no goal to show for it, and it remains 5-0.
Yeah, and possession still on the side of Fanshawe. Reeker actually hitting that one back to his own teammate. Now back up to him. Going to drop it down mid again. Might be a bit dangerous. Lev was looking for a cheeky little redirect. Didn't quite have the touch he wanted. Soares' chance. He gets beat up by Reeker, and one man back. Lev will get the beat. As Soares off the ceiling, trying to drop this one in, but once again, Fanshawe with the save.
Yeah, Fanshawe is figuring out Soares' tactics. They're getting up and contesting those redirects. And it seems kind of like Brock's kind of just playing for fun at this point, trying to keep their mental in it, as it's clear they're not going to win this one. Oh. And what this will mean, and 6-0 doesn't really matter at this point, as McLean puts another one through.
He's got 4 goals.
4 goals. Great for McLean. But what'll really matter is who has momentum going into game 5, sorry. Because game 5 will decide who goes up match point. And whoever doesn't win that needs to win 2 straight. We've essentially taken a best of 7 and made it a best of 3.
Yeah. Oh, what a pass. But almost getting that together. I like to see that from Fanshawe. I think Fanshawe has been the better defense overall in the series. McLean going to get credit for the own goal there. And we'll see. Maybe they'll go for the Brazil here. It's a thing. It's a possibility. 10 seconds left. But I just want to, make sure, like Fanshawe, if everyone started messing around a little bit, they got to keep that intensity going into the next game and not just be like, oh, we beat them 7-0. That's easy. Let's go next.
Yeah, it's definitely a situation where they got to try to keep those heads on straight, really try to keep their game going, as it's not over, but it could very well be if they can't find a way to answer. And what a momentum building game if you're Fanshawe. You win game 1, you lose game 2 and game 3. All have been close games, but then you come out in game 4 and win 7-0.
I think that's the biggest lead we've seen today.
That is the biggest win I've seen in the tournament on stream, even including day 1.
And it's in the grand finals against the top 2 teams.
Yes, these are 2 very even teams, and yet we saw a 7-0 scoreline.
Which is kind of wild. And still, there's just so many shots, so many saves from both sides still. But I think Fanshawe definitely improving that defense, and I think that might be the key here for the next game. Whichever team, both teams, we've seen the offense. They're already up. both teams are up for that ball. They got mechanics. They can put it in. But whoever can, wrangle their defense first even off the first kickoff could be the decider here for the momentum swing.
Yeah, this has to be the deciding game. Game 5.
I think so.
It puts a team on match point. One team will have all the momentum. McLean almost had 1,000 points compared to Soares being the highest on Brock with 320. McLean, will he be the difference maker, or will Soares step up like he did in games 2 and 3? We will see. Game number 5 underway here. Kickoff 1, kind of even, but possession picked up by Fanshawe. McLean with some time. McLean fakes 1. McLean fakes 2, but he passes behind his own teammate. That was almost a highlight reel fake. But Ches with some time. Ches off the ceiling, gets his own touch, gets the reset, puts it mid. But by the time he does so, his team's fallen off.
I will say, Fanshawe just did 2 of the craziest individual plays to set up a teammate that wasn't there.
Yeah.
Oh, my inside post.
Yeah, 2 big individual plays with nothing to show for it here. Sai from his own end, able to get a touch up. But an even 50 between Reeker and Soares. Reeker and Soares even 50'd that twice in a row. But ball out mid. Good touch from Lev. Lev trying to follow this one up. McLean hitting it back. Good demo, though. And Soares is there, but it gets blocked. But a touch out mid. Follow-up shot is high. Follow-up shot from Soares is saved by Reeker.
How is he?
Brock is fighting to try to get the first goal, try to regain the momentum, but the saves are coming through on the side of Fanshawe. Soares, another pass out mid. Nobody home, though, as Lev. Bit of a rare miss from Lev, but side there to bail him out. But no, immediately dunked. Brock need to watch these individual mistakes because Fanshawe can take full advantage.
Yeah, now they're still having a chance. Ches, he's up over 1. It's dropping back down left. We'll find the clear, but not a lot of boost on the side of Brock. Side and now backwards. Almost another chance here for Fanshawe. I think Fanshawe just like half a second too slow and the next guy to follow up. And they honestly should have been up, I think, like 3 goals by now.
Yeah, Brock has had the momentum and they've had the opportunities, but they need to score off of it because now you're just opening up 1 counterattack, 1 opportunity by Fanshawe, and all that work is for nothing. So they need to play off that momentum. They need to keep working, but that's a tough beat. Hard off back roll, though, is Sai. Soares playing patient, though, knowing he is beat to that ball. Lev dropping it down. Oh, but that's a tough play. Ches gets blocked out there by Soares. Soares to Sai. Side of the sidewall. Sidewall down. Lev is up. That's going to waterfall. Is anyone there on Brock to put it through? It's a tap out mid, but Soares wasn't ready for it. And another good play squandered by Brock.
Just save after save after save. And now maybe a chance. The bumps come through. Can McLean get the double? It's on target, but Soares now with a goal line save. The ball just doesn't want to find the net. Another save.
Oh, what
here
a
from
save
Brock.
there from Sai. Neither team getting through. Defense holding strong. Half the game to play. The defense has been the story. No team wants to go down. No team wants to be stuck on match point. Follow up, though, from Soares. Blocked out there by Ches. Ball dropping out into the midfield there. Back to Lev. Lev, though, get beat out by McLean. McLean, the 1,000-point man in the last game. Can't quite get it, though. That's a nice hit from Soares past 1. There's 1 on the ball. It's Lev off the ceiling, but Ches able to play it around. Good demo, though, from Lev. Ball gets pinched out. Lev caught on D. Able to get a touch past 1. Can't get a touch past the second, though. Forcing out a defensive block. Reeker looking for the shot, but it's off target. And nobody on Fanshawe ready to follow that. Ball floating up in the air. Minute 30 here to play. Neither team able to be the one to put it through. Back and forth Rocket League so far, Trigger.
Yes, Fanshawe is so close with those chances there, and they got the bump on the player, but it was just a bit too late. He redirected the ball before they got that, then another shot just wide of the net. Now this one straight in front of the net, going to be dropped back down. Another chance off the backboard. Can they drop it down? I think it was McLean actually kind of cleared that for him, helped him out. And well, the bump's coming through. It's awkward, and finally Reeker finds the back of the net off the redirect from the goalie, so they almost had another save.
Yeah, Reeker. Ches puts it mid. Tough touch from Sai. Lev caught middle and net. Not in a good position to make that save. Still almost does, but not quite enough. And as I said, Brock couldn't score on their chances. And now they're down, and all that work is for nothing.
Yeah, they do have possession. Chance here. It's a bit awkward, but McLean coming in to clean this one up. Final minute here. This is to go on to match point. Sai Beautiful catch, but I think got tripped up by somebody there. Lev to the backboard, but should be an easy. Never mind, McLean. Where are you? The open net. Soares just missed it completely.
Yeah, Soares probably not anticipating it coming out as easy to him as it did, but still need to have that one. What a save on another Soares shot there by McLean. Ball up high. Need a touch there. Sai is able to get one. Soares able to get two. Ball into the corner here. Time ticks away. Brock need a goal here, or they'll find themselves a match point. But that's a nice bump by Soares and a tap in. Bump by Lev, tap in by Sai. My apologies. But we're all tied up here with 17 seconds to play.
Yeah, I think Ches was like, oh, he's got it. And maybe could have had a challenge there, at least helped do something. But it looked like he turned off the play and then realized, oh, my defender's gone. Open in front of the net. So great chance there from Brock to get it back. And we might have one of our first overtimes here.
Yeah, but we all know how Fanshawe feels about overtimes. They love those 0-second goals as time ticks away, but they'll be content to drop this down. And we have overtime here in game number 5. Kickoff, though, relatively even. Quick control, though, taken by Fanshawe. Reeker with the reset. Reeker with the bump. Ball coming down high, but a good block there on the back wall by Sai. And now forced back on defense is this Fanshawe side. They have control. Ches from his own end. Ches soloing it down, but a good block there by Sai. Into the corner wall, though. Bouncing mid is Reeker. Reeker looking for the reset, looking for the double, but he can't get it. He can't pinch that down, but up there comes, ooh, almost, as Ches takes control. Ches with control from his own sidewall. Only out as far as Lev, though, as he gets it clear. But Lev kind of gives it away. And a good couple of 50s by Reeker, but not much to show for it. McLean needs another here. That was a bit of an awkward touch, but he manages to get it here. Ball into the sidewall. McLean with a tap out, but met by Soares as Lev takes control. Lev past 1. Lev almost past 2 as that ball keeps floating away. Down it comes. Almost a shot through for Sai. Lev wants to commit, but knows it's risky if he does. Infield to Soares. Soares to the post. Soares will want to have that one back. He can't bury it.
Oh, no,
and the ball keeps floating around. Soares, last man back, manages to get the boost. Ball over him, though. Lev almost gets dunked, but he keeps control. Brock might be content to watch this slip away here if they can't answer back. Nice touch by Lev. Into the corner wall. Soares is there. Ball out into the mid. Up quick is Sai. Sai to the net. What a save by Ches.
Half the defenders are in the net. I thought for sure Brock was going to score on that last chance when all 3 defenders went for that ball, somehow kept it out and followed it out and almost had a chance back the other way. And now another double commit here. Led for another chance for Brock, but they just can't quite put it away. Reeker, let's see what he can do. He's been the man at the 50s. Can he get the pinch? It's a bit weak. Double commit on the goal line, but still possession here for Brock.
Yeah, Lev trying to start this one out. Gets pinched. Good touch from Soares. Soares with some time. Limited boost to his name. Going for the bump. Ball goes under, but a good save there from McLean. And now McLean from his own end gets the reset. Shot! Oh, McLean! Clean flip reset. That ball was off target, uses the reset to put it on with substantial power. And Fanshawe take a 3-2 series lead.
Yeah, someone got demoed there. Someone on Fanshawe was hunting them, so given even more space for McLean. And McLean's just been the guy, I think, this weekend to just lock in the goals.
That was an absolute beauty of a flip reset goal for McLean. He leads his team in points for the 2nd straight game. Lev doing everything he can, particularly with the saves. But what a game.
Yeah, I think Lev, he just had to go up early and challenge because he was last man back. He went for the boost. And I think he just had to go straight at him because he wasn't going to make that save. But great showing from Fanshawe there. They win the overtime. Now they're on match point, and Brock, they got to win 2 in a row.
Yeah, Brock needs to win 2 in a row. They totally can. These games have been close, minus the 1.
Yeah.
But, it's a tough spot.
And like you said, Fanshawe, they have all the momentum.
All the momentum.
Like
McLean's
from the last
playing.
game even. They got 2 games now that they've won back-to-back.
McLean's been playing absolutely fantastic, and we'll see if that continues here. Immediate possession keep, though, out to McLean, the man of the hour. He gets 50'd, though, by Lev. Lev, though, beat out by Reeker. Ball out in front. Soares gets a nice 50. Ball up, though. Ball floating in the corner. Up high. Good bump, though, as the ball is just floating away. As Lev caught kind of on the back foot here. Over the top, though, comes Ches, and Soares able to get it clear. Good early possession for Fanshawe as they look to not allow a Game 7.
Yeah, they're looking to end it here. Another chance. The demo comes through, and Ches gonna put that one away. And I was saying, I think it's been the defense, but Fanshawe, they're showing we got the offense, and I think that somehow their triple commits on defense work, and Brock's aren't.
Yeah, it's just the quality of opportunities. It's less solo play heavy with Fanshawe and more coordinated. They always have someone going for demos. They always have someone there for the rebound, and it's worked to their advantage. And it's nice for them to have an early lead. It's going to force a little bit of aggression here from Brock. They're not panicked yet, but it's always very different playing with at a deficit here. As back goes Soares. Soares, though, beat out. Soares trying to solo play, trying to be a bit cute with it, and it doesn't work out. But now Lev pass one. But again, the early challenges by Fanshawe are stopping all of the solo plays by Lev and Soares.
Yeah, they got a guy to challenge first, and then there's the guy that challenged right after, and almost in. Never mind, Ches will help put that one away. But Fanshawe, they seem to have a guy to challenge early, a guy to challenge on time, and a guy to challenge later.
Yeah, McLean able to get around that to put it mid, and Ches is there. And a ton of pressure going for Brock, but just one little counterattack, and it's a 2-goal lead. 2-goal lead, just under 4 minutes here to play, and just pressure. And we'll see if they can extend, or if Brock has any answer to this pressure. A good play by Reeker. Reeker to Ches. Ches to the sidewall, trying to put this one out mid, but it only goes as far as Soares. Soares. Bit of a double between Soares and Sai. You don't love to see that. And it's going to force a really awkward save there for Lev. Lev with some control, trying to put this to a teammate, trying to keep some possession for his team. That's a clear out. That's a bit of a tough challenge. Nice touch from Lev into the back wall. Back wall out. Can't get much with it, though, as it floats through. Up the sidewall, though, comes Reeker. Reeker staying with the ball.
Well, he was going for a dunk there. He just early pre-flipped just to try to get the read, but could have been a little spicy. Now maybe chance back the other way. Lev's up for it, but what can he do from here?
Yeah, what can you do from here? There have been a couple of chances for Brock, but their chances are few and far between, and they're not at the quality that we would be expecting here. As that's a beautiful redirect by who else but McLean.
That's the quality we want to see from Brock. They're kind of just putting some half-hearted shots on net, and McLean, he's already upfield. He's ready. He's like, give me the ball. I'm going to put it in.
Yeah, who else but McLean? He's having himself a heck of a tournament. I wouldn't be surprised if he's the MVP of the entire event.
I think just of the games I've seen him play in, I think he might have the most goals in the whole tournament.
Yeah, I could see him being an absolute contender for the MVP. I know that'll be calculated by the results of this whole day 2 action here, as Soares trying to get one back off the ceiling. A little bit of time, but unable to stay with that thing. The ball got a little bit away from him there. He tried to use his dodge to get back to it, but not quite able to. As Sai with the reset. Sai with the reset dribble. Oh, what a save from Reeker on that one.
Does Fanshawe just have too many defenders in the net? Like, he's got the flip reset, he's got everything, he's got the air dribble to put it in the corner, but there's 2 defenders there ready to get rid of the ball.
Yeah, 2 defenders, and you can see Brock trying to get over aggro. They know they need a goal. They know that there's limited time left, but the risk with that is you risk extending the deficit, extending the lead there for Fanshawe. A hard off sidewall, though, is Soares. Soares to Lev, Lev to Soares, but again cut off by who else but McLean.
Yeah, now free ball here for Ches as he gives it away, but that's okay. Into the corner, McLean looking for that boost. It's not going to spawn for him. He's just going to dump it downfield and just keep running time off this clock.
Yeah, a little bit of boomer ball is not a problem if you're Fanshawe, because every second the ball's not in your net is another second closer to the OCC championship. We'll see if they win the Campus Carball Cup here. Brock needs to desperately push for one here as time ticks away. We're getting into the last minute. Soars to Sai. Sai to Soars, but it's off crossbar. Lev trying to keep possession for his squad here. 55 seconds here to play. Ball into the corner of Brock as Reeker tries to extend. Good touch by Sai and a good touch by Soars, but everything is contested. And as the time ticks away, it's becoming more and more unlikely for a comeback here. That is a fantastic bump, but will it be enough to get a goal? Doesn't look like it. As we hit the 30-second mark here, there is just very few opportunities for Brock as they continue to press. Fanshawe does.
Yeah, and Brock, you know, they had that one chance, that beautiful passing play, but I think they got a little too creative, just that one infield pass. I think he should have shot. He went for one more, and now he's too close, hit it too hard above the wall or above the bar. And, you know, I think that was their one chance to try to bring it back. Clock's counting down. There's no way you can score 3 with 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So Fanshawe, I will say, I think I did predict it. They had the better defense, and they showed for it. Fanshawe winning in what, game 6?
Fanshawe winning in 6,
Yeah.
and they won 3 straight. They were down 2-1, and they won 3 straight to take it in 6. They were the more a minute or two here as you see the handshakes between Fanshawe and Brock. I'm not sure if Lev was in on that because I saw him walk by over here, but devastating if you're Brock because you know you had the lead.
Like Brock, they were doing great. They won earlier in the tournament, but just from watching the plays, it just looks like Fanshawe were more cohesive as a team. Like their plays were just faster. Their players are already up the field. They're already receiving the ball. The ball's in the net before the defenders are ready. Brock, they had a bunch of solo plays. But how are you going to do a solo play against 3 Fanshawe defenders that are ready for anything? Like,
You can't.
They've just been there.
You can't. The solo plays worked against a team like Durham where there was less of the quality on the defense, but it isn't going to work if you're against a team that is prepared for it like Fanshawe.
Yeah.
Because Fanshawe was saving the solos and they were more coordinated with the team plays to get it through.
Yeah, they just got it out. And Brock, they had that great team play, but like I said, I think they went a bit too far with that team play. You know, 1-2 passes, good. They went for the third. I think they just should have shot it. And I think that could have maybe had the chance to bring him back in. But yeah, Fanshawe, they had, like I said, the quick plays. They knew what to do. Only 1-2 touches in the net. They don't need the third one.
Yeah, it was like, yeah, ever since that 7-0 game before, it was pretty pretty close.
That
it was
wasn't
pretty
on
strong
my
for
bingo
Fanshawe.
card. That wasn't on
No,
my bingo card.
Nobody was predicting that the most lopsided match of the entire tournament was going to come in the grand finals between 2 full teams of pretty similarly ranked players.
Yeah, and after 2 games of being back to back, like 1 goal difference,
0 second goal, and then a 1 goal difference,
and now 7-0.
Yep. What a day. We will just now take a short break while we get set to do the trophy presentation, and we will present the Campus Carball Cup to the members of Fanshawe. We'll see you in a sec.
See you guys soon.